This public hearing is hereby resumed. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the following senators physically present in this hearing. Senators Francis Tolentino, Senator Ping Lacson, and Senator Lito Lapid. And we would like to acknowledge the presence of our colleagues via video conferencing. We have Senators Revilla Jr., Bongo, Marcos, Villar, Zubiri, Drilon, Recto, Binay, Pacquiao, De La Rosa, Gordon, Pimentel, Ganema, Cayetano, Montiveros, Angara, and Pangilinan. Now, based on the schedule that the Committee of the Whole has distributed yesterday, the topics to be discussed today will be the continuation of yesterday's topic. Still briefly, because it's the general overview of the COVID-19 situation in the country, which they started today. Included as well is the health situation and economic impact of this pandemic. Now, before I allow the senators to raise their questions, I will let the invited resource persons make their short presentations or give their brief opening statements. First, just to have a complete picture of where we are now relative to the country's fight against COVID-19. And then, since the economic cluster has basically covered in their discussion yesterday the impact of COVID-19 on our economy, and briefing materials were already provided to the members of the committee, I will allow now the Department of Health to make their presentation, and then thereafter will be the Department of Tourism. And before I ask the Senate Secretary to acknowledge all those resource persons who are present today, just as a reminder of what we agreed last night for the order of questioning, this will be followed. First will be the 8 senators who were not able to raise their questions yesterday. They were not able to use their 10 minutes. And thereafter, those senators who are physically present, 3 of them. And then thereafter, the President pro tem, majority or minority leader, depends on the two. And then the senators attending via video conference in order of their log time. We already have a list of that. So, Secretary, please acknowledge those who are here with us this afternoon.
By acknowledges the presence of the following guests and resource persons who will be participating in today's hearing of the Committee of the Whole via video conference. Secretary Francisco Duque III of the Department of Health, together with his undersecretaries. Director Rio Magpantay of the DOH Epidemiology Bureau. Dr. Celia Carlos of the Research Institute of Tropical Medicine, RITM. General Ricardo Morales, President.
No sound, Mr. President. Majority Leader.
Yes, we cannot, Mr. Senate President. I believe the Senate has a problem.
Secretary Carlos Dominguez, Department of Finance. Ms. Clavelina Nakar, Assistant Commissioner of the Bureau of Internal Revenue, BIR. Commissioner Ray Guerrero of the Bureau of Customs. Ms. Lea De Leon, Bureau of Treasury. BSP Governor Benjamin Diokno of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Secretary Carl Hendrik Chua of the National Economic Development Authority, NEDA. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yesterday, Secretary Vince Dizon said they will still join us perhaps in a while. All right. At this juncture, may I ask the Department of Health Secretary, Francisco Duque III, to start with his brief presentation.
Akala ko anong presentation. Good afternoon, Mr. Senate President, and good afternoon, honorable senators. I was assuming, Mr. Senate President, that this is a continuation of yesterday's hearing, and so I would like to request if I just answer the questions from the floor. Thank you, Mr. Senate President.
All right, that's good. More or less, we were able to take it up. May we now ask the Department of Tourism to make a short presentation before we proceed with the questions of the senators.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone, especially to members of the Senate. I hope you're all safe and well during this time. Today, I'll be presenting to you the state of the tourism industry in the Philippines in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, the steps we are doing to help our stakeholders, including our tourists, and our efforts to mitigate the economic impact of the pandemic. I will also be presenting to you our Tourism Response and Recovery Program and a snapshot of the new normal with regard to safety protocols and measures for tourism-related activities. Tourism in the Philippines has proven to be a significant pillar for the country's economic development. It has contributed 12.7% of the country's gross domestic product, and it has accounted for 5.4 million jobs last 2018. It was a milestone for the tourism industry in 2019 with a record high international tourist arrivals of 8.26 million, a 15.2% increase from the previous year. The enforcement of travel restrictions and quarantine measures across the globe in response to the COVID-19 pandemic has immediate negative effects, not only on large-scale businesses, but more so on tourism stakeholders from the MSMEs, which comprise majority of the industry. These are travel agencies, small hotels and resorts, tour operators, tourist transport providers, tour guides, and restaurants, to name a few. In fact, the United Nations World Tourism Organization estimates that international tourist arrivals could decline by 30% in 2020. This would translate to at least around 300 billion to 450 billion US dollars in international tourism receipts. The World Travel and Tourism Council approximates that about 100 million jobs globally will be affected. We estimate foreign tourist arrivals for the period January to April 2020 to have reached 1.3 million, or a decrease of negative 54% compared to 2.8 in January to April of 2019. We also estimate revenue from foreign tourist arrivals for the period January to April 2020 to have reached 79.8 billion, or a decrease of negative 55% compared to 180.52 billion in January to April of 2019. With both international and domestic travel restrictions in effect for the entirety of April, there have been no visiting tourists and therefore no revenue for the industry for this month. Once the ECQ was implemented, our immediate efforts were to rescue our stranded tourists all over the country via recovery or sweeper flights with the assistance of our skeletal workforce in the regions. To date, we have assisted 25,000 tourists either in getting them a home or providing them with food and accommodation until the ECQ has been lifted. The DOT was also tapped by the Interagency Task Force to work with our accommodation establishments, working on limited manpower and logistics to accommodate repatriated OFWs, health frontliners, BPOs, bank employees, and long-staying guests already booked prior to the ECQ. With the tourism industry being hit the hardest during this crisis, the DOT crafted the Tourism Response and Recovery Program with its stakeholders first in mind. This was made in close coordination with the respective national agencies and private sector tourism stakeholders through the Tourism Congress of the Philippines. The program aims to yield the most substantive and timely measures to be implemented at the soonest possible time. Its objectives are as follows. First, to provide for the tourism stakeholders, workers, and business owners the necessary means in restoring the continuity of their economic needs and businesses. Second, to minimize the impact of the pandemic on all our stakeholders. Third, to identify and develop special protection measures, ensuring that the disadvantaged group is not adversely affected. The DOT's immediate response actions with respect to the TRRP include the following. First is the implementation of a moratorium on the collection of accreditation fees from new and renewing applicants from tourism enterprises and tourism-related enterprises for the year 2020. Second is the waiving of the participation fees in international fairs and exhibitions between now and the end of 2021. Third is the facilitation of the payment for the amelioration assistance with DOLE and the wage subsidy program of DOF, SSS, and BIR. Next is the coordination with the Development Bank of the Philippines and the Land Bank of the Philippines for the provision of rehabilitation financing support, such as extending low-interest loans for tourism enterprises that have been severely affected by COVID-19. Fifth is the deferment of tourism workers' contributions to SSS, PhilHealth, and Pag-ibig. Next is the representations with other concerned government agencies for the requested deferment of corporate income tax payments by the BIR, assistance to critically impacted businesses that are primary tourism enterprises as defined in the IRR of the Tourism Act of 2009, incentives for domestic tourism and grants for special travel packages, interest-free loans or issuance of loan guarantees with terms of up to 5 years for business improvements and rehabilitation. The DOT is formulating policies for the new normal in the travel and tourism industry. Here are some of our policies and programs to adopt to a new normal state of economic activities. First is the regular sanitation, disinfection of accommodation such as hotels, resorts, tourist transport activities, and tourism-related establishments such as meetings and exhibit venues, restaurants, spas, and the like. Second is provision of sanitation disinfecting devices, including PPEs for our tourism workers. These also include provision for regular inspection of tourism establishments that will involve relevant agencies in relation to health and safety standards, such as the Department of Health. Implementation of physical distancing measures, such as requiring passengers to stay 1 seat apart for tourist transportation and limiting the customer capacity of accommodation and tourism-related enterprises. As the overall response and recovery plan of the tourism industry, the TRRP is envisioned guided by 6 thematic outcomes with emphasis on sustaining businesses, training or capacitating the workforce, and protecting vulnerable groups. These thematic outcomes are secured livelihood and adequate social services. Second, sustained business operations. Third, appropriate infrastructure. Fourth, enhanced marketing, market, and product development. Fifth, timely and efficient institutional support. And sixth, effective strategic communications. With Metro Manila now under the modified and enhanced community quarantine, and the majority of the other places in the country under the general community quarantine, we have to start preparing for the revival and reopening of tourism in the Philippines once our places are classified under the modified GCQ. Yes, travel as we know it will change forever. That is why it is important that we embrace the new normal and equip our industry stakeholders with the appropriate tools and knowledge to recover and succeed in the post-lockdown era. So when the time comes that we open our doors to travel once again, we will be ready. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Secretary Berna. We now start with the questions of our fellow senators. Again, as a reminder, please confine yourself to 10 minutes so that we can accommodate all of our fellow senators. 10 minutes are for the questions only anyway.
No.
So we'll start with Senator Revilla. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. My first question is for DOH, Secretary Duque. During yesterday's hearing, palagi pong nababanggit yung second wave of infections. Paano po ba natin masasabi kung nasa second wave na tayo, considering the doomsday scenario being painted pag nagkaroon na ng second wave, ano po ba ang dapat natin gawin para hindi tayo dumating sa puntong yun, Mr. Secretary?
Magandang hapon po sa inyo, Ginoong Senador. Actually, nasa second wave tayo. Yung first wave natin, nag-umpisa, batay po ito sa mga mga batikan epidemiologists, na ang first wave natin happened sometime in January, nung nagkaroon po tayong 3 kaso ng mga Chinese nationals from Wuhan. Naalala niyo po yun, ano? Nagkaroon po tayong 3 imported cases. Yun po ay kinikilalang first wave. Maliit lang na wave, kaga. Pero ngayon, as a second wave tayo at ginagawa po natin ng lahat para nga ma-flatten yung epidemic curve at para nang sa ganon ay magkaroon po tayo ng sapat na panahon na mapaunlad at maitaas ang ating kakayahan sa sistemang pangkalusugan, ramping up the health system's capacity. Ngayon po, yung tanong ninyo ay paano ba natin ito may iwasan, yung third wave kung babalik. Kasi ngayon po ay nagluluwag po tayo paunti-unti from ECQ to modified ECQ. Hopefully, pumunta tayo sa GCQ, maging modified GCQ hanggang sa manumbalik tayo sa mapuntahan natin yung new normal. So, ang mga ginagawa po natin, unang-una ay sinisiguro po natin na ang minimum health standards ay nakatalaga. Ano po ba ibig sabihin itong mga minimum health standards na ito? Number 1, kinakailangan po to reduce vulnerability by increasing physical and mental resilience. Ibig po sabihin nito, mag-adapt ng healthy lifestyle. Ang mga tao ay kinakailangan pong kumain ng tama, uminom ng mga vitamina, mag-exercise, siguraduhin ang mga gamot ng mga taong may mga karamdaman ay naiinom ng regular. Pangalawa po, minimum health standard will be reduced transmission. Paano po gagawin itong reduced transmission? Ibig po sabihin nito, kailangan ng mga hakbang ay nakatalaga katulad po ng wearing of mask. Ito pong cough etiquette. Ito pong atin na tinatawag na paggamit ng mga disinfectants. Hindi po natin pwedeng maliitin itong mga bagay na ito dahil talaga pong ito po ay tiyak na effective po ito sa virus, sa COVID virus. Tapos yung pangatlo po is to reduce contact. Ibig po sabihin nito yung physical distancing. Kailangan po rito ay may 1 meter na pagitan sa gitna ng mga tao at sa mga sasakyan, ganun din po, kailangan meron pong mga harang o mga engineering controls or barriers para masiguro po na ang mga tao hindi po dikit-dikit at hindi po sila magkakatabi-tabi at bababa ang tsansa na magkahawaan. At pang-apat po naman ay reducing the duration of infection. Ibig po sabihin nito, early detection is the key. Hindi po pwedeng pabayaan natin yung mga taong alam natin na lalo na po sa mga pamahalaan lokal. Dapat malakas po yung local health system, malakas po ang pagmamonitor ng ating pong mga kababayan na kung meron silang simptomas ay ina-isolate na po kaagad at sila ay sinasailalim sa PCR testing at ika-quarantine po yan for 2 weeks. At yung contact tracing po, napakamahalaga, ito ay dapat isagawa para mahanap yung mga taong nakasalamuha nung pong positive COVID case.
That's right. Palagi po natin naririnig na yan. Okay lang tayo maging makulit sa aspeto na yan dahil yan ang pinaka-importante na dapat talaga maiwasan to avoid COVID-19. Ito naman pong susunod kong tanong is regarding vaccine or drug development. I understand that the solution to this pandemic is highly dependent on the discovery, development, and distribution of a potent vaccine and treatment drug. Meron ngayong more than 100 COVID-19 vaccines na under development. Researchers and scientists are confident that at least one will be successful. Pero marami pa rin po ang nagdududa dito. Ang sakit na AIDS hanggang ngayon, 40 years after it came about, wala pang gamot. Ang polio vaccine, 20 years na. Kumbaga, 20 years bago ito na-develop at napakinabagan. Sa COVID-19, palagi po natin naririnig na sinasabi na hanggang walang bakuna o gamot, hindi tayo babalik sa ating normal na buhay. In your expert opinions, can you give us an idea how fast can the best scientists in the world produce the vaccine or drug? Mr. Secretary.
Salamat po. Marami pong tama po kayo, mga 100 na yatang mga kumpanya, health manufacturing companies, health products, no? Ito yung mga gamot, pharmaceuticals, at nag-uunahan na po yan para makalikha ng epektibong bakuna. Pero sa ngayon ay mahaba-haba pa po ang prosesong dadaanan dahil meron po tayong tinatawag na mga clinical trials at different stages. In fact, meron na pong sulat sa atin ang China, ang Sinopharma, pinakamalaking pharmaceutical company ng China, ay nag-alok na isama tayo sa kanilang global clinical trial for their newly developed vaccine. Meron na po sila na-develop na vaccine pero ito po ay kinakailangan sumailalim sa mga clinical trials para masiguro po ang safety and efficacy. At siguraduhin na ito, dahil pagka ginamit mo ito sa milyon-milyon o kung hindi bilyon-bilyon mga tao, ay kailangan ang kaligtasan nitong bakunang ito. So, sa ngayon, wala pang malinaw kung ano-anong mga stages, yung mga 100 vaccines which are now undergoing various stages of development. Sa mga gamot naman po, meron tayong solidarity trial na pinangungunahan po ng WHO. At ito po mga gamot na narinig nyo na po siguro, hydroxychloroquine, chloroquine, yung remdesivir, yung pong lopinavir and ritonavir, at saka interferon beta 1A, ay meron na po tayong napiling 24 na mga ospital at meron na po tayong 148 na mga pasyente na pumirma na, nagpa-register na. At ang Japanese government naman po, yung Avigan trial, meron silang favipiravir. At meron po tayong nag-uumpisa na ng mga mag-i-enroll na mga pasyente. At ang pangatlo naman po, yung kung saan po talagang pinangunahan naman ni Ginoong Senator Angara, yung convalescent plasma therapy. At ito po, may 3 tayong ospital na nagsasagawa na po nito sa kasalukuyan. Ito po yung UPPGH, yung pong pangalawa ay St. Luke's ng pribadong sektor, at pangatlo po ay ang Lung Center of the Philippines. So far, Ginoong Senador, ito po ang ating updates.
Given your expertise, exposure, and experience in dealing with epidemics, sa inyo pong palagay, kailan tayong babalik sa normal? Is it still possible? Ano bang inyong pananaw sa aspeto na to? Dahil hanggang ngayon, tao natatakot pa rin. Go ahead.
Ito po, Mr. Senator, ay hindi po mawawala ito hanggat magkaroon po ng bakuna.
Vaccine.
So, ang kinakailangan po dito ay pag-ibayuhin natin yung new normal na mabubuhay tayo, ang ekonomiya natin ay magpapatuloy, magbubukas, palalaguin po natin ito sa isang kamay, sa bandang kabilang kamay naman po ay siguraduhin na ang kalusugan po ng taong bayan ay talagang atin pong puprotektahan. Pagka nasusunod lang po yung mga akin sinabi kanina, ay kampante po ako na palagay ko pwede magsama yung dalawa.
Dito po sa ating bansa, ano po yung kaukulang kumbaga po ginagawa nating ahensya dito upang makahanap tayo ng gamot o cure sa COVID-19? May kakayahan po ba ang ating mga scientists dito? At kung meron po ba tayong budget para dito?
Well, kung sa kakayahan lang po, naniniwala ako na hindi po tayo matatalo sa galing ng ating po mga siyentista. Pero tama po yung pangalawang punto ninyo patungkol sa budget. Yun ang medyo tayo ay may kakapusan. Ganun pa man, ay si Pangulong Duterte ay nag-alok ng from 10 million to about 50 million sa mga sayentista na kung meron silang maiaambag na dunong o kagalingan para makatuklas ng mga bakuna na pwedeng magkaroon po ng tinatawag na mga collaborative undertaking with other countries. No? So, ang DOST ay siya nga pala, bago ko makalimutan, ang Department of Science and Technology ay nakikipag-ugnayan sa maraming mga institusyon mula sa France, sa UK, Russia, China, and Chinese Taipei para po sa collaborative researches, kung tawagin, at for clinical trials for potential vaccines.
Okay, regarding po dito sa pansamantalang lunas, no? Napag-aralan niyo po ba itong about this malunggay at kamyas tea? No, ito yung sinatawag natin pangmasa, no? Mga sinasabing ginagamit na ng mga matatanda pa sa atin nung araw. Ano po bang inyong pananaw regarding this? Yung mga suob, yung mga ganyan, nakaka-cure po ba talaga ito? Nakakalunas ba?
Yung pagdating po sa lunas, hindi po tayo nakakasiguro na parang mga ito po nakakapagpalakas ng resistance kung ng isang tao, mas mahihirapan po siyang ng mga sakit. Kaya tingin ko, yan po ang halaga niyan. Pero kung pag-uusapan natin yung direktamenteng mga sakit na kanya
Sure,
pong
wala.
pagagalingin, ay wala po tayong malinaw na batayan.
Okay. Ito naman po, no, nabasa ko sa pahayagan ng paggawa ng mga polisiya. Importante meron tayong mga tamang mga datos na impormasyon na hawak, no. There is an alleged misreporting of cases ito sa COVID-19 as discovered and reported by the experts from the University of the Philippines. May I get your comments on this allegation? Na masasabi niyo po ba na taasan na tama o accurate ang mga datos na meron tayo ngayon patungkol sa COVID-19?
Well, nagpapasalamat po kami doon sa UP Resilience Team na sila po yung nakapuna. Kasi po, kami po ay talagang bukas na bukas naman. Amin pong sinishare yung mga datos ng DOH. Hindi nga lang po yung UP ang nakapuna, kundi pati po yung mga private citizens na sumulat po sa amin, nagpaabot ng kanilang concern na bakit daw may mga kakulangan dun sa data drops for April 24 and 25. Pero by April 26, kaagaran pong nakorek ng ating pong DOH yan. At nilagay po yung attached document correcting the inconsistencies that have been developed. Ito po yung patungkol sa address na nagbago, patungkol po ito doon sa kanila pong classification, yung kanila pong mga sex, gender. So, masasabi ko lang po na maliit po na porsyento. Ang tawag po natin nominal percent of our data in its entirety. Ang ganito pong may nakikitang inconsistency. Pero ito po ay hindi naman sapat na maapektuhan ang integridad ng ating pong data na makaapekto sa ating desisyon at sa paghubog ng mga polisiya. So, okay naman po tayo. Ito po ay ini-encode ngayon by our frontline healthcare workers at ang ating pong efforts are being made to minimize this data inconsistency through the COVID Kaya application. So yun na po yung mga corrective interventions Ginoong Senador.
So thank you for the info. My next question is for IATF. Secretary Galvez, nandiyan po ba kayo?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, ilang araw na din po under MECQ ang NCR at ilang pang lugar. Can you give us a brief report of what has happened during these past days we are under MECQ? May increase ba ng infections? Sumusunod ba yung mga tao sa social distancing, wearing of mask? Ano po ang naging sitwasyon sa ating lansangan sa ilalim ng MECQ?
Sa ngayon, sir, talaga pong sinisupervise po natin ang mga malls. Yun lang po nangyari sa North EDSA, tinignan po natin yon. Pero sa lahat po ng tinitignan po natin sa pag-opening ng ating business, ay parang normal po ang nangyari. Dito lang po, nakita natin po ang nangyari lang po sa Cavite, si Governor Remulla, na inalis po yung malls dahil kasi hindi po sumusunod. We also talked to the mall owners. In fact, ang ating NCRPO at saka yung ating Joint Task Force NCR ay nagpahayag po ng kanilang sabi sa ating mga security officers at saka po sa ating mga mall owners na kailangan po sundin po nila yung tinatawag na strict minimum health standard. And nakita po natin, kung makita natin ang mga malls, and I saw the pictures, more or less 20 to 30% lang po ang tao sa malls. Even during the weekend, umikot po si DTI Secretary and he saw, nagko-comply naman po yung ating mga tao. Parang yung first po yata nung Saturday at saka Sunday, parang nasabik po yung mga tao na parang bigla lang po na parang gusto lang makalabas. Pero sa ngayon po nakita po namin, even kanina lumabas po ako, may konting traffic lang po pupuntang Bulacan pero because of the checkpoint, not anything else. So sa nakikita ko po, sir, mukhang maganda na po naman yung simulation natin kasi ito pong MECQ, ang pagkakaiba po nito ay nag-opening po tayo ng mga ibang basic businesses, especially yung SMEs, para po medyo yung dapa natin na ekonomiya ay magkaroon na po ng tinatawag nating recovery plan. And we are very, very confident po na with the strict implementation po ng MECQ ay makakaano po tayo. Sinasabay po din po natin sa plano po natin na tinataas na po natin ang level ng ating mga facilities, particularly yung mga mega quarantine facilities. Pumunta nga po kami kanina doon sa Philippine Arena at doon po tinignan po namin yung mga mega swabbing area at saka yung quarantine facilities natin para at least pagka kung tumaas man naman din po yung ating ay makikita po natin na magkaroon po tayo ng preparation kung just in case na tumaas po yung ating new cases. Pero sa ngayon po nakikita po natin based doon sa datos natin ng May 18, parang flatten pa rin po yung natin. Ang ating nakikita po natin na ating new cases ay tumataas lang po ng 200 to 150. Ang ating tinatawag nating mga severe at saka critical cases, hindi po tumataas ng 100. At saka ating death po ay hanggang lang po nakikita po namin. Ang death po natin ngayon ay 2 araw na 7 lang ang namatay. At the same time, hindi na po tumataas ng 30. So ibig sabihin, medyo nag-stabilize na po ang ating situation po dito sa atin. At yun nga po ang ginagawa namin ni Secretary Vince. We are preparing yung mga testing facilities po natin at tumataas na rin po ang capacity po natin. Yun lang po, mahal na Your Honors.
Yeah, that's very good news.
The record, that was Secretary Galvez, no? He is the chief implementer. I thought he was not here. He's here. And Secretary Gates also here. Go ahead, Senator Revilla.
Yes, mas maraming areas na ang under GCQ. Ano po ba ang sitwasyon ngayon sa mga lugar na ito, na mga nitong nakaraang 3 araw po?
Sa nakita po namin, medyo even though naka-GCQ po tayo, nakita po natin ang sinabihan po tayo ng ating mahal na presidente kung magkakaroon man tayo ng lifting ng lockdown, ay sundin natin po ang World Health Organization guidance na gradual, incremental at saka phased. Ang sabi nga ng presidente, dahan-dahan, unti-unti, hinay-hinay. Yung mga provincial ano po natin, yung mga provincial governor po natin, kung gusto nilang i-maintain ng ECQ, i-maintain po nila. So natutuwa po ako sa mga LGUs at very ano po sila, very ano na tinatawag nating very conservative sa paglifting po ng ECQ. Sa ngayon po nakikita po natin ang nakikita lang po natin nagra-rise ng area ito pong sa Cebu. Kaya ito po ang tinitingnan po natin at saka itong area po ng Zamboanga City which is nagiging controllable na po naman po ngayon. Sa lahat po na pinupuntahan ko po na area, lalo na po sa Laguna, pumunta rin po ako sa Laguna, mukhang na-stabilize naman po yung mga ano po natin itong mga cases.
Very good. Under Executive number 112, dalawang klase nga po itong community quarantine, which is enhanced at saka general, no? Last May 16, National Capital Region, Laguna, and Cebu City were placed under modified enhanced community quarantine. Nung na-conceptualize niyo po ba itong MECQ, was it intended to be unique and exclusive for to NCR as requested by the Metro Manila mayors as well as to Laguna and Cebu City, which were at similar situation at that time? Exclusive ba ang classification na ito to these areas only, or is it really intended to be a new classification of community quarantine that other regions or areas may also experience, Mr. Secretary?
Sir, intended po ito sa nationwide po kasi nakikita po natin na kailangan i-face po natin. Nakita po namin na yung ating pong conditions, meron po tayong 5 conditions. And kung ang gagawin po natin is dalawang response na ECQ at saka GCQ, parang wala po doon ang tinatawag nating balance ng economic balancing. So ginawa po natin ang ECQ is for us to have an opening of business. Because we cannot survive, we cannot sustain this fight. If there are business, we're gonna have a meltdown. Yung report po natin noong last first quarter, nagkaroon ng contraction ang ating economy na GDP natin is naging -0.2. And we cannot survive this long drawn war if we will have yung tinitingnan natin na yung ating economy cannot sustain it. So yun po ang ginawa po natin. Ang difference po ng ECQ at saka MECQ, the social restrictions still the same, but we open up some businesses so that we can sustain the fight.
Right. Hindi po natin na-anticipate itong mga ganitong klaseng sitwasyon nung una pa lang, no, habang binabalangkas natin itong classification of community quarantines na naisama sa MECQ qualifications. What is the possibility of having another new classification when another unique circumstance and request arises, Mr. Secretary?
Ang nakikita po namin is ang ating pong ginagawa po ngayon, ito na yung siguro magiging facing natin towards the new normal. Kaya ang ginagawa po namin, ECQ, MECQ, GCQ, and then MGCQ. Ang tinatawag po natin dito is calibrated rolling. Meaning pwede tayong bumalik. When we failed to de-escalate it, nagkaroon ng escalation, we can go back to ECQ. Pero ang gagawin po namin dito is localized. Meaning, the provincial governor or even the RITF, Regional Task Force, can declare a lockdown to certain areas. Yung tinatawag natin yung hotspots or tinatawag natin critical areas. These critical areas can be a barangay, can be a clusters of barangay. Para ang ano po natin, magiging natin surgical quarantine. Hindi po yung general quarantine. Kasi pagka general quarantine, our economy will be sacrificed. At saka yung ibang mga area na hindi naman po affected ay magsasuffer din po sa ECQ. When we analyze yung attack rate and also the granular data of the incidents, yung tatawag natin po yung incidence rate at saka yung attack rate, together with the doubling time, nakikita po namin, if you analyze a certain province, there are municipalities were not affected. They were locked down. And it seems na hindi po magandang strategiya po yun. So we have to localize. Yung isa surgical po natin so that we can preserve also the economic activities on those areas who are not affected. So yun po ang inano po natin. Ila-lockdown po natin ang isang barangay para hindi po makalabas ang mga carriers towards our economic corridors. So that we can maintain also and sustain our fight in sustaining yung yung tinatawag nating ameliorations to those barangays who are affected.
Right. Even before May 16, several LGUs tulad po ng Bacoor City, which were placed by IATF under GCQ, requested that be placed under MECQ instead. Ang basis ng Bacoor, napakaraming pending tests na wala pang results. At dahil sa geographic and demographic considerations, katabing-katabi kami ng NCR at halos 30% ng active cases sa Bacoor, mga frontliner sa NCR at sa amin po umuwi. Aside from Bacoor, ilang pang LGUs ang nag-revert sa MECQ at alin pong mga lugar ito?
Yung una po dineclare po natin, nung inanalyze po namin, yung Region 3, the whole Region 3, ay supposed to be magkaroon na po ng GCQ. But because of the request of the RITF based on EO 1112, that they can request the IATF for the positions of the quarantine that they feel that they deserve. So with that, inaksyonan po yun ng AITF favorably. So the Region 3, which is originally GCQ po ang classification, it was elevated back to MECQ. Same thing po sa ibang areas po dito sa Cebu City, and ang sabi nga po ng Governor Cebu City, they wanted to have the three cities, contiguous cities of Cebu City, to be elevated back to MECQ. Same thing with Zamboanga City, and we will act on this, and we might consider this recommendation. Actually, we have some sort of adjudication body in the IATF, together with our specialists, and if the specialists and our epidemiologists believe that there is a strong indications that they will accelerate, and the attack rate and incident rate will rise, they will consider the recommendation. But for those areas that we consider that they still have a low risk, and the province that can really sustain with their existing minimum healthcare standards, we deem it na minano po namin. Sinasabi namin hindi po namin kino-consider. But we encourage all the RITF to have their own meron po kasi meron po tinatawag tayo na we gave them the autonomy to look what is best for them, because the SILG has given them the authority, considering that the local government unit knows what is best for their constituents. So the regional IATF can declare a municipality as ECQ or at the MECQ. So pwede po yun, and it can be reaffirmed by the IATF.
Okay, thank you very much, Secretary. Keep up the good work. Do I still have the time, Mr. President?
You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay. For DOF, Secretary Dominguez. See there. Nandiyan po ba si Secretary Dominguez?
Opo.
Yes, sir. I filed a resolution yesterday, Resolution 140, urging the appropriate committee in the Senate to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the possibility of collecting taxes from multinationals' online streaming services and on the digital economy in general. Alam ko pong kailangan ngayon ng gobyerno ng mangalap ng pondo para tustusan ang pangangailangan ng ating mga mamamayan dahil sa problema dala ng COVID-19. Kaya po ako naghain ng resolution na ito upang mapag-aralan ang pagbubuwis sa mga online streaming services and advertisement, for example, Netflix, YouTube, etc. May idea na po ba kayo o pag-aaral na ginagawa, Mr. Secretary, sa monetary value ng industriyang ito sa ating bansa?
Mr. Senator, thank you for asking the question. Yes, we have started the study on improving our tax collections on video streaming, on commerce conducted in the in through internet. Right now, we don't have a picture or a picture of the total amount of the transactions. What we are trying to figure out is how to implement a tax collection program. So right now, our team from the BIR and from the DOF is working very hard to determine the way to tax transactions that are supposed to be taxed but are escaping taxation because they are on the internet. I'll give you an example. For instance, the issue on VAT. If you buy a floor polisher from the store, you pay a VAT. But if you buy it from Lazada, there is no VAT charge. So we are figuring out how to do this. Also for internet streaming, how are we going to identify the transactions and the amounts involved? So we are currently studying it, and we will report to the Senate as soon as we have a viable way of taxing these items. Thank you.
That's very nice, Secretary. I've been talking and consulting with businessmen, other matters naman po tayo, and private citizen on how best to help the business sector that have been greatly affected too by this health crisis. Isa po sa pinakamalaking iniinda nila ay ang interest payments sa mga loans. Ang PCCI humihingi ng 1-year grace period and fixing of rates, interest rates, no, to central bank rates. May I know, Mr. Secretary, magkano po ba ngayon ang BSP rate on loans? 2% po ba?
The rate right now that BSP has indicated is I think 2.75%. Let me check exactly what the rate is, but it has been going down. Not only that, we have released about over 200 billion pesos into the system by reducing the reserve requirement. So there is a lot of cash in the system. So interest rates are supposed to be being pressured downward.
Okay. How will this impact the economy kung ipifix po natin ang interest rates for, let's say, a period of 120 days from the lifting of ECQ?
Interest rates are the price for money. Okay, if you set the price too low, the money will not go out. So it will find other ways to go. Let's say it will stay in treasury bills or whatever. So, and the price of money also depends on the risk involved. So we leave the pricing of which is interest rate actually to the market forces, but we through the central bank try to influence that by the amount of liquidity and the interest rate we set. I think Ben Jokno is online. Maybe he can explain that better than me.
Or maybe we can ask Secretary Ben Jokno?
No, Governor.
Oh, Governor.
Governor of the Central Bank.
Yes, Governor. Mukhang hindi po siya online.
Wala. Anyway,
Wala.
that's
Well, anyway, Secretary, anyway, we'll just
yeah.
pag-
Yeah.
i-ano
So
po natin.
essentially, the central bank. I'm a member of the monetary board. No? So the central bank, the monetary board, has been pressuring interest to go down, and we have lowered our own interest rates. The central bank, as well as releasing more money into the economy. So that should pressure banks to lend more money cheaply.
Okay. Okay, Mr. President, before I end my questioning for this round, may I just put on record
It's
my
baliktad again,
commendation. My
No, it's not.
okay. May I just put on record, Mr. President, my commendation to our economic team.
Ganyan. Okay.
Narinig ba tayo?
Yes. Anyway, your 10 minutes is up, Senator Revilla.
Okay, Mr. Okay. I just put on record, Mr. President, my commendation to our economic team in one of the recent articles I read. The Philippines is included in the top 10 best countries to invest in post-COVID. I guess maganda po ang mga economic policies ng ating mga pinatutupad dito. Kaya to our economic managers sa DOF, NEDA, BSP, keep up the good work. Mabuhay po kayo. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your.
Senator Grace Poe. Senator Poe, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. My first question would be to the DOTR, Secretary Tugado. Good afternoon to our resource persons. We had our first online virtual hearing last week on the transportation sector, and the safety protocols were discussed during that time. My question is,
Yan, okay, pero pag balik.
is Secretary Tugado online?
Yes, Madam Senator, I'm online.
Hello. Sana nasa mabuti kayong kalagayan, Secretary. Yung ating bang mga PUV operators, yung mga organisasyon nila, ay nakausap na ninyo para maghanda sa rarating na pagbukas ng transportasyon sa ating bansa. Kasi may mga sinasabi yung LTFRB at ang DOTR rin ng mga social distancing protocols, disinfecting, mga e-payments, mga ganon. So meron na bang commitment from them? At alam na ba nila?
Opo, Madam Senator, nakapag-usap na po kami sa mga stakeholders na kung saan inihatag po namin ang mga patakaran at panuntunan na aming ginagabayan ng Department of Health at IATF. Nandito po yung social distancing, nandito po yung wear mask, nandito po yung disinfectant and sanitation. Ito po yung mga bagay-bagay na sa maraming panahon, aming ilinahatag ko sa kanila.
Okay, salamat po. Pero yung kasing pag-maintain ng distancing, katulad yan sa mga MRT, LRT, na 30% lang. Ang tinanong ko nung nakaraang hearing, magkakaroon ng kumpul-kumpul ng mga tao sa labas na naghihintay ng kanilang sakay. Hindi maiiwasan talaga yon. So anong pwedeng gawin ng DOTR para habang naghihintay naman sila ay hindi sila dikit-dikit? Kasi yun talaga yung magiging bottleneck pag hindi natin to nabantayan. May mga sapat ba kayong mga tao na magbabantay sa kanila sa labas?
Nakakagandang katanungan po yan, Madam Senator. Pinaplano ho namin, in fact, kung mapupunta ho kayo sa mga istasyon ng MRT3, LRT2, pati na yung PNR, markado na po kung paano yung social distancing sa upuan, sa pagtayo. Markado na po yung papasok sa tren. Markado na rin po yung lugar na kung saan bibili ka ng ticket at pinag-uusapan po namin yung pagmarka habang nag-aantay ka sa labas, papasok, bumili ng ticket. Sabihin ko na rin ho, yung pagpapangasiwa at pag-observe ng mga patakaran, panuntunan ng Department of Health ay IATF. Kasama po namin dyan yung mga security forces embedded sa amin, yung PNP, yung DILG, at mag-create po kami ng tinatawag na transportation marshals. Sila po ang magtataguyod at magpapakita at bayanan kung ano yung social distancing. Sila po yung mag-enforce ng pag-wear ng mask. Sila po at magsusubaybay at sisiguraduhin yung tinatawag na disinfection and sanitation processes. Yun po, Madam Senator.
Po yan, Secretary, yung transportation marshals. Talagang kailangan natin ng additional manpower. I'm glad that
Ma'am, sabihin ko na rin po, maski sa escalator at sa elevator ng MRT, namarka na ho namin yung social distancing. Pati na ho yung pagpila at pagpasok na markado na po. Nang sa ganon, kung pahihintulutan ho tayong gamitin ang ating mga facilities na ito, nakakasado at kasado na ho yung mga panuntunan na ito. Madam Senator.
Wag din po natin kakaligtaan, hindi lamang dun sa vicinity ng terminal. Minsan po kasi sa haba ng pila ay umiikot po sa mga bloke. So siguro tignan muna natin yung initial implementation kasi they might actually spill over to other roads. So dun din dapat bantayan ng ating transportation.
Madam Senator, kaya nga po, Madam Senator, doon sa MRT, halimbawa, meron kaming programang tinatawag na bus augmentation system. Ang una hong purpose ko nito ay maibsan yung pila sa pag-antay sa MRT o sa mga release ng at magamit na yung bus augmentation na ito. Rahilo, kung papahintulutan mamaya, kung may panahon, i-explain ho namin yung bus augmentation sa yung dedicated lane na kung saan na plano ho, nagkaroon ng simulation na testing ho yan at umpisahan ho namin yan na walang sakay, walang pasahero para nang sa ganon makita namin yung epekto sa pila, yung pagtakbo ng sasakyan in relation to MRT treatment.
Sir, next question. Maganda po, I see the direction that you're going. Next one will be, when do you think public transport will actually open? Kasi sa ngayon po, ang nagiging problema, GCQ, some companies require employees to go to work. But then they don't have the means to go to work in terms of transportation. So magkadugtong po itong tanong. Yung una, kailan mag-resume ang public transport? Pangalawa, sa ngayon na wala pa, nakaarkila na ba kayo ng mga shuttles para magdala sa mga tao sa certain point para makapasok sila sa trabaho?
Una po, sa inyong katanungan, kailangan magsisimula yung public transport. Yung decision po na yan ay nakaatang sa IATF. Ngayon ho, ang sinasabi nila, wala po munang public transportation. Baka kasi ho, yung epekto niyan sa social distancing, yung epekto niyan sa health, yung epekto niyan sa security, ay kanilang binibigyan ng pansin. Pangalawa ho, yung tinatawag na provision of shuttle. Mamaya ho, kung ipapahintulot ng pagkakataon na aming i-Africa, meron ho kami mga tinatawag na isang dedicated lane sa EDSA na kung saan meron ho mga sasakyan limited sa, I cannot remember the exact number now, mga 500 na tatakbo yan ng circumferential route. Pangatlo ho, yung katanungan sa shuttle. Una ho, nasabi na ho ng IATF na yung mga government offices po ay magkakaroon ng kanilang mga shuttle or similar services sa kanilang mga kawani. Sabihin ko na rin ho, ay yung DOTR na buhat samot-sapol, meron hong shuttle service yan sa aming mga empleyado. Kaya nandun na rin ho yung patakaran ng IATF na kung saan sinabi yung binuksan ng mga manufacturing company ay magbigay ho ng provision para magkaroon ng shuttle services or similar services sa kanilang mga tauhan.
Mr. Secretary, can you please, can the good secretary please submit to our committee all of the ones that you've laid out? Itong mga gusto mong ipakita sana sa amin, yung mga sa transportation, mga shuttle service, pati yung sa mga LGU, para we can review it and we have more time to do that. Thank you, sir. Next question po. Pagbukas ng transportation, ano yung safety protocols sa mga tricycles? Magiging limited ba ito sa one passenger pero papayagan pa rin? Paano po yun?
Meron po tayong tinatawag na hierarchy of transport facilities. Dahil nga sa kapasidad, of course, ang pinakamalaking transport facility dyan dahil sa kapasidad ay yung tren. But kadagdagan sa tren, meron ho yung tinatawag na bus, meron ho tayong organized jeepney, doon ho yung tinatawag natin na taxi, grab services, etc. etc. Nandoon na rin ho yung tinatawag natin na tricycle, na kung saan sa tricycle, one driver, one passenger po, yung limited capacity regulation niya. Meron po kaming sinumite na sa bus, yung limited capacity niya, mga 50% max. Meron ho yung capacity ho ng modernized jeepney, ang capacity ho niya hanggang 20-30%. Meron hong mga
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, if I may interrupt, in our last hearing, they were able to discuss that. So my next question now will go to the support for our public utility vehicle drivers. Sa last report po ng LTFRB, parang 50% pa lang or 45% ang nabibigyan. 2 buwan na po itong quarantine na ito. Dun sa 90+ thousand ng mga drivers, nasa 45,000 ang mga nabigyan. Pero actually, in reality, there are about 300,000 plus drivers names that were submitted, but the DSWD whittled it down to 90,000 plus. Can you tell me, sir, when you will be able to finish the distribution of the SAP packages for these drivers? And if you are intending to actually add, because if you are reducing ridership for these public utility vehicles, particularly the jeepneys, obviously they'll have to be able to augment their income. Sir, your comments, please.
Tama po kayo sa observasyon na yan, Madam Senator. Sabihin ko lang po, iwanagin ko at ilagay ko sa tamang pananaw yung tinatawag na social amelioration program ng gobyerno. Ang nagbabayad po niya ay hindi po sa mga driver, ay hindi po yung kagawaran ng transportasyon, ang nagbabayad po niya ay DSWD. Ano po ang naging bahagi ng kagawaran ng transportasyon niya? Kami ho ay nagbigay ng listahan ng mga accredited drivers based on existing records with the Department of Transportation, more specifically LTFRB. Sinumito ho namin yung listahan na to, and on the basis of that listahan, upon further clarification and refinements by the Department of Social Welfare and Administration, sila po ang nangangasiwa at nagbabayad direktamente sa mga super, mga drivers in relation to the social amelioration program. Yung pangalawang punto ng inyong katanungan, Madam Senator, na parang tinatanong ano yung mga support mechanism na pwede naman natin inaan sa mga bus at jeepney operators. Meron ho kaming sinumite na tinatawag na economic stimulus package sa IATF, na kung saan sinabi ho namin kung pwedeng bigyan ng fuel subsidy yung mga bus operators equivalent to 30%, if I'm not mistaken, of their daily fuel consumption. Patulungan ho.
Sir,
yung bus
Secretary, if I may interrupt, we already had this in our last hearing, which you didn't attend. We know about the fuel subsidy, but my question is the remaining qualified drivers who are supposed to receive support or Pantawid Pasada, I forget the name. This is separate from the SAP program, if I may clarify, from the LTFRB. Would you be able to tell me your timeline?
Parang tapos na ho yata yun. Kasi ang Pantawid Pasada, ang bayad ho namin dyan para nung nakarang taon is 5,000. Umabot ng 20,000, I'm not sure the number. Nabayad na po yun.
Iba pa po to eh. Ito yung 90,000 drivers na dapat makatanggap sa krisis na ito. Ito yung sinasabi ni Chairman Delgra na 45,000 or a little bit more ang nakatanggap pa lang. Yun po yung tinatanong ko, yung natitira dun sa 90,000. Anyway, I just want to bring this up and maybe you can send us your response when they will actually complete the distribution to these other drivers? Because I need to go to my next question. Marami na pong, ito pa
We will
pong,
comply, Madam Senator.
okay. Ito pong mga sa airline, nung huling committee hearing namin, sinasabi ng mga airline na sinusundan nila yung international standards for safety. Wala pa naman nilalabas ang DOTR. Pero dahil sa pag-uusap natin ngayon, narinig ko yung kay Secretary Berna, which I would like to commend also the good Secretary of Tourism for laying out her plans that number one, they will coordinate, are they that they will require one seat apart? Have they coordinated with the airlines regarding that? Because the airline said that they can only sustain a 70% capacity. It will be difficult to be less than that. So will they guarantee one seat apart? Number two, for the airlines also, they were asking for some sort of support from the government, not a direct bailout, but maybe on when it comes to certain fees like licenses. I know that DOT, the Department of Tourism, already mentioned that when it comes to other small operators, they're waiving fees and even delayed payments for SSS, etc. I was wondering if the DOTR has any sort of program like this when it comes to transportation.
Yes, ma'am. Meron po niyan. In fact, una ho, yung programa ho namin sa mga airline companies, nagkaroon ho kami ng moratorium dun sa pagbayad nila ng take-off and landing. Doon ho sa mga concessionaires, nagkaroon ho ng 1 year ho yan na binigay na moratorium ho yun. Doon sa mga concessionaire ho, dalawang parte yan. Meron ho kaming waiver of rental, meron pa rin ho kami ng deferment of rental payment. Tuluyan po ang aming pakikipag-ugnayan sa mga airline company na kung saan gumagawa ho kami ng programa, pakikipagtulungan sa bawat isa. Napag-usapan din ho namin na kung saan pinag-uusapan ho kung paano yung configuration ng mga paliparan, yung mga aircraft. Kung meron ho sa gitna, meron sa kaliwa, meron sa kanan. Nag-uusap po kami dyan. Pag-usapan din ho namin na marahil baka hindi na ho pwedeng alisin yung nasa gitna kasi yung mekanismo, yung virus control na ginagamit ng mga airline company ay sobrang lakas na talagang kung anumang mikrobyong iyon mo sa loob ng pag mawawala. Ito hindi lang ho pinag-uusapan lokal yan. Pinag-uusapan ho international yan. Ang isa hong international organization na nangangasiwa na ko-control sa mga ganito, yung tinatawag hong ICAO, kung saan tinitignan po nila kung paano yung seat alignment, meron ba o wala. In fact, sinasabi na lang po nila na kung face mask na lang ang gagamitin, yung gagamitin na kubyertos, baka disposable lahat yan. Tinitignan din ho yung paraan na kung saan pati na yung pagsisilbi ng pagkain, wala na ho pack lunch o pack meals na lang. Na po yan tinitignan ng lokal ng organisasyon in relation to sa mga pag-uusap na ginagawa sa international, more specifically yung tinatawag ko natin ICAO, Madam Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Bago po ako magtapos sa inyo, no, na meron po akong gustong basahin. Ito po ay hindi sa pamimintas, kundi para lamang malaman natin kung anong dapat pa nating punuan. Meron po nagpadala nitong narrative na to na liham sa akin. Dumating siya May 11 sa LAX to Manila. Pagdating niya, nag-temperature check siya. LAX muna. So, papunta doon, papunta dito, nag-temperature check siya. Papunta sa airplane. Ngayon, pagdating dito sa Pilipinas, the Coast Guard had taken over NAIA and oversaw the COVID safety and testing process. However, they did not maintain any semblance of control or adhere to any safety guidelines. Appropriate seat spacing was provided to maintain the required social distancing, but no one adhered to it. And the Coast Guard, DOTR, or NAIA staff did not enforce it. I had to constantly remind the Coast Guard to do their jobs and maintain some order, but they didn't. On one of the forms, the affidavit for quarantine required all passengers to fill out your choice of quarantine accommodation. Since we were the very first to go through this process, they allowed everyone, OFWs and even tourists, the option to stay for free at a government quarantine site or a government accredited hotel. They said they did not provide a list but they did not provide a list of accommodations or any instructions, so no one knew how to fill out that information. So walang listahan kung saan pwede. There was no information on transportation either. Everything was done ad hoc, and there was so much confusion how to get to the quarantine site or the hotel. There was no alignment with the Coast Guard, the DOTR, and NAIA. I would get different answers from everyone. And then they did a very quick swab test. I went through immigration, picked up my bags, went through baggage, etc., etc. The DOTR had directed me to go to base 17. Then I waited there for another 45 minutes. I finally went to a Coast Guard officer and asked if he knew anything about hotel pickups. He took my information and brought me back into the airport. There, he directed me to another DOTR representative. Her name is, and I will not mention it anymore, but I can give you the name. Although I didn't get the last name, but she was the rudest, most unhelpful person there and should not be working for the Department of Tourism or the DOTR. I guess I'm sorry, I think this is all DOT. But I know that it's also in coordination with DOTR. She told me that I had no business going out of the airport. I explained to her that it was her staff that directed me there. So going forward, everyone was frustrated. And then dumating sila sa hotel, walang nagko-coordinate sa kanila doon. They can go in and out as they please. The hotel staff did not have the authority to stop them. And then they were told that they had to wait for their swab test to come in. But then it took how many days for it to come in? And finally, when it did come in, there were no protocols on how they were going to get home. So they said, bawal kayo sunduin ang mga sasakyan nyo, ihahatid kayo isa-isa. Pero ang nangyari, hindi pa rin sila nahatid. Kaya nagpasundo rin naman sila. So gusto ko lang malaman, DOTR, DOT, at saka kung meron dito sa IATF, I suppose. Ano ba talaga yung nangyayari ngayon? We are receiving about 400 passengers coming in apparently through the airports in NAIA. Ganito ba ang nangyayari pag dumadating sila? Walang matanong na isang tao, hindi alam kung saan pupunta. Pwede silang lumabas ng quarantine hotel o kung nasaan man sila. Nangyari yan sa mga ibang estudyante na umuwi. Palibhasa may kayang mga magulang, basta na lang pinatest yung mga bata ng rapid test tapos umalis sila kagad ng airport, ng hotel. Can you please answer the questions, either DOT, DOTR?
Yes, and your 10 minutes is up, Senator Poe. You may answer, Secretary Dugante and Secretary Bern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me start reacting to the questions being propounded on the basis of the letter. Hindi ko titignan yung pagpresenta ng narration kayo na bilang isang pamaraan para magkas ng aspection sa kagawaran o sa mga ahensya ng gobyerno. Ino-consider ko itong pag-raise ng narrative na ito na isang eye-opener para matignan at maripaso namin yung tinatawag na process flow na nangyayari po ngayon. Pangalaw ho, yung huling katanungan nyo ho, na sinabi nyo, ito ba ang yung regular na nangyayari sa paliparan? Hindi po. I would like to consider that as an isolated case, but be that as it may, isolated as it may appear. We will consider that narrative, and I hope you can give it to me as manifested, Madam Senator, so that we can look exactly at the situation on how we can improve processes if at all. Pangatlo ho, niliwanagin ko lang ho, yung pagdating ho ng pasahero na sasakay para mag-immigration, mag-parantina, pumunta ho sa hotel at nasa pasilidad ng tinatawag na quarantine facility. Madam Senator, hindi po yan nakaatang sa balikat ng lahat po yan sa Department of Transportation. Dito ho, ang nangyayari ho ito, yung interagency, working dependent on what is done on the arriving passenger. Pagdating ho sa immigration, sa Bureau of Quarantine, pagdating ho sa testing, Department of Health po yan, pag-asikaso ho sa OWA, kung saan hotel ilagay yan, kung saan ilalagay yan, OWA po yun, yung mag-aasikaso nun. Kami ho, wala ho akong planong mabugas. In fact, I insisted several meetings ago with ILTF that we review the process because like you, Madam, we are also in receipt of some questions like this and which we are considering. Nag-aalis po kami ng mga parte sa process flow para mapabilis. Tinitignan ho namin yung sa process flow para maging more efficient. Tinitignan ho namin sa process flow para madali hong magturo kung sino ho yung responsable sa isang pangyayari. At higit sa lahat, i-review namin yung process flow para magkaroon ng timeline kung ilang araw dapat yung returning resident, yung overseas worker, paglapag at pagpasok sa airport hanggang makalabas ho ng tinatawag na quarantine facilities.
Okay, thank you, Secretary. Actually, I know my time's up, Mr. President. But just to recap, I would like the Secretary to please submit the plan for the shuttle service, as you mentioned, and we commend you for that. I would also like to remind the Secretary, of course, this is an IATF issue as a whole when it comes to arriving passengers and the protocol set after that. But maybe a proactive airport management with your reminder to them would be able to coordinate and actually put the right people stationed so that passengers will know what to do. And that's all, Mr. President. I will be ready with my next round of questions.
Reaction from
after.
Senator Drilon. Senator Drilon is seeking the floor.
Yes, may we please remind our resource persons to keep your answers as brief as you can. Do not give us the history of the clock when you are asked what time it is. Because we have, we have a lot of topics to cover, and if we can have it very in a brief answer, and if you need to elaborate, you can just submit electronically the more lengthy explanation, only for the sake of time, Mr. President. That's my request.
All right, thank you. We remind our resource persons.
Thank you, Senator Drilon.
Senator Amy Marcos is recognized. You have 10 minutes. Senator Amy Marcos, you're muted.
Thank you very much, Apo Presidente. And si Secretary Galvez lang po, point of information lamang. Kasama po ba sa IATF yung tinatawag nating DICT? Kasama po ba si Secretary Onasam dyan?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Kasi hindi po namin nakikita ang DICT. Samantalang sa kabila ng kawalan ng ating IT, yan ang tanging naasahan na solusyon sa iba't ibang bagay sa contact tracing. Alam po naman natin na hindi naman mga empleyado ang kailangan dyan, kundi digital app para sa contact tracing. Inaasahan sa school opening sa Agosto, yung ating Wi-Fi din at yung yung DepEd Commons na puro IT rin. Inaasahan namin ni Senator Angara yung e-jobs at yung gig economy para mag-rev up tayo. Paano yan? Wala naman kami nakikitang digital infrastructure investment.
Ma'am, in fairness, meron na po tayong multi-system apps sa contact tracing. Ginagamit natin po yung Stay Safe. At yan po ay kasama po ng ng DICT at saka po ng National Security Advisor.
Sabi kasi Yes, sabi kasi ni Secretary Chua na yung pinakamalaking nga nating IT project, yung National ID. Pagkatapos ang init-init natin ang usapin tungkol sa third telco. Pero hindi naman umiigi yung ating Wi-Fi. Eh ngayon na na-COVID, talagang very dependent tayo sa Wi-Fi.
Ma'am, yung ano po, every IITF meeting po namin, ma'am, kasama po lagi yung ICT. In fact, itong ating WebEx at saka po yung lahat ng ginagawa po namin communication. So, at saka yung tinatawag natin na yung mga flowcharts at saka yung tinatawag na dashboards ay kasama po sila po doon. Kasama po sila ng NEDA doon po sa paggagawa ng tinatawag natin ng mga communication ng database. Kasi importante po kasi, ma'am, yung
Wala pa kasi yeah, with all due respect po, Secretary, wala pa kasi kami naririnig tungkol sa digital infrastructure. At siguro kung maaari, magbigay na lang ng executive summary ang ating DICT kasama ng IATF. I would like to pose another question sa ating Secretary of Finance o di kaya kay Apo Carl Chua o di kaya sa dati nating suki na Secretary Jokno. At eto sana ang tanong ko at ito ay may kinalaman sa timeline po. Kasunod ng sinabi ni Senator Recto, alam natin dun sa memo ni Presidente, 304 billion has been spent in the last 1.5 months. Ang susunod na recovery period na tinakda sa ating plano, June to December. 7 buwan yon. 7 months, ano? Pero ang pera na inilalaan ng ating national government, kakarampot lamang, nasa 130 billion, 173 billion ang nasabi for the recovery phase na 7 months. Will the proposed amount be enough to make sure that the previous stimulus, yun nga, yung Bayanihan Act, is going to be sufficient? Ang aking kinatatakutan, yung second tranche isn't anywhere near big enough, and the economy will not be started and full employment will not be recovered, thus making both first and second tranches go to waste. Alam po natin hanggang Econ 101 lang po tayo, pero nabasa natin kay Keynes, they weren't spending enough in the 1930s, kay Bernanke, ganun din, puro big business naman ang nakinabang. Sa palagay po ninyo, sapat ba sa 7 buwan ang maliit na amount na sinasabi na 130 billion?
Mr. Senator, first of all, you have to realize that the 130 billion that we are proposing is a part of the stimulus program. We have the rest of our budget still we are going to spend. So it is not only 130 billion. Our total budget is 4.1 trillion pesos. And let's say we've spent about 25, maybe 30% in the first 4 months. So we still have the rest of that budget to spend for the rest of the year. So it is totally sufficient for our return. Now we are proposing of the 130 billion, we are proposing that 70 billion of that be put as capital for the GFIs, 50 billion for Land Bank and DBP together, and another 20 billion for Philippine Guarantee. Now, the effect of that 70 billion will probably be to support loans of over 800 billion pesos. Because every peso you give as capital to a bank, they have a multiplier effect of about 8.5 times, and the multiplier effect of a guarantee is probably close to 20 times. So maybe we'll just average 12 times. So that will be around 800 billion pesos worth of activity. That is the best use of our funds at this point in time.
Eh sa praktikal lang po, wala naman nagpapautang na bangko kundi sa may pera. So paano naman po yung mahihirap na wala naman access, alam po natin, pati si Presidente galit na galit sa land bank noon, sa SONA, na magtiklop na sila kasi hindi naman nila tinutulungan ng magsasaka. So baka hindi rin umabot yung sinasabi natin na 600 plus billion, 673 billion yata, nakatakda para sa recovery. Paano po aabot yan sa mga bukirin at kasuluk-sulukan ng kapulungan?
Well, we are going to be using Land Bank and DBP essentially as wholesale banks. And we are going to require them to act as the rediscounting agents for the small and medium-sized banks and microfinance organizations. That is the most efficient way of getting the money out to the countryside to revive the economy.
Yes, so we look forward to that po. During Masagana 99 in the 70s, there was a very effective use of commercial banks, rural banks, and even cooperative banks. And I believe that scheme would truly work. However, perhaps we could consider enlarging the national government stake, even in that regard. Second question po.
Ma'am, before we go ahead,
Yes.
you mentioned Masagana 99.
Opo.
The Secretary of Agriculture that cleaned up the mess of Masagana 99 that was left by Masagana 99. There were about 800 rural banks that were bankrupted by that program, and we had to rescue them. So whether it was a total success or not has to be measured against
Well,
that.
the success po perhaps was not in banking, it was certainly in rice exportation. So,
No, we
palagay
never
ko,
exported rice. We never exported rice, ma'am.
I prefer to stick to the finance data for now po, but in the
Thank you.
meantime, iba po yung ating data, tsaka na lang po tayo mag-diskusyon. Pero certainly, we are concerned that this will not reach the poorest of the poor, the most vulnerable, at ang pinakamahihirap. Ikalawa na,
No, I'm sorry, ma'am. Our
Yes, po.
first part of our program, we've spent 256 billion pesos, and I'm certain that reached the poorest of the poor. Our program through DSWD and through SSS reached the informal sector, 18 million families at least, plus 3.4 million employees of the small and medium enterprises. Now, we assume that starting in June, that we will begin opening the economy, and that people will start again working and earning money, and that the economy will start picking up by the second half of this year.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, but we cannot assume that the economy will go right back to normal po. So yung 173 na ipaparte-parte sa 7 months, mukhang payat.
I told you, ma'am, 173 is probably worth close to 800 billion pesos.
800 billion. Yes, I heard that po. The other question is global demand is down. Everyone's in the same situation. But the Philippine peso is in great shape, very robust, very strong. And Governor Docno is here po. And with good financial management, we have 84 billion more or less in dollar reserves. And I've heard Secretary Dominguez say that
89 billion, ma'am.
89 billion. Now that's even better. So
US dollars.
we have reduced the reserve ceiling, as I understand it, and I would like to inquire, given the global economic climate, how far can we reduce that same reserve, especially since we're an import economy, and given that we have very well safeguarded the shocks to our economy.
Thank you. I will defer to
doing well.
I will defer to Governor Jokno on that matter.
Yes, Governor Jokno, please.
Okay.
Naririnig po ninyo ako?
Yeah, good evening, Senator Marcos. Yes, our gross international reserves right now is 89 billion US dollars. And our forecast is that by the end of the year, it will be as high as 93 billion dollars, right? So hindi po naman namin minamanage yung gross international reserves. Talagang pumapasok po yung pera. And then, so we are very comfortable. So
Yes, nabasa po namin na maganda yung remittances.
yung remittance po, our forecast this year, unless change is decreased from 3% growth to 2% growth. We're still forecasting a growth of our overseas Filipino remittances, but we are closely monitoring the development. So, but last year we took in something like 33 billion last year. So plus, I think whatever we'll lose in the overseas Filipino remittances, we can make that with the BPO income. Because I think as a result of the pandemic, that sector will be robust, will be stronger this time.
Yes,
So-
napalitaan na namin na na-reduce na nga yung reserve. So how far can we go? Because we keep hearing of Singapore and other countries eating into the reserves in these dire times.
That is false news, ma'am. Hindi po na-reduce yung reserve. Mataas po ang reserve natin.
Ceiling?
Mataas po.
Ano yung na-press release na yung reserve ceiling e binababa natin?
Yung pong reserve requirement. But we
Yung
deliver.
reserve requirements natin, di ba reduce na po natin?
Yes, that's good news for the
Kaya
bank. So for every 1 percentage point reduction in the reserve requirement, we release to the systems something like 90 to 100 billion pesos. That will increase liquidity. In fact, when I started as governor, the reserve requirement was 18%. Ngayon, down to 12% na po. We have reduced it by 6 percentage point or 600 basis points. So that's easily 600 billion we released into the system. That's good news po.
Right. Opo, I know that it's good news. Kaya would it be possible to continue taking from that fund in the reserves and in fact create a real stimulus?
Well, yung pong 200, we did that this year. Ngayon lang.
Yes, that's right. Oo. Pwede bang ituloy-tuloy yun? Kasi mahaba-haba pang panahon to, hindi naman nababalik ang ekonomiya.
We're trying to pause kasi April lang po namin ginawa and monetary policy works with a lag, no? Hindi po namin nakikita na na-absorb po ng banking community. Napupunta po yung sa government securities. There's so much liquidity right now in the system po. So, hinay-hinay lang po tayo, but I can assure you that if there's a need for additional liquidity, BSP will cut the reserve requirement.
I see. Thank you. So aside from interest, you're prepared to look at the reserves as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you
And
also
in
prepared to
addition-
have a look at 20%? Sorry.
In addition, we would like to, because we would like to help the small and medium scale industries, we adopted a policy that whatever the additional loans to SMSEs will be counted as reserve compliance with the reserve requirement. That's a very strong motivation for banks to lend to small and medium scale industries.
Yes, thank you. And would you be open to looking at a mandatory legislation for the 20% limit of BSP loans to national government that we can increase by another 10%?
You mean the purchase agreement?
Yes, the purchasing
Yes,
agreement.
that is a limit imposed by.
20% imposed by law, would
Yes, ma'am.
it be
Yeah.
useful to increase it by another 10%?
That's very useful. But right now, based on the current law, we can we can enter into a repo arrangement with the with the national government amounting to 540 billion. Hiniram lang po nila ay 300 billion. So meron pang flexibility. to
So hindi pa kailangan.
pa po kailangan. Meron pang additional 240 billion. They can,
Pero pag kinailangan, okay kayo.
kailangan po, in this unprecedented crisis, kailangan din po. We will not hesitate to enter into repo arrangement with the national government.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Governor Jocno. May I go back to Secretary Dominguez? Finally, this ties in with the first point po. If Secretary Dominguez is there or Secretary Chua. Yes, hi, Secretary Dominguez po. This ties in lang with my first point. The issue of collection and revenue sources come up. Don't you think if the stimulus is too small, then necessarily the collection will also diminish? And pag walang stimulus, di syempre walang kokoleksyonan. Tingi rin yung ating kokoleksyon. Yun ang kinatatakutan po natin, magiging self-fulfilling prophecy. So, ano po ang magagawa natin dyan?
Well, at this point in time, we estimate that the stimulus program will be appropriate for the rest of the year. The stimulus program that we have been discussing.
Yes, I think tama po kayo that in terms of robustness, talaga naman robust naman ang Philippine economy. Pero maski ang central bank sinasabi, mag-downgrade na po tayo lahat. Ang buong mundo mag-downgrade, hindi na mabuti yung road to A rating. Okay naman yung triple B. Pero ano naman yung rating kung hindi naman tayo mangungutang? Kaya siguro, ang sasabihin ko, full support po kami sa DOF. Pero kung sana, buksan ninyo ang isipan na mangutang na po tayo para makatulong sa tao.
As I mentioned yesterday to Senator Recto, we have in fact been borrowing at a historic rate. And fortunately, because of our robust credit rating, we have been able to borrow money at lower interest rates than our peers for similar tenors and similar currencies.
Yes, I was given to understand by the NEDA with the documents that they submitted that we are at 3.2% and comfortably can ratchet up to 5.4%. Is that correct? And are you open to that?
What percentage is that, ma'am?
Yeah, yung debt natin. In terms of our debt, we are at 3.2, which is very conservative, and it could ratchet up to 2.2 points higher at 5.4 under 6%. Okay na okay pa raw tayo. Ano sa palagay
Is that what percentage are you talking about? Is that interest rate?
Debt to GDP po.
No, debt to GDP right now, ma'am, at the end of the year was 39.6%.
Yes, somewhere at 40% po.
No, 39.6%, ma'am.
Baka deficit, deficit yung what you mean.
Yung sinasabi ko yung deficit, tama, Sani. Yung deficit natin nasa 3.2, komportable. Pero sabi ng NEDA, okay rin naman, basta under 6%. Are you going to be open to that po?
Ma'am, the latest DBCC figures which we made public is that we are estimating an 8.1% deficit as a percentage of GDP. Not 6%, not 3.4%, ma'am, 8.1%.
I see. And so that's the updated po is 8.1. It gets worse and worse po.
Well, that was updated at, I think, a week ago, on the 12th of May.
All right, but since meron po kayong very successful bond issuance, perhaps you'll be open to further borrowing po, given that it's almost zero interest at this point, para makapagbigay tayo ng tulong na sapat.
Yes, we will borrow as needed, Mrs. Senator.
Okay, thank you very much, Secretary Galvez. 11 days na lang po hanggang katapusan, May 31. Ano po ang mangyayari sa ECQ, GCQ? Sabi ngayon, yung barangay, ang biro dito sa probinsya, barbecue, banana queue ang uuwian. Ano bang mangyayari in 11 days yung transport po ni Grace at iba pang concerns?
Ma'am, it will be dependent on the evaluation po ng technical working group po natin.
Sorry pa?
It will depend on the evaluation of our epidemiologists and also the technical working group that working on the evaluations of our areas. So it will be dependent on their recommendation.
11 days na lang po, hindi alam ng ating mga gobernador, mayor, kapitan kung anong mangyayari. It's only 11 days, we have no announcements yet.
Sa ngayon po, we will announce it most probably mga 5 days or prior to that. Like nang ginawa po natin na supposed to be 16, sa May 11, we already announced. And then continuous evaluation po ito ma'am kasi. Ma'am, ang ano po natin, ang ating transitions from ECQ to MECQ to GCQ to MDCQ is basically is a rolling ano po yan, calibration. Wherein pagka
Secretary, ang problema, hindi sundalo yung ating mga mayor at mga barangay kapitan, hindi ganyan ka-flexible and agile. Nalilito sila doon sa barangay quarantine kung paano daw i-execute yun.
Ma'am, pumupunta naman po kami sa mga areas, even yung sa mga regions. Nakita namin maganda naman po yung ginagawa po nila. And then sa ngayon po kasi bago lang po yung sa ating zoning concept. Even yung nakita pa na po natin may mga models na po tayo katulad po ng Valenzuela City, yung ano po yung Davao and also dito sa Zamboanga tsaka sa dito sa area ng Region 3. Nakikita po natin, alam po ng mga LGUs ang kanilang ginagawa dahil kasi po meron po tayong regional interagency task force at meron din po silang IATF na established noong So sa ngayon po nakita po namin ang palagi ko po nagkakaroon lang po ng sinatawag nating confusion considering na yung tinatawag po natin na yung ibang tinatawag nating mga resolutions ay hindi po nakakababa po doon sa barangay. So that's why ang inano po namin sa aming LGUs na i-cascade nila yung mga ganitong palisiyan natin doon sa mga barangay. That's why ang ano po natin, si SILG naman po, lagi na po gumagawa ng memorandum.
Yes. Secretary, hingi na lang kami ng abiso, Secretary, sapagkat minsan nagko-kontra yung mga national government, yung sa local government, nahihilo po ang tao. Marami pa akong tanong, Apo Presidente, tungkol sa OFW, sa DOLE at iba pa, pero alam ko maraming nakapila. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat po, Madam.
Thank you, Senator Amy Marcos. Next is Senator Bongo. Senator Bongo, you have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Before I ask my questions, let me commend the dedication with which the IATF and the National Task Force over the last few months to ensure that the government's fight against the global pandemic remains informed by careful assessment and sound evidence in this crucial part of the battle, where all our decisions must be made on the basis of hard facts and intelligent analysis. Kahit walang katapusang debate po sila, we thank you for tireless efforts to lead and enlighten the fight against COVID-19. As chair of the Committee on Health, nananawagan po ako wag muna tayo maging kampante dahil habang sinusubukan nating matigil ang first wave, mas mahirapan po tayo kung magkaroon pa ng second wave ang pagkalat ng sakit na ito. We have limited resources and we have used most of this for the social amelioration program. Mababa rin po ang panahong ito ang ating tax collection dahil sa quarantine restrictions. Nevertheless, we have to be prepared in case magkaroon ng second wave of outbreak, and we have also to have a standby funds to purchase the vaccine. Dahil siguradong mag-uuna yan in case it will be available. Kaya magtulungan po tayo, bayanihan, kung ano pong gagawin natin sa mga susunod na araw, kung paano tayo magtulungan ang sambayanan upang maiwasan ang pagkalat nitong sakit na ito, kung paano natin successfully ma-implementa ang mga patakaran base sa payo ng mga eksperto at ng ating mga opisyal, ito rin po ang tanging makapagsasabi kung kailan talaga tayo makapagbalik muli sa normal na pamumuhay at tuluyang matapos ang krisis na dulot ng COVID-19. Anyway, please allow me to propound some questions to the Department of Health, Secretary Duque. There are reports po some hospitals allegedly refuse patients to be admitted and provided emergency care. Tulad po nangyari nung una sa Nueva Ecija, meron rin po nangyari dyan sa Manila, sa Caloocan, dyan sa Rizal Medical Center. Marami po pong ibang cases, hindi ko na lang po babanggitin isa-isa. Republic Act number 10932 states that in emergency or serious cases, it shall be unlawful to refuse to administer medical treatment. Republic Act 10932 allows the transfer of patient only after the necessary emergency treatment and support have been given to stabilize the patient. Secretary Duque, has the DOH investigated these cases? What is the status of the investigation? Paano po natin mapapanagot ang mga hospital na tinanggihan ng mga magbigay po ng paunang lunas sa mga pasyente? Anong hakbang na po ang ginawa ninyo para maiwasan ang pagtanggi ng mga hospital at maiwasan pong merong mamatay dahil hindi nabigyan ng paunang lunas o emergency care?
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Senador. Talaga pong mali at masama po itong ginawa ng mga ospital. Mandato po nila yan sa ilalim ng batas at ang mga doktor din, kung sila man po ang nangangasiwa ng mga ospital, na dapat po ito ay kanilang tinutugunan at pinangangalagaan. Ang DOH po ay kaagaran na po pong pinaimbestiga itong mga ospital at nagpadala po ng show cause order at para ipaliwanag sa loob ng 6 na ospital na andito po sa akin ngayon, ang North Caloocan Doctors Hospital, ang Commonwealth Hospital and Medical Center, FEU Nicanor Reyes Medical Foundation, ang Bermudez Polymedic Hospital, ang Skyline Hospital and Medical Center, at ang Grace General Hospital. Ngayon, ito pong 6 na ospital na nabanggit, ay 3 lang po ang hospital na nakapagpadala ng kanilang letters of explanation. Pero hindi po tayo titigil hanggat sa yung mga 3 pang ibang ospital ay talagang mapasagot natin, at kung hindi, ay kakasuhan na po ng ating pong Health Facilities Oversight Board na bukas po ay magkukonvene sila May 21 para alamin kung ito ba ay nararapat na sampan ng criminal case in the appropriate courts or file an administrative sanctions against these hospitals. So, ginagawa po ng inyong DOH ang lahat po ng kanyang sa lahat po ng kanyang kakayahan sa ilalim po ng batas na panagutin ito pong mga ospital na ito, at hindi po natin kukonsintihin ang mga ganitong sistema na nakakawawa po ang ating mga pasyente. Hirap na nga. Tapos ang mangyayari pa ay lalo pang makakawawa at nadidihado naman po masyado.
Bilang committee chair po sa health, no, at oversight dyan sa PhilHealth, maaari bang makansela yung accreditation nila kung sakaling mapapatunayang meron silang nilabag sa batas?
Pwede po yan. Nasa loob naman po ng kapangyarihan ng PhilHealth yan bilang isang quasi-judicial body, at amin pong ipinaabot na itong mga reklamong ito. In fact, pati yung mga doktor na involved dito ay pwede rin po silang kasuhan sa Professional Regulations Commission. So lahat po ay gagawin natin para talagang mapanagot ang mga ospital na ito, at ang maliban po sa administrative penalty, meron pagka sila po ay paulit-ulit na lumalabag po sa ating mga batas, ay meron pong established policy yung mga ospital at clinic, or upon destruction of the management, the health facilities license to operate will be revoked. So yung po yung sinasabi niya, pwede po i-revoke yan ng atin na Health Regulatory Facilities Bureau at saka ng PhilHealth.
Salamat, Secretary Duque. Para naman po sa IATF, sa DOLE, sa DOTR, Secretary Galvez also, the IATF required all arriving overseas Filipino workers to undergo a mandatory 14-day quarantine and subject to testing for COVID-19. I have received reports for the past weeks. Most of our repatriated OFWs are stuck in quarantine facilities beyond the mandatory quarantine period because of the delay in the release of test results. May I know the number of repatriated OFWs? How many are currently in quarantine facilities? At ano po ang cost ng backlogs at paano natin ginagawan po ito ng solusyon sa ngayon?
Your Honor, Mr. Senator, Mr. President, as of this moment, sir, to date, we have more or less 30,890 OFWs that already arrived since January. And then out of these 11,030 already been sent home. And then in Manila, we have now a total of 19,870 remaining to date. Sir, ang delay po natin ay nakita po natin na considering that the Red Cross is the one catering both the LGUs and also some of the backlogs ng ating testing facilities, meron po tayong nangyari po na nagkaroon po kasi ang RITM ng tinatawag po natin na infection. So more or less 40 of the staff ay talaga po so nangyari po natigil po yung RITM for almost a week. Ang sumahod po ng lahat ng mga backlogs po ay yung ating pong Philippine National Red Cross. So yung po ang nangyari na nagkaroon po yung turnaround ay umagal dahil kasi because of the system, bago lang po ka-accredit ng Red Cross, ay nagkaroon po kaagad ng marami pong tinatawag nating load. At saka yung ano po natin kasi po nakikita po natin na talaga pong kailangan po natin i-test dahil po ang ano po natin ay natatakot po ang ating mga LGU na pagbalik po yung magiging second wave para sa nakikita natin. Kasi sa ngayon po, 27,900 po ang na-test na po natin ngayon. Out of that number, 515 po ang nag-tested positive. So ito po kasi
400 lang po ang limit kada araw na makakapasok sa ating bansa. I also receive reports that some already have certification of negative test results but cannot return yet to their respective provinces because of the delays in assistance by the OWA and Marina. Ilan na po ang na-test sa kanila? How many have negative results? Doon naman po sa nag-negative, ilan na po ang nakauwi sa kanilang mga probinsya? Can you also confirm that there are still OFWs in distress abroad but cannot be repatriated yet because we have a maximum limit of people who can enter the country daily to better manage our testing capacity? Maraming gustong umuwi pero hindi pa rin po makauwi dahil sa limitadong testing capacity natin. How are you addressing this? And let me also add, these issues encountered by our OFWs prove that we need a single department dedicated for OFWs to be able to meet their needs. Having said that, I reiterate my call to establish a Department of Overseas Filipinos to protect our OFWs and to better provide efficient and effective delivery services to our OFWs. Sa totoo lang po, ang nasa abroad ngayon, 10.37 million out of population natin presently. It comprises 10% of the overall total Filipinos. So siguro, panahon na po siguro na magkaroon tayo ng isang departamento na nakatutok sa kanila. Kasi ngayon po, kawawa yung mga OFWs. Minsan nananawagan lang po sila sa Facebook, sa radyo. Halos araw-araw po, maraming nananawagan sa atin. Ayan, lalapit sila sa OWA. Ngayon, isang departamento po. Ang OWA is under DOLE. POE under DOLE. Marina naman po is under ng DOTR. Commission on Filipino Overseas, that's another agency. International Labor Affairs from DOLE po. Ito namang DFA OMWA is under DFA. So kung meron na silang departamentong isa na lang po ang lalapitan nila, hindi na po sila magsa-shopping at hingi po ng tulong at minsan nananawagan. Lalong-lalo na po sa panahon ng krisis. Kahit saan na lang po sila nananawagan sa Facebook at hindi po natin nabibigyan ng gobyerno ng tamang atensyon na hindi po nila alam saan nila lalapitan. Anyway, pakisagot na lang po yung update po ngayon, no? Kasi sabi mo nga, medyo malaki talaga ang problema natin. Backlog pa tayo sa testing, lalong-lalo na po sa mga paparating pa. At sabi niyo po, may mga parating pa.
Opo.
Paano niyo po ito i-address, yung mga paparating pa?
Mr. Senator, tama po na talagang magkaroon po ng departamento ang OWA. Kasi nakita po namin ang OWA po ay talagang overwhelmed because of this tinatawag na pandemic crisis. Halos 30,000 po kada linggo po ang uwi po sa atin. At mayroon po tayong na-expect na uwi pa na 42,000 this coming May and June. So with this, talagang medyo ito po isang napakalaking challenge po sa atin. Sa ngayon po, kahit na may delay, pinilit pa rin po ng PRC na magkaroon po ng massive testing dito sa ating OFWs at sa kanila pong datos. 27,000 na po ang meron na pong result as of May 20. At ang result po is 27,000 na negative at 515 ang positive. At ang positive po nito ay dinala po natin sa New Clark City. Out of those 27,000, naipauwi na po natin 2,302. At ngayon po ay gumawa na po ng directive si General Resana na at least makapagpaalis po tayo ng 2,000 a day para maibsan po yung paghihirap ng ating OFW. Sa ngayon po, tumatawag rin po ang mga embahada sa UAE at saka sa ibang lugar na meron pong more or less na 4,000 na rin po na naghintay po ng repatriation. And tama po ang sinasabi ng ating mahal na senador na kung meron sanang isang department na talagang nagkakaroon ng tutok dito sa welfare po ng ating OFW ay maganda po. At sa ngayon po, ang ginawa po natin ay nag-create na lang po tayo ng special task group on repatriation na pamumuno po ng ating DOTR, OWA, DOT, PFA, at ang Marina. Sa ngayon po, pipilitin po namin na maayos to within 2 weeks po.
And also to DOLE.
Senator, good afternoon, Senator Bong.
Marami pang reklamong
Senator Bong,
Oh.
Senator, good afternoon po. Dagdag information lang. Senator.
Mali.
Ganito pala. Sorry. Dagdag information lang. Dagdag information lang, Senator Bongo. Alam niyo po, there were about 34,000 OFWs who were repatriated. Out of which, naiiwan na lamang po dito sa atin ay 7,000. Through the efforts of Secretary Galvez, Secretary Tugade, then Admiral Garcia, naipauwi naman natin lahat. Alam natin na nagdaan sila sa medyo mahabang panahon dahil sa mga protocols, Senator, no? Kasi merong 14-day quarantine, after the 14-day quarantine, dadaan sila sa swabbing, after swabbing, dadaan na naman sa Bureau of Quarantine for the certification. Kaya medyo na-delay sa dami po. Pero out of the 34,000 na na-repatriate natin, Senator, ay napauwi na natin 7,000 na lang naiiwan. So anyway, may darating na naman po na from this month up to June, another 42,000 are coming home. At hindi po natin we are not saying na hindi naman napapabayaan, pero lahat naman ng mga OFW natin, aside from yung assistance na binigay nyo po, yung binigay na 1.5 billion and another 1 billion, nabigyan natin ng cash assistance lahat ng mga OFWs who were displaced because of COVID-19. And some of those who were not, although they were not displaced, pero hindi makapagtrabaho, nabigyan pa rin ng tulong. Now, aside from this cash assistance, Senator, binibigyan natin lahat ng mga OFWs na nandun, naka-stranded sa iba't ibang lugar. Binibigyan natin ng pagkain, medisina, and we also will shoulder the repatriation cost, Senator. Yan po ang total information about our OFWs. Thank you, Senator Bong.
Salamat, Secretary. Madali ka raw lapit. Pero mahirap ka raw hanapin. Anyway, marami pang nagtatanggap ng mga OFWs natin. Kinasikaso lang po. Mga empleyado, binigay na po ng preso sa inyo. Yung pondo, no? Para po ng assistance sila. Double time lang po tayo. Bigay ng assistance sa OFW. Salamat rin Tugali. Napakasipag, Secretary. Walang tulog. Secretary Anyo, Secretary Duque. Lahat po ng buyat, lahat po ng mga nasa lahat po kayo, Secretary Dominguez. Kahit na uminit na yung nagawa po rin yan lahat to maintain our Secretary Mejaldea, of course, also. Last question lang po itong sa duplication to DSWD. Ano bang ginagawang hakbang ng DSWD na hindi po ito maulit itong duplikasyon? Kasi balita ko, meron pong mga nakakatanggap ng doble at kinokomment ko po yung mga Pilipino, very honest na binabalik nila yung natatanggap nilang doble. Pero sa tingin ko, panahon na po yung National ID System gaya ng sinabi ni Senator Soto. Dahil hirap po tayo ngayon, ang daming doble, ang dami naman pong hindi pa po nakakatanggap. Sabi nila, minsan nakakatanggap po sa MSME, nakakatanggap po dito sa amelioration, baka makatanggap rin po dun sa mga employees ni Secretary Bello, baka triple na po. Ano bang hakbang na ginagawa ng gobyerno para hindi po ito maulit? At importante mo mapunta talaga dun sa mga mahirap, poorest of the poor. Can we create an online portal containing the list of eligible household beneficiaries of the Social Amelioration Program for purposes of transparency? Para na rin po malaman kung sino ba talaga ang mga qualified at para maiwasan po ang magka-doble-doble po ang natatanggap na subsidy. Dahil kawawa naman po yung mga hindi nakakatanggap hanggang ngayon. Kaya nga po inatasan po ng Pangulo na unahin po yung mga 5 milyong left outs na hindi nakatanggap nung first round, yung first tranche. Yan po ang dapat mauna sa ngayon para wala pong magutom at wala pong magreklamo.
Might as well answer, Secretary Bautista, our request that you place in your website the names of those you have already given the SAP. We requested you to do that. Have you done that also? Isama nyo na sa question ni Senator Go. Go ahead.
Secretary Bautista? Dito ba Secretary Bautista? Wala, no? Kasama ba siya today? Secretary Galvez?
Senator, good sagot ko. Kasi, Senator, tutulungan ko kasi wala si Secretary Bautista. You would like to inform you, Senator, there is a profit, anong tawag dito, data sharing agreement between the SW, DTI, DA, and the Department of Labor para sa ganun ay hindi magkaroon ng duplication, Senator.
Siguraduhin niyan po. Nakakatanggap. Tulong rin po ang Department of Information para dito sa validation po.
Opo, Senator, kasi every time we pay somebody, agad-agad binibigyan namin ang Department of Social Welfare Development ng listahan para sa ganun, hindi na sila mabigyan ulit.
Okay, maraming salamat. Secretary Tugade, baka may sa tanong kanina about dito sa problema natin sa mga OFWs na stranded pa po. Ano pong hakbang na ginagawa ninyo?
Nagko-coordinate po kami ngayon sa IATF kung saan yung mga stranded, pinoprograma po na yung pagdaong nila sa kanilang mga probinsya. Kasama po yung coordination namin sa Philippine Coast Guard, sa PPA, sa Marina. Tinitignan din po namin yung posibilidad na kung maaari po iuwi sila using the aviation sector. Ito po, may target kami. Natapusin namin lahat yung mga stranded. Target po namin to before the end of this month.
Salamat po, sir. Yun lang po. Salamat rin po kay Secretary Bautista, Secretary Lopez, at sa lahat po ng military at kapulisan na tumutulong po ngayon sa ating krisis na hinaharap. Mr. President, nandun lang po yung aking mga tanong. Salamat po.
All right, thank you, Senator Go. And a reminder to our colleagues, as much as possible when you're online, please do not monitor the television or another gadget beside you so that the echo does not come out. We'd like to acknowledge also the presence of Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. And later on, if necessary, or if we could allow, there's a 5-minute presentation by the PSP. If they will ask for it later, we will let the Secretary, Chairman Benjong know later. So in the meantime, it's Senator Richard Gordon, gentleman from Zambales. You have 10 minutes.
Try to be quick, Mr. President. Let me ask anybody among the economic planners of the labor sector particularly. Number one, it would appear that our goal in the economic sector is to bring back our people to work. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. That is the primary.
All right, himayin ko lang. Ito. Mabubukas tayo sa Laguna, yung mga ating mga economic zones. Paano papasok yan kung halimbawa nasa GCQ sila o nasa ECQ sila, paano sila papayagan pumasok? Are you giving them special permits so they can ride special buses? O hindi, di makakaproduce yun, di makakapasok. Hello?
Secretary Bello, respond.
Senator, can I answer your question, Senator? Honorable Senator Rick Gordon, can I address your question?
Yes, I asked the question.
Thank you po. Actually, Your Honor, what we will do is we require the employers to provide the transportation to ferry their workers.
And if they don't have transportation, isn't that a function society that we should provide that it should have pop-up to be able to bring our people.
Excuse me. Senator Gordon, please. Hold on. Can we ask the staff beside you guys or our senators to put off the sound of your monitors? It is causing an echo in the reception. So let the computer or the iPad or whatever gadget the senator is using to be the only one on air.
Mine is the only one, sir.
Yeah, sinasabi ni Senator Gordon that it keeps on having an echo. So go ahead, Senator Gordon.
Wala pong nakabukas dito. Talingin ko lang po, I hope it's not deducted from my time. Kung ang function natin, mapagtrabaho yung mga tao natin, hindi natin pwedeng iasa lamang na yung mga company na may bus, maswerte yun. Kung walang bus, hindi papasok yung tao, hindi makakaproduce. Hindi po ba?
Anong gawin natin? Wala.
Hello? O kung hindi makakapasok, hindi ba pwede yung transportation department mag-provide ng mga buses sa LTFRB at bayaran natin at maghati tayo doon sa mga kumpanya at pagtapos bigyan natin ng oras at bigyan natin ng special permit yung mga magkocross ng lines. Di po ba pwede yun?
Pwede po yun, Your Honor. Pwede po yun.
Kasi po, kanina dito po ang Honda kanina. Yung pabrika nila, iba. Hindi sila makakapasok sa sistema doon. So, kailangan may bus tayo. Permit, no? Mabigay nyo na lang ang pabrika na magbigay sila ng bus na galing sa Batangas para makakapunta na sila doon. Pwede po ba yun?
Your Honor, putol-putol po yung message nyo, Your Honor.
Secretary Bello, well, first of all, we will deduct it from the time. But is there someone beside you with an open iPad or computer or television that's open? Is there someone beside you? Otherwise, we will have to put it off because even during the time of Senator Go, when he was talking to you, yung response ninyo at saka yung sinasabi niya nag-e-echo dahil may dalawang nagmo-monitor sa inyo eh. Secretary Bello, can you please can you hear me now without an echo? Please unmute your computer. Naka-mute po kayo. There you go. Go.
Okay na, Mr. President.
All right, very good. Senator Gordon now.
I hope my time is deducted, Mr. President, because I have a lot of relevant questions. I just need the quick answers. Again, if our job is balik natin ang mga tao sa trabaho, magbubukas tayo sa Laguna Technopark, for example, or Batangas Technopark, may mga tao doon, sabi nyo, mag-provide ng bus. Kung walang bus, dapat mag-provide ang Transportation Department at i-charge doon sa private enterprise o mag-share. Now, pagpasok lang, kailangan natin ng passes. Dahil hindi pwede pumasok ng GCQ doon sa yung ECQ doon sa GCQ. Tama po ba yan?
Tama po yun, Your Honor. I agree with your suggestion that first, it should be the employer who will try to transport their workers. But if the employer cannot afford or cannot do it, then we will make arrangement with the Department of Transportation to provide the transportation, Your Honor.
Kaya believe ako sa iyo eh. Tama yon. Dahil dapat kaya nila yung mga prangkisa at natin ang bayad kung kailangan. Pero para makapagtrabaho na, hindi na natin iintindihin, may trabaho na, makakapasok sa sweldo na po yun at makakadagdag sa ating gross domestic product. Tama po ba yan?
Tama po yun, Your Honor.
Okay po. Sa laki ng problema po natin, halimbawa, estimated economic losses po natin, 5.8% ang GDP losses, tourism sector, $801 million, manufacturing sector, $82.1 billion. Ang dami po, number of workers displaced sa COVID-19 sa pandemic ay umaabot ata ng 2 million. Pagkatapos affected OFWs ay more than 230,000. Tama po ba yun? Tapos lowly, 90,000 OFWs displaced workers. Now we have to address that problem right away. Kaya kailangan, sa lalong madaling panahon, maipasok sila sa mga trabaho. Tama po ba yan?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Okay, kung ganun po, hindi po ba pagka nagkaroon ng bill, magkakaroon ng trabaho ang mga tao?
Tama po, Your Honor. That's why we are requesting the Department of Public Works and the Department of Transportation to start implementing all the contracts for construction, Your Honor.
Ado kay Secretary Dominguez at sinasabi rin ni Senator Go, balik probinsya. Sorry, Sunny, you're my classmate, ulitin ko. Na-approve namin ng both houses yung rich bill. Di ba natin pwedeng pagbigyan yan o gawa natin ng paraan? Nang babuksan natin, halimbawa yung Central Luzon, makakabugay kayo ng mga trabaho doon kaagad. Pag inayos yung mga sa labas ng Clark at saka Subic, yung mga lugar na yan na pwedeng lagyan ng mga pabrika, katulad ng ginawa namin ng Subic, naglagay kami ng Taiwan Zone, kausapin ang Taiwan, kausapin ang Japan, at kausapin ng Amerika. Because ang kapagtaka, ang Amerika po ay bumabalik na sa Indonesia. Ang Japan, binaalis na yung mga pabrika nila sa China. Ang kumukuha ang Indonesia, nakakakuha ng 6.4 billion first quarter. Vietnam, 3.9 billion. Ang FDI ng Pilipinas, first quarter 2020, 1.2 billion. So there's something wrong. Di ba dapat ang DTI at DOF gumawa ng paraan? At para sa gano'n, may trabaho na kagad, gawin na kagad. Yung mga industrial park na pwedeng idagdag, para yung walang trabaho, makakapagtrabaho, either magtayo doon o kaya magtayo ng bahay doon para may trabaho. Tama po ba yan?
In the first place, Mr. Senator, according to the AmCham head in the Philippines, that story about investments from America going to Indonesia is not accurate. That's number one. Number two, we are in the process of reviewing your suggestions, and we have incorporated them in the CREATE bill that we have proposed to the House and the Senate. And this bill will provide a very large stimulus for the economy, starting with a tax cut of 5 percentage points from 30% to 25%. That will be the first big stimulus we have. But again, we will review your suggestion under the RICH bill and let you know as soon as that review is complete. Thank you.
Well, I don't have a copy of the CREATE bill, and I'm not going to argue with this. Now is not the time for this. But if the principle is correct, yung empty land, you can put at least 300 hectares for the beginning, and you can get people who don't have work to do that right away, to do houses there right away, maybe, and make sure that when the industries come in, even from Manila, you can decongest Manila, Balik Provincia, disperse industries in areas like Cebu, Negros, Southern Luzon. I think that will be a stimulus that I'd like to see happen. And I'm sure you'd like to see that happen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, if that's the case, then we will meet each other in the plains of Philippi when you come into the CREATE bill.
Thank you.
All right? Thank you. Now, if the government is going to do what we're saying now, let me just go to the economic situation, to the health situation. Doon po ba sa health natin ngayon? Darating ang mga OFWs. At we have already tested almost 30,000 dito sa Red Cross. Halos na dito binaba. Natatagalan lang ng konti dahil yung encode, kawawang-kawawa ang Coast Guard at siyang gumagawa at pinupuri ko sila kahit kawawa sila dahil hindi makakip up. So dapat ayusin natin yung pag-i-encode. Ngayon kung may parating pa, dapat dagdagan ng gobyerno yung pag-i-encode para lalong bumilis. I'll give you an example. In Vietnam, they only have 324 with COVID. Why? Because they're able to test 27,000 samples per day. Ngayon, kung di natin matetest yan, hindi bababa, itatawag yung flattening the curve. So it's important that we become very systematic at yung pag-i-encode maayos at magawa natin mabilis. The Red Cross is planning to put up 44,000 tests a day capability in the next month and a half. By next week, we can have as much as 20,000 test capability. But if we are going to be delayed by maling encoding, and I've said this many times to our colleagues there, and they're also doing a hard work, magagawa natin yan. Can I get some assurance from the government na tutulong yan sa encoding? Dahil nagkakamali-mali sa encoding, hindi tinatanggap ng computer, at tinitingnan rin namin yung computer dito kung maayos namin pa mas magaling. Yun lang po.
Magandang hapon po, Ginoong Senador. Unang-una po, ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa ngalan ng IATF at DOH dahil po yung inyong bilang ng mga sinusuring mga swab ay halos kalahati ng resulta na nailalabas ng pinagsamang mga laboratorio ng ating pong kagawaran at ng mga subnational laboratory. So malaking tulong po itong inyong testing capacity na idagdag po. Ngayon, yung pong encoding, barcoding issue, Ang usapan po namin ni Executive Secretary Medi Aldea ay kukuha po tayo ng mga encoders mula po sa mga iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan para umayuda po at makatulong sa maayos na pag-encode and barcode para mapabilis ang paglabas ng resulta dahil sa bandang huli, hindi lang po yung bilang na kung marami ba yung resultang lumalabas, kung hindi yung tiyempo, yung timing din ng paglalabas po ng mga test results. So tama po kayo, ay kami po ay we commit to the additional encoders and barcoders to help testing centers facilitate the release of the test, and we understand and we appreciate where the limitations are, and we hope to be able to address the gap. Salamat po.
In fairness po, nahirapan ng Coast Guard, nahirapan din kami dahil hinahabol namin yung mali. Kaya tumatagal ang labas. Pero inuuna na namin yung mga bago para may lalabas sa kagad. At kahapon naayos na namin ng konti, pero may bago na naman dumating na mali na naman. We can use STI, we can use the schools, pa-open nyo na muna yung STI at saka yung mga yung AMA para magamit yung encoder nila. Siguro baka bumilis pa lalo yan. The suggestion lang ho yan. Kung gusto natin matalo yung nakukuha natin sapagkat talagang there's a direct relation between the testing and the results ng ating pagbangon ng ating ekonomiya. Now, I will just ask Secretary of Transportation this and Labor. There were 300 people or 400 people that have been destitute in Dubai or the United Arab Emirates, if I'm not mistaken. I wrote a letter to General Galvez, and I think he's trying to do something about it. But ang nangyayari, 400 lang ang tinatanggap natin sa airport every day, sa Manila International Airport. Di ba pwedeng buksan nyo yung Clark, yung Subic, tigbo 400 doon, yung Subic 400, tapos yung Cebu 400. Meron tayong mga nilalagay na test centers doon. Meron mga hotels doon, so pwede na rin natin bilisan yan doon. Pwede po ba yun?
On the part of transportation, Mr. Senator, wala po kaming problemang nakikita dyan. In fact, dun sa regulasyon ng IATF, pagamat sinasabi ho ng limit 400, meron pong allowable exception basta kung ilang ho ng 2 days po yata yun. At our end ho, in fact, only yesterday, I approved the use and landing of Clark. Wala akong problema yan. Sabihin ko na rin ho na sa Cebu ho, kung gagamitin ho yan, at may lalagay po natin yung laboratory na dapat pumasa sa Department of Health sa Red Cross, pwede na kung magamit yan. Kung magamit yan, ang capacity ho nito, 1,900. Malaking tulong ho yan. Yung sa katanungan ho, opo, pwede hong gamitin yung mga paliparan. Basta may request po, igogo ho namin sa kaapyan with coordination to IATF.
Siguro na po, at nasabi ko po kay Secretary Duque, tapos na po yung Subic at saka Clark, matatapos ang Cebu, malamang this weekend, at sigurado po Batangas matatapos na rin this weekend, at yung Laguna matatapos na rin. So, igonyo na po yan sapagkat ang kailangan na lang ipasa sa RITM yung tinatawag na proficiency test. Pwede po ba yun?
Pwede po, Mr. Senator. On the part of
On the part of labor, Your Honor, we welcome the suggestion of Senator Gordon that we facilitate the repatriation of our OFWs by opening the other airports, Your Honor, like the airport in Clark, in Cebu, and even in Davao, Your Honor, so that we can facilitate the repatriation of our OFWs, Your Honor.
Lahat ho yan may testing center, pati Subic, Clark, Manila can handle Batangas, and Laguna. So luluwag yan at mabibigyan natin ng pagkakataon yung mga tao makauwi at hindi na magagalit sa ibang tao na nabuburo na. Now, on the other hand po, gusto ko rin hong balikan yung kanina na ina-assure ko lang yung mga lumapit sa akin, mga kumpanya kanina, na magkakaroon sila ng special passes, Secretary Bello, na magawa kagad para they can cross across lines of systems like from ECQ to GCQ. Maglagyan na lang ho natin sa kumpanya yan. We have to trust them. Basta huwag sila magkakamali. Pag nagkamali, you can find them. But ang kailangan, makapasok kalagad yung mga tao para may hanap buhay na, at makatulong sa ekonomiya. Pwede po ba yun?
Pwede po yun, Your Honor.
Yan nga po. Okay po. At saka, yung pong sinasabi natin dito na meron tayong budget for contact tracing. Nakita ko yan. Malaki-laki rin yun. Ito, dalawa ang suggestion natin dyan. Lumalabas yung mga testing natin. Kung may positive, dapat may pera tayo na ibibigay, kukunin yung positive, dadalhin sa quarantine, yung pamilya ang iwanan, dapat babantayan ng local government, ng Bureau of Quarantine, o kung sino ang pinakamalapit doon, pati Red Cross tutulong, para hindi lalabas, pero bigyan na natin ng pagkain for 14 days at suporta ng medisina at makakontak sila sa gobyerno, sa Red Cross, kung anong kailangan. Pwede po ba natin gawin kagad yan?
Pwede po natin gawin yan, Ginoong Senador. Yun na lang ho, kung, kasi as of now, meron tayong mga 60,000 who have been traced, no? At ito po ay ang budget naman para sa contact tracers ay 10.85 billion at ito po ay proposed budget. Proposed budget po ito. At so ibibigay po namin ito sa DBM at sa DOF para mahanapan po ng pondo at titingnan po kung sana meron hong source itong budget na ito, and we will discuss this with the DOF and DBM.
Meron
Pero
po
sinabi
sir,
ko, we should do that. We support that, Mr. Senator, the support for the families na yung mga naka-quarantine o yung mga naka-isolate ay dapat ay nasusuportahan po yan.
Hindi na sila lalabas, hindi po ba? Pangalawa po, yung po ating pagte-testing, ngayon nakafocus tayo sa OFW dahil pumapasok yan. Ayaw natin sila magkalat, kaya inaayos na po natin kagad yan. Kaya taranta-taranta kami dito na maayos yan. Pero pagka tayo po magte-testing sa katulong ng ating mga kasama sa local government, dapat po doon tayo mag-swab doon mismo. Ika nga, kung meron kayong lugar na nakikita nyo may mga COVID, i-swab na natin yon para sa gano'n malaman natin at i-contact trace natin bahay-bahay kung sino pa may sakit para ma-drain natin yung sakit doon, mawala yung sakit doon sa lugar na yan, unti-unti. Parang gera po yan, island hopping ang tawag dyan. Iniisa-isa nyo para hindi na magkakalat yung naandun. Pwede po ba yun?
Pwede po yan. At yan po naman ang iminumungkahi ng ating IATF na maging mas granular, mas maging circumscribed yung ating pong mga quarantine measures at the barangay level.
Then the DILG must really be tight with the local government na talaga identify ng mga city health or municipal health officers. Tutulong rin po ang mga volunteer namin sa Red Cross dyan na magbahay-bahay. Kailangan may PPEs, hindi na sila papasok sa bahay. Alamin lang kung sino may sakit doon o nabigyan na ba sila ng pera ng DSWD katulad doon sa sinasabi natin mga ayuda, malalaman natin yan. We kill 2-3 birds with one stone. Pag binahay-bahay yan, malalaman natin kung anong problema. And therefore, if we do that, our job will be lighter and we will all be safer. Pwede po ba yun?
Pwede naman po
Secretary Anyo, Secretary Galvez.
Opo, pwede po yun. Sa katuwiran po ngayon, mayroon po tayong 2,045 na tracing teams, 38,315. Sa ngayon po, meron po tayo na contact na mga close contact na 171,935,000. So ito po, nakita po natin na ganun po ang ginagawa po natin na yung testing, kagibat po doon ng tracing. At ang ating DOH nga po ay kukuha po ng more than 78,000 na new tracer. At ang ating pong SOF ay nag-aayuda ng more or less 400,000 po na contact tracing teams na maano po natin.
And then DSWD, Red Cross, DOH can talk every day. Ilan na nakuha natin, sino yung nakakapit-bahay na hindi pa natin na-trace doon para malaman natin kung kumalat yung sakit. Pwede po ba yun?
Opo, gagawin po natin yun.
Because
Tsaka
we're
ginagawa
doing
po.
it already in the Red Cross, sir. Ginagawa po natin yan.
Opo, tutulong po.
Okay po.
Opo.
Now, siyempre kailangan natin ng PPEs dyan. Yan lang ho ang gusto ko sabihin. Pero kami na po ang bahala doon. Maghahanap na po kami ng paraan para makakuha doon. At saka, yun lang po. Marami pa po ako pero I'm sure there are other people who may raise questions. I just hope na yung sa hanap buhay, and I appeal to Secretary Dominguez, mano a mano, sa tingin ko, habang walang trabaho yung mga tao, put them to infrastructure work, build new industrial sites, para sa ganoon, makapag-imbita tayo, DTI should go abroad or go contact our communications at para sa ganoon, makagawa tayo ng maraming investment sa papasok o kumuha dito sa Manila para ma-decongest yung Manila, lumipat yung iba para hindi na tayo nagta-traffic dito. Balik probinsya naman yan. So ibig sabihin, when we do that, then we have a cogent system na magagawa natin. I'm just suggesting, kayo ang mga bida dyan, kami mga kontrabida lang kami.
All right. Thank you. Senator Gordon, is that you? Are you asking for a reaction?
Yes.
Please respond.
Maraming salamat po sa tulong po ng Red Cross and we are very happy na we can complement especially dito sa testing capacity po. Nagpapasalamat po kami at alam po namin na susundan po natin na yung lahat po ng mga OFWs pwede na po natin ilagay sa mga different areas na residence po nila.
I just have one question. I would just want to go beyond just discussion with Zani Dominguez. I want to make sure that we can do this when we do create. Sayang lang ang pagod natin kung di tayo makakagawa ng hanap buhay. Nakalagay doon sa pillar ninyo, magbibigay tayo ng pera, uutang tayo, pero kung wala naman negosyong uutang at walang hinaharap at wala tayong makukuha ng trabaho, sayang lang yung perang yan, sa tingin ko. Dahil mahihirapan tayo, maglalabas tayo, utang tayo, magdasal kayo ng bonds, pero kung di natin gagamitin yan, that's an opportunity lost. Finally po, ang sinasabi ko lang po dito, we are ready to work. Ang sinasabi ko lang po, right now, at the moment, tumigil ata ang pag-test natin, o konti ho, wala, sayang yung makina. We have 12 machines that are idle. We can only produce at the moment 1, 2, 1, 9. Sayang ho yun. We have 8 machines that can produce 8,000. We have 4 machines that can produce 4,000. Then we're gonna go Subic and Clark. Sayang na naman yan. And Laguna and Batangas, sayang yan. Kaya kailangan ang pakiusap ko sa DILG, isulong yung mga mayor na magpadala ng ipapatest, yung kanilang pinagsususpetsan, gumala sila, ipadala na sa mga testing center yan. Because ang Vietnam po, ang kanilang testing ay 27,000 samples a day or 2.8% of the entire population. Tayo po, 0.2%. Napakababa. And finally, para lang mag-commercial ako, pasalamat ako kay Secretary Majaldea, bugbog sarado siya. Kayo, Secretary Galvez, sila Wilson, at ang ating mga Coast Guard, si Admiral Garcia, si Admiral Coimo, napakagaling ng mga tao natin. Nagpapasalamat na ako because without them, we cannot do our jobs well. And I salute you all. Thank you po very much.
All right. Thank you, Senator Gordon.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Francis Pangilinan is next. You have 10 minutes.
Tatanungin yung ilang mga katanungan natin. Kahapon nabanggit na dahil sa mga kilos ng ating IATF ay na-flatten na yung curve, sabi ng Secretary kahapon. At ngayon namang hapon ay ang binabanggit ni Secretary Duque ay second wave na pala itong nangyayaring infection. Katakataka ito dahil ang alam ko, base dun sa description kahapon o definition ng flattening of the curve, ay wala na o bumabagsak na yung new cases. Bumabagsak na yung new cases. Subalit, maliwanag kahapon pa lamang, sana po mapaliwanag ni Secretary Duque ano ibig sabihin ng second wave dahil maliwanag kahapon pa lamang na wala pang 0.2% ang ating mass testing. Habang ang sabi nga, ang Vietnam ay 2.8%. Paano natin masasabing bumababa na ang numero ng new cases kung hindi naman ho tayo nagte-test? Pasensya na po, Secretary Duque, dahil in the last 3 months or 2 months, you have made some public statements that are medyo kaduda-duda. Halimbawa, noong February last week, sabi nyo, modelo ng COVID campaign. Ang model country ang Pilipinas. Sabi nyo po yun. Noong March 20 naman, ang bitiw naman ng salita ng DOH, hindi daw kailangan ng mass testing o hindi pa kailangan ng mass testing. April 4, sabi po ni Secretary Duque, pinakamababa ang COVID rates sa Pilipinas at ito'y patunay na tama ang strategiya. Ngunit kahapon, nasaan tayo? Pinakamataas ang mortality rate sa sa ASEAN o kaya pangalawa sa pinakamataas. Tapos ang recovery rate natin, ganun din. Pinakamababa ang recovery rate. Ang fatality rate po natin ay 80 times higher than Singapore. 3 to 4 times higher ang fatality rate natin kumpara sa Malaysia, Taiwan o kaya Thailand. Ito po ay datos po ng DOH. Dito naman po sa recovery rate, lowest recovery rate in Asia ang Pilipinas. 3 to 4 times higher ang recovery rate ng Malaysia, Vietnam at South Korea. Anong nangyari ho doon sa strategiya? Bakit ho tayo narito ngayon? At ngayon ang binabanggit natin, pasensya na po kung kami po ay may pagdududa na totoo nga na napa-flatten na po yung curve at totoo nga na second wave na ito. In fact, kanina pinakikinggan ko si Senator Bongo. Siya na rin po. Yun din po ang pagkaalam ko na ayaw nating mangyari ang second wave. Pero kanina ang sabi po ni Secretary Duque, nasa second wave na tayo. Ano ho ba talaga? Paano po tayo magsasabing natapos na ho yung first wave? Ibig sabihin, na-contain po natin yung virus kung ganun lamang ang testing natin. Medyo mahirap po paniwalaan. Can you please explain to us how can we say that we have already flattened the curve when we have not tested enough? Until we test enough, isolate enough, and treat enough, this virus will continue to spread. So I don't understand ano ibig sabihin nung we have flattened the curve and we are now experiencing a second wave.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Senador. Yung pong akin sinabi na actually nag-second wave tayo at na-flatten natin dahil kahapon po akin pong ipinaliwanag na na-flatten po natin ito batay po doon sa mga bagong kaso na na-i-report. At doon po nag-stabilize na on the average mga 250 cases a day. Hindi na po ito
So
umabot
you can make that. I'm sorry, you can make that conclusion on the basis of the 0.17 or 0.2. At the very least, isn't that, you know, an intelligent, speculative guess na oo, bumababa yung cases kasi nagte-test tayo ng 0.17, pero baka pag nag-test tayo ng mas marami tayong makukuhang kaso. Hindi po ba?
Senator, yung pong testing is just one of the strategies under our trace, test, and treat. So hindi lang po ito patungkol sa testing. Marami po tayong mga ginagawa para po mabawasan ang bilang ng mga COVID cases. Yung pong atin health interventions.
Yes, you repeated that. Nabanggit yun na ho yun. We are familiar with that. I just want to understand, how can you conclude that we are now in the second wave because we have flattened the curve, or has it just plateaued? I'm sorry, ang alam ko hindi pa natin napa-flatten yung curve dahil hindi kompleto ang ating datos, dahil kulang ang ating testing, at hindi natin alam gaano talaga karami ang infected o may sakit. Yun ang aking pagkaintindi. Kaya dapat mag-testing tayo para mas malaman natin ilan talaga ang numero para masasabi natin kung meron talagang admittedly nabawasan ng husto nung nagkaroon ng social distancing at lockdown. Naiwasan ng maraming mas nagkaroon ng sakit. Pero iba ho yun dun sa wala na o new cases are going down based on 0.17. Tama po ba yun?
Ang sinasabi po natin, nag-stabilize. Bumaba po yung kaso at nag-stabilize po yung new cases at about 250. At ang pangalawa pong metric na ginamit natin is the mortality doubling time. Pati po sa atin mga bilang ng mga mortalities, ito po ay bumaba na rin. So kasama po ito sa mga datos na ginamit natin para masabi po natin na nag-stabilize or nag-flatten ang curve. Tama po kayo, yung sinabi nyo nag-plateau. It's one way of saying na nag-flatten na yung curve. At ito po naman ay batay sa mga data analytics na ginawa po ng ating mga expert modelers group from DOST, the FASTER Group, the UP College of Medicine, and the AIM and Ateneo, at ang Philippine Institute for Development Studies, at ang Epimetrics. So ito po ay galing po sa atin mga
So okay. So ang punto po ninyo is even if we have the highest mortality rate, and I mean in the region or the second highest, and even if we have the lowest recovery rate in the region, we can still claim that we have flattened the curve.
Yes, meron po tayong parameters to say that. And ito po naman second wave na sinasabi natin. Ang una pong maliit na wave ito, nangyari po ito noong January. Meron po tayong 3 cases na imported galing sa China. Patients 1, 2, and 3. So according to the Epimetrics, our epidemiologist and data analytics expert, si Dr. John Wong, andyan ba si Dr. John Wong? Anyway, siya po yung nagsabi nung 2 weeks ago, meron po siyang press release na meron pong nung unang wave natin, maiksi lang and very, very shallow yung wave. And then ito na nga pong pasok ng March, nag-register po tayo ng mga patients 4, 5, and pataas. Ito po yung nagkaroon po tayo ng spike in the epidemic curve. Yung pong spike sa epidemic curve na yan, ay dumaan po yan sa tinatawag natin risk assessment. Nakita po natin yan na yung phases of the epidemic curve ay malinaw na pumasok ang outbreak natin dun sa recognition, initiation, tapos nag-accelerate yung malaki po yung wave na yun, tapos yun na nga, yung sinasabi natin, nag-flatten na, lumiko na po yung curve. No?
Pasensya na po, Secretary, I understand what you're trying to say. Pero ang fear ko lang po dito, parang we are patting ourselves in the back na na-flatten na natin yung curve. Baka, para pong tulad ng sinabi nyo nung April 4, na our lowest rates of COVID is proof of our correct strategy. But so now we're saying our strategy continues to be correct?
Yung strategy po natin, tama pa yung ginagawa natin. I'm sorry, but I'm not I'm not saying we should pat ourselves on the back. Yun naman po kasing nabanggit nyo na yung sinabi ko na...
Kasi kung ako simple lang po. Kung tama po yung strategiya natin, bakit mag-1,000 nang namamatay sa atin habang ang sabi po na 200 o wala na hong kaso sa iba? Hindi ho kaya parang yung kanilang strategiya, ang strategiya ng South Korea, ang strategiya ng Taiwan, ang strategiya ng Vietnam, yun masasabi natin, tama ang strategiya. Pero masasabihin po natin, yung implementation siguro ng ating strategiya ay talagang kinakailangan maghabol. And this was already said yesterday, that I think hindi na ho debate yun. Kulang ang testing, kailangan mag-testing, di ba?
Maghahabol po tayo, Ginoong Senator, at kasama po yan sa atin na strategiya, at kaya nga po ang ating testing capacity bilang isa po sa mga hakbang. Pangalawa po yung ating contact tracing, pinaigting din po natin
Yes,
ito
okay.
dahil ang South
I understand
Korea,
that. We've been repeating that
Taiwan po.
over. We've been repeating that already. Okay na yun. Naintindihan natin. Without mass testing today
Salamat po.
and contact tracing, the virus will not stop spreading. And therefore,
Hindi po naman,
and,
sorry po,
and
sir.
therefore, unless we address this, through more contact tracing and more effective mass testing, then we will have a better sense of how to manage the pandemic and the spread.
Tama po kayo. Ginagawa po natin yan, kasama po na sa ating pong target. Ito pong mga sinabi ninyo, dahil nga po naniniwala tayo na itong virus na ito ay magpapatuloy po ito hanggang sa walang bakuna.
Meron atang gustong sabihin si Charlie?
Sir.
Yes. Go ahead, Secretary Charlie.
Sir, dapat hindi po natin i-compare sa ibang countries yung ating estratehiya dahil kasi iba po yung ating, peculiar po yung ating situation. Nung una, sinabi natin magaling ang estratehiya ng Singapore, pero ngayon nagkaroon sila ng second wave. Sir, nasa middle pa tayo ng fight. We cannot say kung sino ang winning at saka sino ang magandang estratehiya kasi baka magkamali tayo. Kasi nung dati, sabi natin, yung Switzerland, ang ganda ng estratehiya, they're now suffering. Ang nakikita ko po ngayon, peculiar po ang Pilipinas, marami po tayong vulnerable sectors. Ang South Korea, wala po silang informal settlers. Wala po lang silang dense population. Like in Quezon City, natabi-tabi po yung hindi ba pag-social distancing. These are the situations na wala po sa ibang countries.
Yes, but I understand that, Secretary Charlie. But bottom line is, are we doing enough for mass testing? We are not yet. We are trying to get there. If we did this earlier, in other words, yes, I agree. You cannot compare everything with other jurisdictions, but there are fundamentals that are basic, which we are now trying to rush to get done. No?
Yes.
Because fundamental is isolation, mass testing, or at least 2%, diba? And 10% in sabi nga kahapon, diba? We have been unable to do that as effectively as the others at nagahabol tayo. Kaya po, walang namatay sa Singapore bagamat marami ang nagkasakit. Iba rin ang kanilang healthcare system doon, siyempre. Pero ang bottom line, there are some fundamental basic interventions which we are now grappling with. Halimbawa, ang Vietnam, 120 labs, testing centers. Ang South Korea, 500 testing centers. Tayo, 30. Hindi ba? Yun, fundamental yun. Kailangan natin habulin. At inamin naman natin kahapon na hinahabol natin yun. Yun ang sabi natin na merong 60 centers na still being up for approval na hahabulin natin. So I understand where you're coming from, Sec Charlie, na tama. Hindi natin ikukumpara lahat. Pero may mga basic na nakita natin na naghahabol tayo. And in fairness to you, Sec, as early as when you started the job, you already were pushing for mass testing, even if the DOH was hedging. In fairness to you, I've monitored that because when you made that public statement, I said, ayan, at least naiintindihan ng chief implementer yung gravity nung sitwasyon in terms of the need to test more. So I understand. Wala na po kasi akong oras.
Mr. Senator, can I just clarify one a small point with your indulgence?
Go ahead.
Ang tawag na po natin doon sa mass testing ay sa DOH po is expanded, targeted testing. At yung po kasing mass testing, parang lumalabas po kasi na parang 1:1 ang
Yes, I understand. We already discussed that yesterday, that the strategy is to get 2%. I'm not saying mass testing for the entire population. Pinag-usapan na natin kahapon yun. So I understand completely. But we're doing only 0.17 or 0.2%. Precisely, we need to test more.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Your Honor.
Dito po sa usapin ng purchases, kahapon nabanggit po ito ni Senator Lacson. Ito po yung nabanggit ho na ang DBM PS, tama po ba? Tama po, no, na nabanggit ninyo halos sa report ninyo na halos 30 billion nung pondo ng DOH para sa COVID ay dito po para bumili ng iba-ibang mga gamit. Di po ba? Ito yung breakdown. 17 billion laboratory commodities, 5.2 billion capital outlay equipment, 1 point, etc. Nabanggit niyo po kahapon na ito pong equipment na binili po ninyo ay dahil kailangan compatible. Tama po ba yun?
Dalawa pong klase kasi yung equipment ng RITM, isang closed system at saka isa pong open system. Yung Kingfisher, ito po yung closed system, ito po yung open system na pwede po siyang gumamit ng mga iba't ibang mga peripherals. Hindi po gaya ng Sunsure na closed system, so produkto lamang nila ang pwede pong gamitin doon sa kanila pong sistema na iyan. Kaya
So 10 na yun ang pupunta sa RITM, tama po yun?
10 ba? Sandali lang ako, Ginoong Senador, titignan ko lang po yung data.
Tsaka kung may dagdag na
Kingfisher.
Oo, pero pag mayroon nung dagdag na mga laboratory dahil you're targeting establishing more laboratories or accrediting more laboratories, siguro yung compatibility ng equipment hindi na humaga-apply dun sa mga ibang mga sineset-up dahil wala pang equipment yun, bago ho yun, hindi po ba?
Yung iba po, bago, yung iba po, mga dati ng mga PCR machines. Kasi meron naman po, iba-ibang brand.
Kasi ang brand ho po, yung nabanggit po nyo is 1.7 million, doon naman po sa nabili is 4 million. Base doon sa batas ng bayanihan, dapat po magkaroon ng negotiation na para mapakuha ang pinakamagandang presyo. Nagkaroon ho ba ng negosasyon para mapababa ang presyo?
Mr. President?
Yung pong negosasyon ay nasa poder po ng ating procurement service ng DBM. Kasi kami lang po yung nagbigay ng specifications ng mga equipment at mga iba pang gagamitin para makapag-test. So, meron pong binigay na price range din ang RITM para nang sa ganon. Pero yung price range na yan ay ang akin pong pagkakaintindi ay reference po ito doon sa local pricing pricing point. By the way, Senator, si Director Celia Carlos na lang po ng RITM. Sorry, andyan pala siya, nakalimutan ko. Kung pwede lang po patawag si Director Celia Carlos ng RITM. Salamat po, Senator.
Before you an interjection to Senator Pangilinan, Senator Lacson, the same topic, go ahead. Just an interjection.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the indulgence of Senator Pangilinan,
Go ahead.
ang understanding ko po kahapon, kasi yung inaward nilang contract agreement sa medical test systems for the purchase of 10 units, automated nucleic acid extractor machine, thermoscientific Kingfisher, ang narinig ko po kay Secretary Duque ngayon, yung Kingfisher, yun yung open system. Bakit po mas mahal dahil brand yung in-specify noong procuring entity which is the DOH or IITM doon sa PSDBM. Kaya nga ho napamahal 4 million. Kasi sabi niyo hindi compatible kung Sunsure ang bibilhin. So ngayon sinasabi niyo open system ang Kingfisher Flex, yung automated nucleic acid extraction machine, kaya napamahal ang bili natin kasi in-specify niyo yung brand doon sa USEC ng DBM. Which po?
Can I just request Director Celia Carlos, who heads the RITM, to directly respond to the queries. Director Carlos?
Secretary Duque, gusto ko lang i-clarify yung statement ninyo na ang open system sinasabi niyo itong Kingfisher.
Tama
Kung
po kayo,
open
sir.
system ito, bakit in-specify niyo yung brand na mas mahal, 4 million per unit, kesa doon sa Sunsure na 1.75 million? Ang sinasabi niyo, kung close yung Sunsure at ito'y open system, bakit in-specify niyo yung 4 million na mas mahal?
Ito pong extraction machine na ito, yung Thermo Scientific, is a US brand which is compatible with US real-time PCR machine, which the Philippine labs have procured, while Sunsure is a Chinese equipment. The literature of Sunsure lists the instruments where the Sunsure PCR kits are compatible. Note, for example, that Biorad PCR machine, which is the most common PCR machine in the lab network, is not included in the list. So ito po yung binigay lang sa akin. Pasensya na po kasi ay ito pong mga datos na ito ay magaling pong mas masasagot ni Director Celia Carlos na siya po yung direktamenteng nangasiwa nitong mga ito. With all due respect, Mr. Senator, kung pwede lang po ipagpaalam si Director Celia Carlos para mas malinaw po. Maraming salamat po.
We'll do that. We'll let Senator Pangilinan wrap up. Senator Pangilinan, you have
Yes.
one second left. Go ahead.
Thank you. Meron lang ho akong follow-up lang pala dun sa nakalimutan kong tanong kay Secretary Duque. Ano ho yung backlog ng results? Kasi pinag-uusapan natin 30,000 tests a day ang target. Ano naman ho ang how many thousands of results a day ang dapat lumabas? Kasi ang lumalabas ho dito, you're already saying, ano muna yung backlog ng test results? How many tests have been undertaken and how many are still pending in terms of hindi pa na lumalabas ang resulta?
Sec Galvez, please, or Sec Vince.
Sa
Senator, may I po?
Yes, go ahead, go ahead.
Yes, Senator, maraming salamat po. Right now po, meron po tayong backlog na humigit kumulang mga 6,500 tests. No, this is according to the team of USEC Rosette Vergere in
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, but I have no more time. No, just to and therefore to Secretary Duque, even if there are 6,500 test results that are not yet in, you can already say na wala nang new cases. Di ba? Parang di ba dapat hintayin muna natin yung resulta nung mga pending backlog bago natin sabihin na wala nang new cases? How can we say that? How can
Mr. Senator, meron po new cases. Meron po tayong, hindi naman po ito mawawala. Meron talaga po tayong new cases araw-araw. Ang sinasabi po natin,
The new cases are going down. They're not going up.
well,
Di ba
they
yun yung ano, di ba?
around 250. Opo.
In other words, we cannot say that the new cases are going down until we see the results of this 6,500 pending backlog. And hopefully, we can address this na yung backlog na ito, I suppose, ma-address itong backlog na ito pag madagdagan yung capacity ng laboratories to test, hindi po ba? Kasi kulang daw ng tao, kulang daw ng expertise. Tama po ba yun?
Sir, if I may answer that
Tama
one
po kayo,
Sorry.
pero yung po kasing 6,500 backlog, ang batay po sa atin karanasan sa mga dumaan ng mga testing natin, mga 8 to 9% lang po rito ang positive. So parang mga 650 lang ang magiging katumbas niyan, and it will not materially influence or affect the flattening of the curve. Kakaunti lang po yun.
You know, Secretary, I beg to disagree. There are so many variables. I'm sorry, First, you're not testing enough. Not yet. So that in itself will affect the overall results. Second, do you have a backlog of 7,000 cases? And if you say it's marginal, okay. But patong-patong na ho kasi for us to be able to come up with a concrete or a science-based conclusion. This is my my
Sir,
concerns.
sir, if I
But my
may,
time is up.
sorry,
My time is up.
If I
Sec.
may, I
Vince.
think there's a lot of confusion being caused. If I may po. Mr. President, if I may po, with the indulgence of Senator
Well, yes,
Pangilinan.
just to answer the final question of Senator
Yes,
Pangilinan.
I think po, the ano po, no, first of all, on the backlog po is spread over time. Napansin po natin, no, na marami po sa mga kababayan natin ang nagsasabi nga na late nila nakukuha ang resulta nila. The main cause of this nga po is yung lack of capacity natin in the past. Now that we are getting capacity already, that backlog is slowly but surely diminishing. And the goal is to eliminate that backlog within the next week and a half. And we have reduced it po. Actually, it was 7,500 last week. It's down to about 6,500 this week. And then we feel that this can be slowly reduced in the coming days. But I think po ang sinasabi lang po ni Sec. Duque po kanina is that based on the estimates po by both the UP pandemic response team as well the group of Dr. John Wong, is the epidemiological curve has already slowed down from a peak of about 500 plus cases in March to now roughly 200 cases. And I think that is the main point of when we say that the curve is flattening. Now, is that a reason for us to pat ourselves on the back and say that we're doing a great job? Absolutely not po. Because the idea nga po is to, kagaya po nung sinabi ni Senator Pangilinan, kailangan po nating habulin yung testing capacity natin. And that is primarily to avoid future waves of the virus where the daily cases may again rise if we don't do what we need to do under the plan to again double from the current 200 and up again to 500. So yun lang po, no? Naghahabol po tayo and pinapaspasan po natin ito. Pero I think all the experts have already said the curve has flattened, and that is, I think, the basis of the DOH. Yun lang po, sir. Pasensya na po. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan. Next is Senator Risa Ontiveros. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Una ko pong mga tanong para sa Department of Health, gaya ng sinabi ko kahapon. I would have actually wanted to ask WHO this question on the country's plan of action against the virus, as well as possible recommendations on how to improve our response. Kaya lang, dahil wala sila rito, itanong ko si Sec. Duque, what is your self-assessment on the effectiveness of our response in comparison to the response of other ASEAN countries? And ulit, no, hindi ito paghahambing ng mga bansa na hindi pwedeng ihambing. There is a basis for comparison. Unang-una na dahil sa primary common elements ng testing, tracing, treatment. Nandyan pa nga yun sa acronym nyo na 3Ts. And my question is, gaano ka-effective tayo sa pag-respond sa ating national situation sa COVID-19 kumpara sa effectiveness ng ibang ASEAN countries responding to their COVID situation? Sec. Duque.
Aking pong masasabi ay hindi po tayo huminto sa ating pong pagpapakita ng ating pong kakayahan para matugunan ang hamon ng COVID-19 sa ating pong bayan. At kanya naman po yung isinagawa natin expanded or enhanced community quarantine ay nakatulong po ito sa pagpapababa ng bagong mga kaso kada araw. At,
pero Sec. Duque, sabi nyo nga, hindi tayo tumitigil. But this pagkilos natin, yung hindi pagtigil, has been going on for 2 months already. And you know, with all due respect, kahit po yung quarantine, hindi naman siya yung response natin per se. Quarantine alone ay hindi magpapahupa sa dami ng infections. Quarantine alone ay hindi mag-up ng capacity ng ating health system. Primary pa rin within or under the quarantine is yung testing. And then so that we can actually bring down the level of the infections. And kabaliktad nun, bring up naman yung hospital capacity. Yung pinag-uusapan po nating flattening of the curve would also require implementation of parallel efforts to the strengthening of healthcare capacity for infected patients, lalo na developing critical complications. And this part of the graph is what's known naman, di ba, as raising the line. Kahapon po, Sec. Duque, nung pinasalita niyo po si Dr. John Wong, binanggit po niya, si Dr. Wong na Epimetrics, during yesterday's hearing na based on the South Korea experience, so another Asian country, it's probable that 3% of our population might be infected and that 15 to 20% would be needing hospitalization. At batay dito, he claimed na we've already flattened the curve by reaching an average of 220 new cases a day. Pero Sec, gaano ba talaga ka-reliable yung datos na naging batayan para masabit na na-flatten na natin yung curve? Kung yung pinag-uusapan nating demonstrated testing capacity natin ay parang paiba-iba nga kada linggo at saka off-target. I mean, just the mere fact na South Korea yung basis natin para i-estimate yung potential cases of infection dito sa atin, it actually reflects on the sorry state of our data and actually puts into question its integrity. So paano po natin makiklaim, Sec, na nafa-flatten na natin yung curve kung hindi pa natin na-drawing yung unang curve, yung baseline natin, yung situation natin, with enough testing?
Yung po kasing testing, hindi naman po pwede na yan lang po o yan ang major consideration. Dahil lahat po ng atin mga hakbang, katulad ng community quarantine, yung ating pong isolation capacity, yung treatment and preventive behavior, yung pong atin minimum health standards, yung mga social distancing. Alam na po natin to at ito po paulit-ulit namin na sinasabi, yung contact tracing. Ito po ang mga hakbang na ang South Korea ang mismo nagsasabi na malaking nakatulong sa kanila maliban po sa testing capacity. Yung testing po natin, kulang na kulang po tayo.
Yes, and therefore it's very disturbing po kung sasabihin natin na hindi lang yung testing ang importante or to demote it na hindi ito primary. Ito nga yung susi, and even not just the Department of Health later, but even our government economic managers early on were batting for mass testing. Early on in the pandemic, in the very first days ng quarantine. Yung iba pa yung sinasabing mga personal health-seeking behaviors nating mga mamamayan, those are to reinforce, to add to the effectiveness of testing as the key first step para sa effective response natin. So, hindi po ba, I mean, I don't understand why we are arguing against the primary importance of testing and therefore kung bakit parang dinidemote natin yung value ng datos, yung baseline of data na dapat makuha natin precisely from that mass testing, or even if you want to call it expanded, targeted testing. But it's testing on a broader scale than we're doing right now, Sec.
Opo, naintindihan po natin, we would have desired earlier bigger testing capacity.
Yes.
But it was difficult during the initial stages because hindi po tayo kagaya ng mga first world countries na sila mismo yung nagmamanufacture ng kanila pong mga gamit, yung kanila pong mga makina, yung kanila pong mga peripherals. At nung nagkaroon po ng pandemic, sila po ay nagsara. Hindi yung export nila ng mga testing materials, supplies, ay at saka na lang pong nagbukas ulit at tayo nakakuha. In fact, up to now po, maya't maya, kinukulang tayo ng mga extraction kits, kahit na yung makina natin andyan po, ay hindi po naman natin ma-maximize din yung kanyang capacity because yung mga ibang mga gamit, reagents, yung mga kanya pong mga extraction kits ang madalas na nagiging problema po natin at hindi po stable ang supply nito, kaya maya't maya naantala po yung ating target An example po is the 8,000 in April 13 na tinarget po natin, na late po tayo dito for the reason naman, very complicated po kasi itong testing system na ito. Hindi po ito parang pregnancy test na pagka
Of course,
ito po
Sec.
ay
Sec, if I may, of course po. But as we were talking about, nandito na tayo sa pangalawang buwan na nito. It's not like we're only starting now. So for, for starters, makatutulong kung hindi natin di-devalue yung importance ng testing. Kasi we have to agree across the board. Yan ang susi.
Okay, ma'am.
Unang step. At kaya susi para sa epektibong response natin hanggang sa economic recovery natin later on, yung datos na makukuha sa testing. I have a follow-up question, but I will just submit it to you in writing in the interest of time. Ang gusto ko lang talaga bigyang diin, Sec, no, is that lahat dapat ng ginagawa natin laban sa COVID-19 ay ayon sa tama at reliable na mga datos. That's number one, that's primary. Around that will be built our whole response. We need to ground our policies on the real situation. Hindi pwedeng mag-ease tayo ng lockdown pagkatapos balik na naman kasi mali pala ang ating basa sa sitwasyon. Because mali ang basa sa sitwasyon because we didn't test enough people, because we didn't meet our target of 20,000 tests per day. At kung ganun ang sitwasyon natin sa ngayon, mahirap sabihin na we have flattened the curve without real and reliable data. We have to be honest, di ba, about this flattening the curve. Have we really? We cannot afford a second or third wave. Lalo na kung hindi pa pala tayo tapos sa first wave or kahit sa second wave na sinasabi nyo, we cannot afford successive waves. Moving on po, Sec, in the interest of time, I have several topics to discuss with you and yung ating economic managers. Yung testing capacity po natin dito sa Pilipinas. In yesterday's hearing, Sec Galvez reported that there is an improvement sa licensing ng ating mga laboratories. And we have a standing proposal pala about that, Sec, sa department niyo na kung pwede niyong i-authorize ang UP National Institutes of Health na tulungan ang RITM sa pag-accredit ng mga labs to biosafety level 2 and up at tulungan ng RITM sa pag-train ng mga laboratory staffs. Pagkakatanda ko rin po from yesterday's hearing, tina-target na sa katapusan, kung darating ang inaasahang mga machines at supplies ay lalampas pangaraw ng 20,000 tests per day. We certainly welcome the increase in licensed laboratories and improved testing capacity, and we hope there will be one in every province and city. So nga pala, magkakaroon po ba sa bawat probinsya at bawat lungsod nitong mga laboratories? Sec.
Magkakaroon muna tayo bawat region, Madam Senator, at ganun din po ang kasama po sa atin expansion program, pati mga probinsya, mga ospital, para naka-package na po yung testing with treatment and tracing. So,
that's good to hear po, Sec, lalo na with Typhoon Ambo, di ba, na damage or nasira yung laboratory natin sa Bicol.
Tama po kayo, at yan po ay tutugunan yan, at kanya minamabuti po natin na bigyan talaga ito ng suporta dahil nakikiisa po kami sa pagkilala na talagang kailangan po itong testing, pero hindi lang po siya. At marami po tayong tinatawag yung contact tracing, napakamahalaga din po ito. In fact, yung mga meron po tayong tinatawag na ILI surveillance. Ito po yung makikita natin ng mga mamamayan sa mga barangay. Halimbawa, meron symptoms of influenza or severe acute respiratory infection, at dapat yan po ay hindi mo na aantayin na i-test, kundi i-assume mo na kaagad na COVID yan. At i-isolate mo na kaagad at pangalagaan yung pasyente, tapos you subject to testing, but at least ay hindi ka nagwaldas ng panahon na nag-aantay ka pa dun sa test result, pwede mo naman ng pangalagaan kaagad yung mga pasyente yan, assuming already that this is already a COVID case. So you isolate it, And then,
Meron pa po akong ibang mga follow-up questions sana tungkol sa testing capacity. Hihingiin ko na lang po sa inyo in writing para matalakay pa natin yung ibang mga paksa. But regarding testing capacity po, yung proseso ng reporting ng testing mula sa mga laboratory, yung design capacity ng mga testing labs, yung daily output as reported by the licensed laboratories, yung encoding process, no, na tinanong din po ni Sen Dick kanina, at saka yung mismatch sa capacities ng testing centers. But I'd like to move on po to the next topic. Palagay ko it's the hottest of these past few days, yung tungkol nga po sa mass testing. Gusto nyo nang tawagin ngayon na expanded targeted testing, but testing on a broader scale than we have been able to do so far. At related din po ito sa increases at improvement na ito sa laboratory capacities. Sinabi po ni Yusek Vergere, a month ago pa po, sabi po nila, dadating po tayo sa punto na it's going to be progressive kapag dumating na po tayo na capacitated na ang labs, and we'll be reaching 8,000 tests per day, sinabi po nila a month ago, and then i-expand na po natin ang coverage ng ating populasyon. Pero ngayon, Sec, sa recent pronouncement ng gobyerno, mukhang wala ng mass testing na mangyayari. Tapos ipinapasa pa sa private sector yung paggastos para dito. Ano po nangyari at bakit parang may pag-atras sa commitment na ito on the level of policy, Sec?
Well, yes, Sec Charlie. Sec Charlie.
Ma'am, wala po tayong iwasan po yung po natin. Even if yung natin nga ngayon, ang ating mahal na presidente nagpabili sa atin ng 1 million na test kit na PCR at 2 million na rapid test. It's barely 3 million ang targeted natin test. Sinasabi nga natin na targeted considering ang itatarget po natin dito ay yung mga future carriers at saka mga infected ng disease. As we speak right now, ang inang 1040, pumunta na po sa iba-ibang lugar ang C-130 natin at lalagyan na po ng mga makina ang Tacloban, ang Bacolod, ang Zamboanga at yun po ay baka matapos ang ating buwan. Yung mga ibang areas na yun, additional 7,000 capacity po yun ang ilalagay po natin. So nakita po natin dito, nagra-ramp up po kami ng mga capacities muna. Inuuna po naman namin ang procurement ng mga PCR machines saka yung mga automated machines. Kasi yung mga high capacity machines ito, one machine can test 1,000 tests. So rest assured na we will not po yung aming responsibility na we will test our people. Ang target po natin talaga ay 2 million or more or less 1% to 2% of our people will be tested.
That's good to hear po, Sec Charlie. Kaya lang parang itong steps nyo on the ground, parang kontrapelo yung lumabas na policy pronouncement ng mismong presidential spokesperson a couple of days ago. So kung hindi naman pala i-abandon yung mass testing, kung hindi naman pala ipapasa lang sa private sector. And by the way, Sec Charlie, yung mga malalaki po tulad ng Ayala Group, SM, kaya at ginagawa nilang i-test yung mga empleyado nila. Pero iba pang concern yung ating mga small and medium scale and micro enterprises na nag-employ sa karamihan ng mga Pilipino. So kung iba yung policy statement na yon a couple of days ago sa aktual na ginagawa niyo on the ground, hindi ba dapat bawiin ng presidential spokesperson yung statement, policy pronouncement na yon dahil sobrang nakawindang sa mga tao makarinig ng ganyang klaseng para siyang abandonment ng initial commitment on testing na narinig ko rin po sa inyo noon, narinig ko kina Sec Pernia noon at pati kay Sec Dominguez noon. Di ba dapat bawiin ng presidential spokesperson yung policy statement na yan?
I believe, Madam, na misquoted siya ng isang misquoted talaga siya. Kasi talaga ang sinabi niya yung about the workers. We are speaking about the workers. Yun ang so yun ang medyo na misquote na akala ng news na gano'n doon. Yung buong yung inabandon na natin yung nating targeted testing natin. But I believe nag-usap kami kahapon, nahatid kami sa Malacanang. We will not abandon yung commitment natin. Government will always be there to test yung dapat na-test. Yung po natin, meron tayong panuntunan na category A, B hanggang C and D. So frontliners, yung mga PUIs at PUFs natin, at saka yung mga tinatawag nating mga COVID cases. And especially also yung mga critical areas na mga vulnerable, we will test them.
Very glad to hear that from you, Sec Charlie. Pero yes, Chair?
Secretary Dizon wants to react to the last question.
Yes po. Actually, Chair, yung susunod na mga tanong ko para kay Sec Dizon nga. Last point lang kay Sec Charlie na I'm very glad po to hear those reassurances from you. Pero tingin ko po, I'll agree to disagree with you na lang po. Tingin ko po hindi na misquote lang yung presidential spokesperson at kailangan either bawiin nila yung sinabi nilang iyon or klaruhin na kahit yung ating mga empleyado, kahit yung ating mga manggagawa, hindi i-abandon with some kind of testing regimen para sa kanila. So
Yes,
salamat po, Sec Charlie.
Yes, we will not abandon that. We will not abandon, Madam. We
Alright,
will
Sec
not-
Charlie, I hope marinig din po yun sa presidential spokesperson. And ayun po, Chair, salamat kay Sec Dizon. Nabanggit nga po ninyo kahapon 11,123 tests, ang highest tests done in a day so far. At the same time, binanggit po ni Sec Vince na ang positivity rate ay nasa 8%. And of those 8% positive cases, 95% of those are mild cases and less than 2% are critical and severe. And binanggit din po ni Sec Dizon na yung, this is again, kontrapelo sa sinabi ni presidential spokesperson, and I think it's something positive. Binanggit din po niya na randomized testing using RAT, rapid antibody tests, in the workplace at sa Metro Manila, at least for starters. So, Sec Vince, sa 11,123 tests na nabanggit nyo, ito po ba ay tests conducted o unique individual tested? Process completed or for validation po ba? So, parang if you could please give us a snapshot, kasi one day snapshot lang po yan ng testing. Can the NTF and DOH provide us a breakdown kung ilan ang kabuang na test na galing sa RITM, galing sa Red Cross, galing sa other government agencies at pati na po sa private sector?
Senator Ontiveros is way past 10 minutes, but we'll allow Senator
Yes,
Secretary Dizon
Right,
to respond.
Chair, and then one last question after.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. President, I'll be very brief. The 11,100, the tests that the DOH announces every day po, these are individual tests, uniquely tested, from what I understand. And also, I think the breakdowns can be provided easily by the DOH because they are contained in the website actually, which has all the dashboards for testing. So the breakdowns per lab are also there. We mentioned po yesterday that, for instance, out of the 11,000, 45% of those tests were done by the Philippine Red Cross, and I think about 16% were done by RITM. Ma'am, I just want to very quickly lang po, I think on behalf of the presidential spokesman po, he actually made a very strong clarification yesterday in his press briefing about the other day's miscommunication or misquote, as Secretary Galvez put it, wherein he said categorically that he never said that the government has abandoned an expanded testing program. He just was referring to the testing requirements under the return to work protocol that was released by the DOH, which does not mandate, but antibody tests for returning workers. That is based on the DOH protocol. Yun po, ma'am. And if I may just say,
Ontiveros,
just
go
to add
straight
to
to the
Secretary
question,
Galvez.
because you're way past 10 minutes.
Yes,
Opo.
Chair. Just for
I
my
think
last question, and thank you to Sec Vince. I will just send my follow-up questions, particularly kung ano yung pinaplanong modes of testing para sa ating inaasahang pag-uwi pa ng mga kababayan nating overseas Filipinos. Testing para sa mga vulnerable groups among the working people, at dun mangangailangan ng tulong mula sa gobyerno ang ating mga SMEs para matest din ang kanilang mga empleyado, at ano yung planong testing para sa randomized household-based testing na mangyayari sa Metro Manila. And for my last question in this round, Mr. Chair, para sa ating mga government economic managers, whether si Sec Dominguez po or si Sec Carl would like to respond even initially kasi cluster of
In the
questions
next
ito.
round.
Yes,
You've
sir.
been more than 12 minutes already, Senator Tevenos. The others have been very strict about their time.
All
So-
right, Chair. If I may just put on record, I will not request a reply from the government economic managers. Topic na lang, topics, not the questions themselves. In the next round, I would like to ask them about a possible plan B, about coordinating the relocation of capital to new areas of investment. Ito address kay Sec Carl. And then questions on deficits and other related questions. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
All right, Senator Pia Cayetano, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to direct my first question to IATF and DOTR. Earlier, Senator Grace asked about the preparations for the opening of the transportation industry, no? I suppose particularly for Metro Manila. And I'd like to point out that for people to be comfortably able to travel using public transportation, it would be very important to plan and to coordinate this, now including alternative modes of transportation. We have this golden opportunity to fast forward and transport ourselves into the future, a future that should have been part of our present, which is using sustainable modes of transportation, including walking and biking and other motorized forms. Many people in the past have told us, and if we can learn from those experiences, these kinds of crises give us that opportunity to make the shift, no? So I don't need a lengthy response from IATF or DOTR, but I do know that there are a lot of advocates for sustainable transportation, including biking and walking, who do want to hear if this is something that we are seriously considering. And the second point I'd like to make is that I personally feel that we need more planning and coordination as far as our workforce is concerned, because there is no way that saying that 50 to 75% of the workforce can go back to work physically in their physical structure within a certain period of time. There is no way that our public transportation as is can sustain them. Hindi kaya ng ating public transportation in a COVID precautionary in the period that we are in now to sustain a 50 to 75% of people going back using public transportation. And that is why the messaging and the planning for this shift to a sustainable program for transportation must be done very carefully, because otherwise people will be rushing to work and they will still be in those lines, and those lines will just get longer and longer. So just a quick response so that we know what's going on.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Senator. On the part of the Department of Transportation, and to be direct to the point, yes, we are considering bicycle as an alternative mode of transportation. We will submit to the Senate the details on how we do this, where the bicycles will be allowed to run, how bicycle lanes will be constructed, and in the meantime, the use of plastic bollard and stair markings will have to be used. We'll give you the detail. On the other part of the question, yes, there are studies, in-depth studies being undertaken so that the DOTR can observe and follow the new normal in the realm of transportation. Briefly, we are the consolidation of operators and rationalizations of routes in National Capital Region, establishment of dedicated lanes for road public transport, the shifting to online transaction, the GPS tracking of PUBs, the implementation of an automatic fare collection system, the online booking of seats, the electronic toll collection technology through RFID, and requiring shuttle services for school bus and government employees, as well as employees of manufacturing concern. This, Madam Senator, in gist, are the capsule reactions to your question, the details of which can be submitted to the Senate for their further consideration and reference. Madam Senator.
Thank you very much, Secretary Tugade. That is exactly the response I needed to hear, just very concise but direct to the point. Thank you. I would like to get a detail of the details of that. And maybe one point that can be elaborated on is what discussions, perhaps it would be DTI, DOLE, and other groups that directly work with companies and employees can do, including LGU, by the way, on how we can be more mindful of people being able to work in their immediate vicinity, let's say not less than 10 kilometers away. These are shifts that other countries have made in the past. No? It requires a little bit more planning. It requires rethinking, who you will move here and there. But this is the perfect time to do it. I know for a fact that the mayor of Taguig, my brother, is already thinking that way because we want to promote biking, and yet you want to be able to ensure that these people will be biking within a reasonable time, no, not 3 hours of biking per day. So on that note, I just like to put on record that I have 3 bills pending, which I hope we can hear soon: Sustainable Transportation Act, the Bicycling Act, and the latest is the Safe Pathways Act, which prioritize the bike lanes and walkways for those who are frontliners. So thank you for that, Secretary Tugade. I'll move on to my next point. I think just today, there was a, I received a copy today, but it's actually dated April 29. And this is an independent report written by UP professors, Dr. Guido, David, Ranjit Rai, and the rest. And it talks here about the reproduction rate, no? And so for those who are not familiar, the goal is to have a reproduction rate of the virus of less than 1%. So if we can have that reproduction rate of less than 1%, then it's a sign that we can somewhat open up, that we are actually flattening the curve. And that's where I want to ask Secretary Vince Dizon to comment on this, because the latest data I have, and I'm not so sure if this is accurate, but this comes from that report, is that we went down to under 1, and then right now we're hovering just slightly above 1. I think I also got the same numbers, by the way, from Mahar Lagmay last week. So that means we are flattening the curve. So once and for all, can I get a response from Secretary Dizon? Because my colleagues and I keep on asking similar questions, no? There's a debate, are we flattening, are we not flattening? And this is an independent report that I'm quoting that is saying that kung tuloy-tuloy ang trajectory nito, we should be considered flattening the curve. And what other data should we keep in mind as we study this? Because on my own, when I try to assure people of the real situation, I think we should call a spade, that we were very slow in coming up with the testing facilities, as many countries were. However, we are catching up, and a big thanks to Senator Gordon, who contributed through his efforts, the testing labs of Philippine Red Cross. So Secretary Vince, can you just give us the very clear facts on where we are today and what people can expect when it comes to testing?
Opo, thank you very much, ma'am. First of all, there are 2 groups that are assisting the government effort. The first one is the group of Dr. John Wong with the PIDS and Ateneo. And then we have the UP Pandemic Response Team led by Dr. Mahar Lagmay of UP and Dr. Ted Herbosa as well, the Executive Vice President of UP. Both of the groups do unequivocally say that the curve has flattened. And the main metric of this is the reproduction rate, or the R0, as they typically call it. And right now, we are at 1 nationally, we are slightly below 1, I think at 0.92, which is the ideal scenario of between 0.7 and 1. So that is a clear indication of that. Now, does that mean we're in safe haven? Absolutely not, as we have seen other countries experience. There are instances, especially in a in a transition phase from a very hard lockdown to where we are trying to head towards, there could be spikes. Now, what do we need to do to prepare for these potential spikes? And I think Secretary Galvez and Secretary Duque have explained that very well. We need to build the infrastructure to test. Testing is the most important. I absolutely agree po with Senator Ontiveros, Senator Pangilinan, and all the senators. Testing is the foundation by which we prevent another spike. Second, we have to aggressively trace. And finally, we have to be able to treat and isolate and reserve our very limited space for critical and severe patients for those that will need it if and when we get to this spike or this wave, whatever they call it. No? So, and for testing po, we are really doubling time. No? Talaga pong medyo humahabol po talaga tayo ngayon. No? Dahil siguro po sa hirap na rin ng pag-manage nung una nating dinaanan nung Marso, talaga pong kailangan po talagang mag-catch up ng mabilis at ang ating capacity. Kasi yun po ang pundasyon ng testing natin. And we are trying to do that. And Secretary Galvez just made reports today of new machines. I think there are about, between yesterday and today, there are about 30 PCRs and about 30 automated extraction machines that have arrived from both the private sector as well as the Philippine Red Cross. And those machines are going to add so much capacity to us. It's just our ability to act swiftly and very decisively to deploy these machines to the areas that most need them.
Thank you, Secretary Vince. May I just suggest to, I guess, to the entire IATF group, no, that I think we can clarify our messaging better when we let people know that there is no manual. No? Walang nagsasabi na pagka ganito, sarap, pagka ganito, bukas. Every single government all over the world is relying on data analysts, relying on scientists to help determine how much you can open, how fast you can open, how soon you have to close again. And just because there may be instances, and I think it was Secretary Galvez who defined it very clearly earlier, that there was a term that he used, parang may flexibility tayo. Ganun talagang mangyayari. So let's help people understand that yes, we want to try to open up, but be ready because if we have to close, that is just the way it is all over the world. It does not mean that we are a failure. Yes, we may have some mistake in calculation, but it's just the way it has to be. So people understand. Kasi otherwise, we're grading ourselves. Pasado ka kung tama yung prediction mo. Bagsak ka kung hindi tama. No one can predict this. So I feel that we have to be very persistent and candid about our explaining this to the people. Thank you, Secretary Vince.
Thank you.
I'll go very quickly to is Secretary Anyo with us? I asked yesterday, I think they said not. So if he's not, I'll just put it on record. Maybe IATF can just relay my concern. DILG. Anyway.
Ma'am, I'm representing the DILG.
Okay, thank you, Secretary. This also relates to my concern with transportation and the use of emergency pathways. I am not only referring to major roads and highways. I'm also referring to barangays because people need to be able to move around. And there is nothing wrong with using our feet and walking. No, it's not a punishment. It's something that I want us to be able to do comfortably. So I just want to call on DILG also, number one, to hasten the guidelines for the use of these alternative modes of transportation. And number two, to keep us posted because I just read somewhere that there are a number of cities that in Metro Manila that are ready to open up. Medyo kinabahan ako doon kasi I'm like, anong guidelines nila, di ba? And Metro Manila is just one big metropolitan. Dapat pare-pareho tayo. Of course, I respect the autonomy of each city, but my understanding is parang we heal as one in the sense na the rules should be pretty much the same, di ba? Baka the timing, the actual implementation may differ a bit, but the guidelines should be pretty much the same. So yun lang, Secretary Galvez, pakirelay lang po.
Yes, ma'am. Yusek Malaya is here and he said, yes, we will comply.
Okay, thank you. My next concern is regarding tourism. Secretary Berna, hello, how are you?
Hello.
I just want to share that I actually had the opportunity to join a webinar hosted by Financial Times. I don't know if you caught that, but there was a big chunk of them. And what was pointed out is that what we expect from tourism, number
Yes.
2, young travelers, and number 3, staycations. So, and I know you're on top of your game, so I have no doubt that if there's any good practices out there, you'll be the first to implement it in our country. I just want to show my support, but also put on record that what I took away from that webinar was the reality that for people to have confidence in your country, and we are a tourism industry, no, our country, is that the desire is that the policies, especially the health policies for COVID-related exposure, should be consistent with whatever is set worldwide, no? So I'd just like to hear very quickly from you, Sec Berna, on that. Kasi there's really no point for us to reinvent the wheel, di ba? Like sasabihin natin, oh kami magte-test dito, magte-test doon. Kasi it becomes a burden pa nga daw for travelers, whether it's business or pleasure, to find out that iba kayo doon. I mean, you don't gain anything by being stricter, by being more lax, kasi it confuses the travelers. Is that something that you hope you plan to be
Sorry.
guided by?
Art,
Yes,
Art,
Secretary.
I'm having a problem with I didn't hear the question. Yusek Art, did you hear
Yes.
the question?
Yes, Mr. President, just a quick response. The Department of Tourism is rolling out very soon an omnibus revised tourism standards anchored on new normal standards as espoused by the Department of Health, the World Health Organizations, also anchored on best practices around the world. So that covers the areas of accommodation, tourist transport, all of our meeting venues, restaurants, and even tour guides will be guided by those standards. The Secretary has instructed us to really work closely, primarily with the Department of Health and all of the major stakeholders in tourism, and they have concurred with our proposal, and we expect to roll out that set of standards within the next couple of weeks, so that will give time to all of our stakeholders to prepare and to comply. So there are at least basic common themes that we expect to see, and they're anchored on basically social distancing, deep sanitation, as well as protective gear, no? And the investment of tourism stakeholders in health plans, both for employees and our guests. So those are the changes that we expect to see. In terms of accommodation, for instance, we will be just mandating a maximum of double occupancy for all of the hotels. And for restaurants, starting with 50% occupancy in terms of operations for in-dining. So those are the changes that we expect to see and the stakeholders to comply. Mr. President, thank you.
Secretary Berna, would you like to add something else? Because
Yes.
after that, we'll allow
Yes,
Senator Baytano one more question because
I'm
she's...
not sure if you can hear me.
We can.
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah, as early as a month ago, we had already given all protocols to Yusek Art said. We gave a copy of hotel, accommodation, land transportation, to guides, the MICE, and we've been working closely to tourism of the Philippines, different associations. Then only last week it discussed with OH if protocols that we agreed on were up to the standards of the Department of Health, because thing is, of course, what Mr. Cart, social, physical distance, rotation, etc. So we will be having consultation with the next 2 weeks. We already got the go signal of health, and the tourism establishments will be allowed to open when we have the MCCQ. So we're already preparing for that. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. President, I did not quite hear everything that clearly, so maybe you can just write it down. My comment also on USEC's statement is that when you show us the guidelines and we'd like a copy, can you indicate where these best practices or what the source is, if it's WHO or whatever? Because there are practices out there that may be best for one country but not necessarily for ours. Obviously, the food and restaurant business would like to promote 50% occupancy or more. But I'd like to know that if WHO approves of that, and maybe they approve of it, but it has to have these, I've seen it in Japan and Korea, I think, these acrylics.
Dividers, yeah.
So we'd like to know very specifically where those recommendations come from so that we can also assess, because I know the pressure for us to open up is there. I want to support also, but we also want to assure that we keep safety in mind. And then can you also start planning for local travel by land, Because I was having this conversation with my team, and of course we live in Metro Manila. At some point in time, obviously not next week, maybe not even in a month, but at some point, the easiest way to support local tourism would be to get in your car with your family who you're living with anyway, and maybe drive to a destination, and then you can help tell us what are the safe activities to do there, diba? You're just gonna buy fruits and vegetables and overlook the Taal Vista, okay na siguro yon. So maybe you could really come up with strict guidelines early on so that when that time comes, whether it's 60 days from now, 90 days, 180, ready na tayo. We don't have to debate it anymore.
All right, thank you. If there are any other answers, you may, as Senator Cayetano said earlier, you can please submit it to her. Thank you, Senator Cayetano. We now call on Senator Tolentino. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to be very, very brief. My question is addressed to the Honorable Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Are you still there, Secretary Locsin?
Yes, I can see him. Secretary Deliboy.
Secretary Locsin, are you still there? Unmute. Can I proceed, Mr. President?
Yes, please proceed. But we cannot hear Secretary Locsin if he's responding. We cannot hear it.
Can my clock be reset?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Okay, go. Yeah.
Okay.
Secretary Locsin, some questions probably, one question should not be answered. And
Yes.
I suppose that you will just submit the Senate, your answer to the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, because this might
Yes.
involve some confidential matters. Capi Fern is, of
Yes.
course, the Senate President. There were some activities while we are busy with the COVID-19 crisis involving a big foreign power in the West Philippine Sea.
Yes.
You're probably aware of this, and I congratulate you for making a stand once after the April 2020 incident in the Paracels Islands. I congratulate you for that. And then there were several other incidents, April 18, and then there was a large-scale military exercise, May 14, 2020. You don't have to answer. Secretary,
Yes.
is this a distraction for us, or are we showing here a sign of solidarity with our ASEAN neighbors? Because I heard you were very active with the ASEAN Coordinating Council meeting, especially with the collective response to the COVID-19. Tama po yung ginagawa nyo kasi we should really work hand in hand with our ASEAN neighbors. You did not answer. And I now proceed to congratulating you, Secretary Locsin, because you submitted a very exhaustive report to this Committee of the Whole, especially with the donations received. Ito pong isa, very heartwarming, Mr. President. We received several pieces of equipment coming from a country in Sub-Sahara, Libya, a group in Libya. Among other things, they gave us through the Philippine Embassy in Tripoli 100 pieces of shoe covers, and 50 pieces of facial mask. Napaka hirap pong bansa ngayon, pero tumulong pa ho sa atin. At napakarami nating mga Pilipino doon sa Libya ngayon. Meron din pong donation. I hope Secretary Duque can answer this, involving 100,000 vegan tablets, of course, to the Philippine Embassy in Tokyo. My question, which you can answer, Secretary Locsin. Right
Yes.
now, as we're having this Senate Committee of the Whole meeting, there is an ongoing 73rd meeting of the World Health Assembly. Alam naman po siguro ito ni Secretary Duque.
Yes.
And the call was for the world to have a people's vaccine na ibigay na ng libre sa lahat na nangangailangan. Are we together in this endeavor, Secretary Locsin? O iba, sino bang ano natin doon? Sino bang ang deputy nyo na nandun ngayon is it in Geneva or where is it ongoing? Palagay ko sa Switzerland.
This is happening, sir. This is happening. This is happening in Geneva, yes, I had read that some countries have said the minute a vaccine or a cure is discovered, it will be shared with the world. Naturally, we support that. I would also like to say this, that right now all our work has been repatriation and expatriation. Repatriation of OFWs, and for that I need to thank the foreign embassies here who really went out of their way, naturally, to take care of, to help us coordinate with the countries of origin to bring our people back. And in that regard, we also did the expatriation of foreign nationals who were stranded in the Philippines. And that the DFA and the Department of Tourism went totally out of the way to bring these foreigners out again back home. And let me tell you, sir, I would like to pay tribute to Secretary Berna Puyat, because the foreign ministers who call me and say, thank you so much, because oddly, I don't want to say too much about this, but the Philippines stands out by the care and concern and help they did to bring their nationals out. And we will not forget, they said. And that's important to me and to all of us, because I said in the last analysis, it's those countries that will find the cure. I don't mean we should do it for a mercenary motive, but I felt that let's have goodwill now when we have a chance to demonstrate it. And in that regard, they are so grateful to Secretary Berna for the extraordinary work she did to get the stranded nationals out. And of course, our consuls in the Philippines to gather them in, and the foreign embassies here to put them together in about 103 sweeper flights to bring them home. And because of that, we have garnered a tremendous amount of goodwill. And I know that if any developments take place abroad, we will be helped to the fullest extent, because we did our part when it was our obligation. So when it comes to the discovery of a cure, I know we will not be left behind. Whichever country, whichever region in the world discovers it, because we did our part, and we did it not for any selfish motive. We did it because you never leave strangers in a strange land stranded. Bring them home. Just as we are grateful to the foreign countries who helped put together our overseas contract workers and put them on planes and brought them home also. By the way, among the most astonishing donations was the United Arab Emirates with 7 tons of medical equipment and medical medicines and face masks, PPEs, and all the other supplies that we need. So I hope I was able to answer you.
Secretary Locsin, but we await your response to that question, which I mentioned a while ago should not be stated openly, because I heard we're being covered live by some networks. So confidentially, perhaps you can submit in writing.
Yes, I will.
Relative to the incidents last April 18, May 14, and April 2 of this year. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and I
Sir, if I may just add this, the Department of Foreign Affairs has never flagged nor missed a single opportunity to assert our sovereignty and demand our rights. We have never yielded, because once you yield an inch, you lose it all.
Salamat,
Thank you very
Secretary.
much, sir, for bringing it up.
Yes, since you mentioned Secretary Berna, I'd rather ask now Secretary Berna for my last question. Secretary Berna, napag-usapan kanina yung domestic tourism. You mentioned a while ago that for the last several weeks, the Department of Tourism waived several fees, permits, and another regulatory fees to some of the travel agents and other stakeholders. My question, Secretary Berna, is this: do we have now, considering that the Bayanihan Law granted the Department of Tourism an outlay as well, a roadmap similar to what Secretary Cayetano has been insinuating for what will happen after all these restrictions are lifted? Because I've heard that the OT mentioned several weeks ago that domestic tourism should be promoted. I'm saying this against the backdrop of 5.4 million employees in the Philippine tourism sector. Dito na po pinag-uusapan, Secretary, yung mga nag-aalaga ng kabayo sa Baguio, sa Tagaytay, yung mga bangkero po natin sa Pansanghan, sa Boracay, sa Coron, etc. Yung mga nagtitinda ng mga buko pie, at pag pinagsama-sama po yan, anong kalaki po yan? Do we have a roadmap considering that we are really festival-based? Katatapos lang po ng May 15. Dapat po yun yung Pahiyas Festival sa Lukban. Parating po yun, napakarami pang mga festivals. Ang kinakatakutan ko dito, kung hindi pa tayo tapos, baka pati po yung pista ng Poong Nazareno ngayon January 9 ay maapektuhan. So, do we have a roadmap for this? Kasi wala po akong narinig kanina coming from your presentation, no offense, considering a target date, paano natin ma-achieve? Kasi po sinasabi nyo, 2020 was supposed to be the golden year of Philippine tourism. Apektado po lahat kasi ang gaya po namin sa Tagaytay, nag-lockdown po ito, talbulkino pa. Ngayon, inabot-abot na. And you've been saying, kumahaba po yung question ko, nabanggit niyo po kanina yung mga standards in other areas, best practices, as you answered sa Senator Cayetano. Ang gusto ko pong ipaalam sa inyo, if we consider other areas, ang Bali po magbubukas na. Ang ilang areas po nakarating natin, malapit na magbukas. And for the information of Secretary Berna, ang tawag po sa iba, sa tourism, sa simula, start. Sa simula po, stay at home. Sunod, start. Phase 2, cautious. Phase 3, vigilant. Phase 4, new normal. At lagi pong nasa phase 1, yung pagbubukas ng mga hotels. Sa atin po, parang malayo po yung pagbubukas ng hotels. Hindi ko alam kung bakit. So, ang tanong ko po ganito, do we have a plan on how we can resuscitate the tourism industry? Ano po yung plano natin sa mga darating na araw? And of course, kasama na rin po dito ang transportation and mobility, which is tied up with tourism. Nakikinig po si Secretary Togate. May patanong po sa akin si Senator Lito Lapid tungkol doon sa Roro. Siguro mentally you can take a jot down, Secretary Togate, yung tungkol sa Roro, kailan daw ito bubuksan. Salamat, nabanggit nyo kanina yung pahintulot sa mga bisikleta. I support that. So, Secretary Berna, can you answer the question?
Yes, we already have been crafting with the Tourism Congress of the Philippines the Tourism Response and Recovery Program. This program aims to yield the most substantive and timely measures implemented as soon as possible. Now, with regard to your saying, hindi pa bukas ng hotel, bukas po ang mga hotel ngayon, they've always been open, but only for
that, Secretary Berna, bukas na po yung mga hotel ngayon?
BPOs, OFWs, and bank employees. Now po sa
We're having a difficulty with the signal.
Bukas siya
Secretary
sa
Berna.
mga business access na pwede na po sa GCQ. Pwede na po magbukas ang tourism sa MGCQ. I'm sorry, can you hear me? Malabo yung ano ko eh. Yusek Art, am I garbled? Yusek Art, am I garbled? Oo
Yes.
nga eh.
Yes, perhaps.
Yes,
Yusek
Mr.
Art,
Secretary.
wait.
Yes.
Oo nga eh. Can you hear me?
If I may continue, Sec.
Yusek Art?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yusek Art.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yes, just to continue what the secretary has started sharing, that some hotels are actually operational now. We have about 1,000 hotels all over the country with more than 64,000 rooms, but they're housing OFWs, overseas Filipinos, and workers of essential industries, no, like BPOs, banks, and healthcare facilities. And as mentioned by the secretary, tourism was categorized by IATF in the category 4 sector, meaning we're not allowed to operate yet. But when we reach the modified GCQ, 50% of hotels will now be allowed to operate. 50% of operations, no, will be permitted, and only such time that the industry and the department can roll out a program and geared towards domestic tourism. In fact, in the tourism response and recovery plan, domestic tourism is going to be the catalyst in terms of growing tourism in the Philippines again. So rest assured, Mr. President, that the Department of Tourism will invest initially and heavily in domestic tourism to help our stakeholders and to build confidence among our travelers within the country first, no? As other countries in the world are doing as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, siguro po, with the indulgence of Secretary Berna, ang tanungin ko na lang po si Yusek kasi mas maganda yung signal niya. So, to be very specific, you mentioned the word invest. Would that mean that the Department of Tourism is now pushing for stimulus package or funds, naririnig tayo ni Secretary Dominguez, for the tourism industry in the same manner as Malaysia unveiled recently a 4.59 billion US dollars stimulus package for the Malaysian tourism industry. The same is true with Thailand for Phuket and other areas in Thailand, 3.2 billion dollars. Yung po ba yung tinatahak natin? Tutulungan din po natin yung mga nakaligtaan ngayong mga bed and breakfast sa Guimaras, yung atin pong maliliit na hotel sa Coron, Palawan, yung atin pong mga tourism establishments sa Bohol, sa Panglao, at maging sa Mountain Province. Yung po ba yung sinasabi nyo, Yusek?
Isa po yon sa tinatahak doon sa TRRP na tinatawag, yung Tourism Response and Recovery Plan. No? But yung nasabi ko kanina, Mr. President, na investment is primarily for domestic tourism promotions. Pero we are engaged, no, in the meetings with the lower house, for instance, for the economic stimulus packages that they're working on. At part of the packages that the lower house is looking at is extension of low interest loans to our stakeholders that are affected and continue to be affected. No? So by the time that we reopen tourism, there will be some sort of access to this kind of financial support. We're also working closely with the Land Bank of the Philippines and the Development Bank of the Philippines to extend assistance to micro, small, and medium enterprises in tourism. Karamihan po ng nasa turismo ay talagang nasa micro and small, at sila po yung nangangailangan ng tulong. No? So may mga windows for assistance po sa tourism ngayon. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Mr. President, siguro po last 10 seconds na lang ako or 20 seconds. The Secretary of Transportation is listening, the Secretary of Foreign Affairs is listening, the Secretary of Tourism is listening. You might be familiar with these words now, but in the days to come, ang pag-uusapan na po touchless travel. Ang pag-uusapan na po yung pagdaan po sa immigration at paglampas sa airport, hindi na po hahawakan, hindi nakakapkapan. Yun po yung ibig sabihin ng mga bagong protocol ngayon. At yung digital health passport. Ang ibig sabihin po, bago ka pa makarating sa iyong patutunguhan, alam na po yung estado ng iyong kalusugan. Kung ikaw ba ay merong sakit dati, kung ikaw ba ay nag-positive dati sa COVID, etc., etc. And I'm sure the three departments concerned, these are all related to their mandates, are familiar with this. So having said that, Mr. President, I did not consume my 10 minutes. I would like to thank Secretary Locsin, Secretary Togade, and Secretary Berna Puyat. Salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino. Secretary Berna would be best advised to have your internet connection checked. And earlier, we asked the ICT to check on the internet signals that we're getting here in the Senate. And Senator Lacson was promised by Senator Honasan that he will be the one to climb the tower this afternoon to make sure that everything is in order. Senator Lacson, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Most of my questions will be addressed to PhilHealth. But before I proceed, I would just like to point out and correct the statement made by Secretary Duque that Sansure, which is priced, the extraction machine of Sansure, which is priced at 1,750,000 pesos compared to Kingfisher, same machine, which is priced at 4 million pesos each, is a closed system. Mali po yun. Unless he wants to respond to that, I will not belabor the point. I would just like to point that out. Anyway, may I proceed now to my questions that I would like to address to PhilHealth. Okay. Nandiyan ba si Jal Morales?
Po, I'm here. I can hear you po, Senator Lacson. Good afternoon po, Your Honors, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Dick.
Good afternoon po.
Yeah. Per DOH website, yung Philippine Red Cross, marami sila na test 27,000 plus, ano? And we in the Senate, we are proud to be associated with our distinguished colleague kasi sabi nga nila 45% ng share ng lahat ng test sa PRC compared to 4 or 5 more entities na nagko-conduct ng test. So it's a matter of record. And I understand that this was made possible because of a memorandum of agreement between PhilHealth and the PRC. Is that correct?
That's correct po, Senator Lacson.
Well, siyempre pag mayroong MOA, meron itong serbisyo, meron itong cost. Paki-explain nga po yung nilalaman tungkol sa serbisyo at sa cost na involved dito sa MOA.
Opo. Yung background doon ng MOA, because we had to build up quickly our testing capacity because of the spike in the number of COVID cases. And the only facility that was able to do that previously was the RITM, and they got hit by a quarantine issue because their staff was affected. Now, the Philippine Red Cross, the Philippine Red Cross has a high capacity, but they needed the materials to be able to conduct the test. So this was the nature of the memorandum of agreement between PhilHealth and the Philippine Red Cross, that PhilHealth would provide the funds so that the Red Cross could conduct the testing procedure with enough capacity to meet the demands of testing initially the LGUs in the National Capital Region. This involved an advance fund of 100 million, which has been
Paki-ulit, meron kayong advance payment na 100 million pesos for services not yet rendered. So advance po ito. Para saan yung 100 million?
In my understanding po, this was used to purchase materials to conduct the test. And this was the purpose for which this advance was provided to the Philippine Red Cross.
Ay, hawak po ako ritong official receipt, 100 million pesos received from PhilHealth, Philippine Health Insurance Corporation. Ang particulars dito, of course, paid to Philippine Red Cross. Ang particulars to cover mobilization for the COVID-19 testing services. Ano po ibig sabihin ng mobilization? 100 million for mobilization. Para saan yung mobilization po?
I think that involves the purchase of the materials. The term mobilization is a general term, but our understanding with the Red Cross is that this would involve the identification of the testing candidates, the recording of the candidates, the collection of the specimen, the processing of the specimen, and the reports of the test conducted. This is what the 100 million is supposed to cover. And the amount per test is 3,500 per test.
Kasama po sa MOA yun, 3,500. Ito yung per testing package under the ProHack Vice. Yung ProHack Vice, for or on this occasion only. No? So specific ito. So ano po itong 100 million? Parang petty cash na ililiquidate kada magko-conduct ng test ang PRC?
Opo, ubusin ho nila yan to conduct the test, and then as covered ho in the memorandum of agreement, pag naubos ho nila yan, we will replenish that to keep it at that level.
Hanggang anong limit po nitong ibibigay yung pera sa PhilHealth? Halimbawa, natapos na yung 100 million, equivalent sa, sabi nyo per test, nakapackage sa 3,005?
Opo.
So wala na kayo re-reimburse?
Pag naubos na ho nila yan, hindi pa
nag-test 100 million?
Opo. Kasi ang target ho ng Red Cross is to test the 2% of the population of the National Capital Region.
Which is mga 254,000 people, di ba?
That is correct ho. Kulang-kulang ho ng 1 billion ang kakailangan.
Okay. So kung 254,000 persons ang itetest para mag-constitute ng 2% ng population ng NCR, ang total na babayaran nyo sa PRC, 889 million pesos.
Opo, that's the approximate
So may utang pa kayo sa PhilHealth na 789 million pesos. Kasi nagbigay na kayo ng 100.
They will have to liquidate ho yung inuna naming pera bago ho namin i-replenish.
Yeah, we're concerned because ang PhilHealth, alam niyo, public fund ito kailangan maingat tayo sa public fund, ang sabi ninyo, ang cost ng isang test 3,005. Meron po ako nakuha ang resibo rito na kasi online ang application Ayan, 4,005 po ito Paano liquidation nito kung 3,005 ang practice ninyo, 4,500 pesos naman ang siningil ng Red Cross dito sa tao na ito. Ayan po yung BDO, cash transaction slip, na kung saan yung tao nagbayad online ng 4,500. So para saan po yung additional 1,000?
Yung 3.5 lang ang sasagutin ng PhilHealth dyan. I think yung ahead, yung beyond the 3.5, babayaran ho ng test fee dahil may kailangan silang documentation. And I think this is for departing
extra. Sino magbabayad?
Hindi ho sila qualified. Hindi ho sila targeted na testee. So ito ho, bale elective nung pasyente na nagpa-test siya.
Pero nakalagay po sa inyong MOA, lahat ng PhilHealth members kasama. Pwede magpa-test sa PRC, hindi ba?
Hindi ho. Ang PhilHealth ho magbabayad. Ang mamimili ho ng itetest ay ang Philippine Red Cross, ang Department of Health, at yung mga LGUs po.
Ito po yung obligations ng PhilHealth. Paki-plus sa screen. Pay PRC per testing package under this agreement for all persons with PhilHealth coverage and those tested pursuant to Clause A2 above at the amount of 3,500 pesos per 1 unit of SARS-CoV-2 test. Eh di ba ho, under the Universal Healthcare Act, eh lahat na tayo membro ng PhilHealth. So lahat covered na ito.
Opo, but in this case, itong test na ginagawa ng PRCO, ang usapan ho namin, sila ho ang mamimili kung sinong ititest. So, targeted testing ho yung ititest. Hindi ho lahat ng magpapatest ay sasagutin ng PhilHealth. Una-una ho, dahil ina-identify ho ng LGU, DOH at PRC kung sino ho ipapriority katulad ng mga frontline health workers at yung mga involved ho sa critical industries or services. Yun ho ang inuuna.
Medyo magulo ito, Cavalier, ano? Dahil meron din dito sa MOA na yung highly urbanized city, 5 million pesos, di ba? Sasagutin ng LGU. Pagka non-HUC, 3 million. Other municipalities, 2 million. Para saan naman yon?
Hindi ho yata lahat ng LGU. Hindi ho kasama sa MOA. Hindi ho kasama sa MOA yung amount na yon. Ito ho is only between Philippine Red Cross and PhilHealth po.
Okay. Ang nakalagay dito, sa MOA, MOA between PhilHealth and PRC, I have no problem to include in the coverage all those who are endorsed or referred to the PRC by the LGUs, RITM, BJMP, and other persons referred by other government agencies like DOLE, BOEA, OWA, and frontline health workers, na kailangan ng periodic testing. Pero bakit natin pa include sa coverage ng MOA yung mga tao who were directly solicited or screened by PRC to have a test? Paano yon?
I will sandali ho, tatanungin ko po yung staff.
Directly solicited by the PRC will be included in the coverage. Pakitanong nga, pakiclarify. Medyo magulo itong MOA ninyo kasi.
Our Senior Vice President, Dr. Vargas, answered. He has a better grasp of the mechanics.
Go ahead po, go ahead.
Mr. President, Senator Lacson, Dr. Vargas po. Sir, one is, yun po the PRC or the Philippine Red Cross has meron po silang mga pasyente or in these cases, for those
Excuse me. Can you speak closer to the microphone, please?
Ito na lang to. Punta ko dito.
From PhilHealth. Yeah, please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and of course Senator Lacson. I'm Dr. Vargas, Senior Vice President for Health Finance Policy for PhilHealth. First po, the PRC, still as covered by this MOA po. One, they have patients or those members of PhilHealth who are to be tested but referred to by as referred earlier by Senator Lacson, those coming from the government, LGU and all those as written. And again, there are also patients who are directly being provided for by the PRC, these services, those who are actually coming po from their, they have this kasi sir na parang contact center na meron pong mga doon po konsulta once these patients are now they are seen directly by the PRC, and the PRC are also the ones doing the assessment, the diagnostics, the swabbing, and all being tested, again, following the DOH. So yun po yung mga dumadaan or diretsong pumupunta na pasyente sa PRC. There are those naman po na mga patients coming from, example, LGU, but the LGUs are the ones who are doing the assessment, the swabbing, and the samples collected are now transported to the PRC for the testing. So yun po yung directly solicited or screened by the PRC, yun po yung mga direct patients na pumupunta sa kanila. But again, sila po, yes.
Excuse me, your director for finance.
Yes, sir.
Are to pay 3,500 or 4,500 directly to Red Cross, and those are not reimbursable.
Sir, the 3,500 po, all those which are under or following the DOH protocols or guidelines of who are supposed to be covered by the expanded targeted testing, dapat po yun ay hindi nababayadan, walang sisingilin kasi po covered siya ng MOA. However, there are those patients na hindi po covered nung ating identified for the expanded testing. Katulad po halimbawa ng mga, for example, for employment. So yun pong mga yon sinisingil ng PRC directly kasi hindi po namin siya i-reimburse. Kasi nga po hindi sila covered nung DOH expanded.
May coverage sila ng PhilHealth kasi under the Universal Healthcare Act nga, lahat ng Pilipino covered na ng PhilHealth. So paano mo sila na-discriminate?
Tama naman po, Mr. President, Senator Lacson, tama naman po. However, ang guidelines po ngayon na sinusunod natin for reimbursement are those provided by the DOH protocols and expanded mass testing po. Expanded targeted mass testing. And identified po doon, sir.
Clarify further, ano ibig sabihin ng expanded testing as against those na within the DOH protocol na kailangan matest?
Yes, sir. Doon po sa DOH Department Memorandum 0180, yun po yung guidelines on the expanded mass testing. Doon po naka-identify, Mr. President, Senator, yung pong covered or kung sino yung mga dapat po na ma-cover for this testing. Yun po yung sa ngayon na sinusunod natin po. For example po, those who have been exposed. Tapos po ay may mga subgroups po na in-identify din like patients or healthcare workers with severe or critical symptoms with relevant history or travel. May subgroup B po, may subgroup C, may subgroup D na yun po yung naka-identify for this testing po. And nakalagay din po sa general guidelines that indiscriminate testing beyond close contacts of a confirmed case COVID-19 is not recommended. So sa ngayon po, ito po yung sinusunod natin as a guideline for payment.
Senator, Mr. President, the main reason for this selective testing is because we have a limited capacity for test. Hindi pa ho kaya ng capacity natin i-test ng buong population natin. Kaya pinipili ho yung mga test, kung sino iti-test. At ang namimili ho dito, yung Red Cross, yung Department of Health, at yung ibang ahensya ho na nakipag-direktang frontline nag-implement nitong testing strategy.
Okay. Kung wala dito sa subgroup A, B, C, and D, what happens to a PhilHealth member who wants to be tested by PRC pero hindi siya nagpo-fall under any of the subgroups? Will it be entertained by PRC?
Will it be, yes, will be
entertained or accommodated?
He will be entertained pero hindi sasagutin yung cost ng test.
Hindi sagot ng PhilHealth yung kanilang ibabayad. Hindi re-reimburse.
Kung yung testo ay elective ng pasyente.
Protection clause yan?
Well, because of the limited number of testing available, selective ang application ng free testing at this point.
magre-register dyan sa 4 na subgroups na yan? Paano malalaman na yung taong gusto magpa-test, pasok dyan at hindi pasok? Sino magde-determine nun?
Sir, kaya po dumadaan, sir, doon sa services ng clinical assessment. And kung kaya't din po, upon the clinical assessment, meron pong pinipil upon the interview ng pong case investigation form na doon po nakalagay, especially yung pong mga history ng pasyente, at ang gumagawa din po nito at the moment would be the doctors. Meron pong case investigation form, and that will be part also of the documents that will have to be submitted to PhilHealth as part of its of the liquidation po.
Teka muna, so subgroup A ako, no? Critical na ako, severe na. Magpipil up ako ng form para makasipin ako at masama doon sa libre na i-reimburse ng PhilHealth. Pero lahat na mag-a-apply sa PhilHealth, magbabayad muna ng 3,500.
Sir,
Oo.
Sir, technically po dito sa ating MOA with PRC, hindi na po dapat sisingilin if they fall dito po sa mga expanded mass testing clientele natin, because ang PhilHealth na nga po magbabayad ng 3,500.
Okay.
May I add po, Senator Lacson, Mr. President, if the patient is diagnosed with COVID-19, it will fall under the case rate. And if he's admitted before April 15, PhilHealth will pay at cost the hospitalization expenses of the patient. And after April...
Post-April 15, kasi alam ko naman na before hanggang April 15, sagot lahat ng PhilHealth. But after April 15, may pronouncement ng PhilHealth na hindi na sasagutin. But let's limit our discussion dito sa MOA between PhilHealth and kasi unique po ito eh. Dahil unang-una naka-advance. So hindi ba parang na-discriminate yung ibang health units, no, hospitals? Although we must admit na talaga mas mura yung sa PRC kasi kalahati eh. 8,000 plus yung sa mga hospital na iba, sa PRC kalahati ang presyo. And we should be thankful to PRC. Ang concern ko lang dito, government fund itong ginagamit natin at kailangan maging maingat tayo. Bakit in advance na natin, hindi pa na-render yung serbisyo? Doon lang po ako may problema. At pagkatapos noon, magbabayad pa yung magpapatest, saka papipila uli sa PhilHealth para magpa-reimburse. Paano po yun? Hindi ko ma-reconcile eh.
Hindi na po.
Sir, can I answer?
Sige, Charlie. Okay, go.
Sir, actually, sir, we are part of the MOA. Kasi sir, ang ano sir natin, we have a problem with the OFW and also with the NCR. We need to test more or less 30,000 of PUIs and PUMs with the NCR, and also more or less 30,000 of OFWs. The target of this MOA are the two targets, which is the OFW seafarers and also the overseas returning, because we fear that there will be a second wave if we will not take care of the OFWs, because they are coming from a very tinatawag natin highly affected COVID cases, especially in Spain, Italy, and also in US. So basically the target of this MOA with PRC are the LGUs of NCR, considering that the NCR is the epicenter of the COVID, and considering that the RITM suspended its operation during those time, we have no ito po talaga po ang naano namin na talaga pong yung dalawang target namin po na yun kailangan na po natin, because it's a battle of time. Secondly, if we will allow walk-ins to be reimbursed in this MOA, baka sir ang mangyayari po sir, marami po mag-walk-in and the funds will be depleted. Pero assured sir na yung pera nito na ginagamit natin sa sir is well po sir yan, kasi talagang nakikita ko po talaga na talagang iniisa-isa po yung lahat ng mga gastusin ng PRC. Considering that ang PRC, ang donations po na binigay lang ng private sector is only the machines. yung consumables po, kailangan po mapalitan yan para at least hindi po hindi po matenga pagka nawalan po ng consumables. So he has to advance the consumables abroad so that the time na matapos po yung 30,000, meron na po siyang consumables as a replacement. This is some sort of management of the supply chain. If we will not advance, the supply chain will be broken.
Yeah, Charlie, I understand yung limitation, na hindi talaga lahat may cover. Pero ang discrimination, medyo apparent ito eh. Dahil lahat tayo dapat covered ng PhilHealth. Ngayon, merong screening na mangyayari. I understand yung ibang mga private entities like yung ibang OFWs, parang yung employers nila yung dapat sasagot. Ganun ba?
Sir, ganun sir ang inano sir natin na at least yung local manning agency and also OWA, partly sumasagot din po kasi nakita natin overwhelming po yun, hindi kaya po talaga sa 100 million considering yung tinest po natin more or less 29,000. Yung 100 million po na naka-advance po natin nakain na po yun sir eh. So hindi naman po tayo nagdi-discriminate because we want to target yung sector or yung tinatawag na mga tao na dapat nating test. Yung nag-walk-in po is kung for example ako po nag-walk-in din po ako, nagbayad din po ako kasi tutusin I'm not targeted because I know pwede naman po ako yung ibang tao pwede po magpatingin sa ibang hospital kasi ang ano po namin kasi yung Philippine Red Cross, we want to dedicate the Philippine Red Cross to the current situation that we are in, the influx of the OFWs at saka yung 30,000 po na dapat po na PUIs and PUMs, yung mga tinatawag nating spreaders. So yun po ang inano po namin sa strategy. That's why we partly po sa MOA po nito.
Pero Charlie, mouthpiece lang ako dito. Yung mga tinatanong ko mostly are coming from people who want to be clarified tungkol din sa MOA kasi yung iba nagbayad, hindi naman sila maka-reimburse. Ngayon, nagtatanong nga sila, paano bang proseso rito? Now, mabuti na articulate natin itong pag-uusap tungkol sa MOA dahil mayroong iba nagkakaroon ng false hopes na pag pumunta sila sa PRC, libre because of the MOA dahil nagbayad na nga yung PhilHealth in advance ng 100 million at magbabayad pa uli ng 789 million pesos dahil para ma-cover lahat yung 254,000 people constituting or representing 2% of Metro Manilans, hindi ba?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Agree po, sir. Yes, sir.
Hanggang ngayon, medyo malabo pa sa akin kung paano talaga yung prosesong susundin at hindi ko masasagot yung mga nagpatanong sa akin ng mga tanong na tinatanong ko sa inyo. So,
Sir?
Yun, may subgroups, pero halimbawa nga na pasok ka dyan, o hindi ka pasok sa subgroup, pero actually, medyo sa contact tracing, na-expose ka, at wala ka namang 3,500, anong laban mo?
Sir? Sir, if I may po, sorry po.
Yeah, Vince, sige.
Senator, opo. If I may lang po, no, just to...
We're not finding fault here. First, ang concern kong unang-una, PhilHealth funds ito eh. Pangalawa, para lang maliwanagan ng mga kababayan natin, sino talaga yung pwedeng pumunta na hindi magbabayad online. Kasi ito nga, halimbawa, hindi ko na sabihin ang pangalan nito, pero driver ito eh. Gusto niya magpa-test kasi may nararamdaman. Pinagbayad siya ng 3,500. Ang sabi pa nga sa kanya, kung gusto mo makakuha ng certificate, magbabayad ka ng 500 pesos additional. Kaya naging 4,500 eh.
Sir?
Let's go ahead, Secretary Vince.
Opo, sir, just to add lang po dun sa sinabi po ni Secretary Galvez. Unang-una po, sir, yung pong tama po yung computation natin, Senator, dun sa tatargetin natin sa NCR, no? Mga roughly, mga 200 plus thousand. Pero hindi naman po automatic po na sa Red Cross lang po lahat ng iyon, Senator, kasi marami din pong ngayon, lalo na po na nag-i-expand na po yung ating laboratory capacity, marami din pong pwedeng mga laboratorio na pwedeng dalhan ng ating mga LGUs. So basically, kaya nga po revolving po ito. So as nagagamit po yung funds based on the actual tests conducted and based on other documents such as the CIF, nagagamit po yung mga pondong yon. Pero ang mga LGUs po, they can go to other private hospitals, they can go to RITM, they can go to San Lazaro, and other labs po. No? So hindi po automatic ang ibig ko sabihin na sa Red Cross po lahat ang mapupunta yung mga specimen na ito at itetest ng Red Cross. Ikalawa po, gusto ko lang pong magdagdag dun sa sinabi ni Sec. Charlie. Kunwari po, just as an example, kami po ni Secretary Galvez, nagpa-test po kami sa Red Cross. No? I think 2 weeks ago, nag-walk-in po kami kasi po, nag-usap po kami at tingin namin for the sake of our families, siguro po para makampante, kailangan po kami magpa-test. Pero wala po sa amin na pumasok dun sa 4 na kategory na pinakita po kanina sa screen. Kaya po kami po ay nagbayad po nung required amount, no, yung 4,000 pesos if I'm not mistaken, no? Kasi hindi naman po kami humingi ng certificate. Ngayon po, kung kunyari po yung na-mention nyo po, sir, na contact trace po pero asymptomatic siya, actually papasok po siya, sir, sa subgroup D. Yung pong asymptomatic close contact or with a history of travel. In fact po, yung ating mga OFWs, lahat po nang pumapasok sa Pilipinas ngayon, sa subgroup D po lahat sila pumapasok. So, pasok po sila at libre po yung kanilang test na 3-5 based na rin po dun sa PhilHealth circular na lumabas na up to 8,000 nga po ang pwedeng i-reimburse ng PhilHealth for COVID PCR testing. Yun lang po, Senator, just to add to that lang po yung kay Sec. Charlie. Salamat po.
Before anything else, Senator Lito Lapid is giving up 2 minutes of his time to Senator Lacson to pursue this matter. But before that, the Senate doctors would like to ask PhilHealth. And they said that the PhilHealth covers the PCR test at first instance to patients. However, if the patient or the patient will turn out positive, the cost in the second test after 14 days will already be shouldered by the patient. This is what happened to the employees here in the Senate. So that have been the employees that have been required to have a repeat PCR test after coming out positive in the first swab. Why can't the PhilHealth cover both the cost of the swab tests? That is their question.
Thank you, Mr. President. To our knowledge, the second test should also be covered by PhilHealth. We would like to know the administering facility that
Bakit siningil nga yung mga empleyado ng Senado?
may we know yung administering facility? I think this was the clinic that set up.
We will ask for the list and we will submit it to you. We will ask the Senate clinic for the list of those patients who were asked to pay for the second time. Yeah. Senator Lacson, you may continue for 2 minutes more out of Senator Lapid's time.
Yeah, Cavalier, Jake, what will you replenish yung 100 million?
Opo, when and if the Philippine Red Cross submits the liquidation, we will replenish on depende sa level ng
Pag naubos na 100 million, pag na-liquidate.
Ang usapan ho namin dahil mabilis yung dating ng mga itetest, yung recent ho, we already replenished equivalent to 11,000 tests, equivalent to 41 million. So hindi pa ho na i-liquidate yung total amount pero meron na silang liquidating instrument. So ni-replenish na rin namin 41 million. Sumunod dun sa 100 million.
Ano pong treatment? Alam mo, government agency, Bureau of Immigration, gusto nila kasi kung magba-back to work, alam mo, full-time na yung hindi na skeletal, ano? Or even skeletal, back to work. Gusto nila ngayon magpa-test kasi ang choice nila is PRC. Ano procedure? Alam mo, ni Commissioner Morente, anong gagawin niya? Kanino makipag-ugnayan? Kanino magbabayad kung may babayaran? At paano masasama dyan sa 4 na subgroups? Saan sila pupunta?
In that case, so, kung pre-return to work, hindi ho i-cover ng PRC dahil hindi ho covered ng contract namin with ng MOA with between PhilHealth and PRC.
So magbabayad sila sa PRC. Mag-apply
Opo,
sila. And then magbabayad sila online. Kung individual, yung mga members nila, who could fall under any of the 4 subgroups, mag-apply sila individually.
Opo. If they fall within these 4 subgroups, they will have to apply individually.
And gusto lang i-clarify uli yung point na ni-raise kanina nung aming Senate Doctor through the Senate President. Maski yung second test, libre pa rin yan after quarantine.
Claims for multiple tests. Ibig sabihin, kung yung second test to ay positive pa rin, pati yung third test until magne-negative ho siya, sasagutin ho ng PhilHealth.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Kasi sabi nga ng Senate Doctor namin, parang nagbayad na ba, Mr. Senate President? Nagbayad na po eh. Paano yun? Siningil sila eh. So, i-reimburse na.
They can reimburse so with PhilHealth for as long as they keep the receipt.
For as long as they fall under any of the subgroups.
Yes. Opo.
The record.
Opo.
Anyway, thank you for the clarification. As I'd like to reiterate, mouthpiece lang ako rito. These are questions coming from people who are confused, ano? Magbabayad pa sila kasi mag-a-apply ka online, kailangan magbayad ka na lang agad ng online. As I showed to you, yung receipt na binayad sa isang bangko. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
May I add, Mr. President?
Mr. President?
We will publish a guidelines to clarify this issue as who can qualify to free COVID-19 testing under the PRC. So the public will be informed.
Better, that's good. We will now call on the President Pro Tem, Senator Lito Lasky.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief.
Mr. President. Wait. What was that?
I just want to make clear to everybody that we did not solicit PhilHealth or local governments. They came to us. All right? And at the same time, the test is for 3,500. All right? But when somebody comes in from outside and they're in a hurry to be tested, we charge them 4,000 because we have to swab them, which takes time out of our personnel. We have to encode, and we have to put a barcode there. That's the extra cost. Now, if they want a certification so they can find employment, we will give them an employment. It's just like asking a school for a transcript of record. Because of the time loss that should have been dedicated to others, we charge them another 500. Now, remember, we all advance this. And right now, kanina lang pumasok ho yung perang binigay ng PhilHealth. There have been 39,000 cases that have been given to us. And total is 136,500,000. Pagkatapos po niyan, galing ho sa Coast Guard yan. Ang Coast Guard, kawawang-kawawa talaga yan. Pero okay lang ho yan. Ay, nagkakamali-mali pa. Pero hindi nyo nakikita, pinapasok ko nga yung mga OFW rito kaya na doon sa hall namin para makita na yung 100 tao halos na nagko-correct na na-encode na nagkakamali-mali. Pagkatapos, itong RITM po, 1,295 tests ang binigay sa umpisa pa lang. That's 4.5 million. Yung NKTI, lahat ng pasyente nila at tinesu yan, 1.8 million rin ang test sa 3.5. Pagkatapos yung mga MOA natin sa San Juan, na binigay ho ng Marikina, ng Malabon, ng Pasay, ng Mandaluyong, ng Botas, lahat ho yan, 3,800 do ang na-test dyan, 13.3 million. Pagkatapos yung mga frontliners ng 12 hospital, government hospitals, times 90 per batch, 1,080, umabot na po ng 3.7 million. So madaling sabi po, ang na-test na namin ay 159,915,000. Ibig sabihin po, napag-unahan na namin at hindi pa kami bayad dito sa 18,874,000. Nakaabono ho tayo dyan. Hindi ko naman minamadali, pero kung di namin mapapalitan yung mga swab at maglalagay pa tayo doon sa ibang lugar ng mga tinatawag nating mga test centers hanggang Zamboanga, hanggang sa lahat ng mga lugar na wala dito sa Pasay, magdadagdag tayo at saka sa Quezon City, titigil ho yan. Sa akin, hindi naman ako nagmamalaki eh. Basta kung anong kaya ng Red Cross, gagawin namin. Pag hindi na namin kaya, titigil kami. Pero alam nyo, sabihin ko lang sa inyo, from the Secretary General, including myself, to all the members of the Red Cross here, the volunteers, some people from DOH are here. Some people from private agencies are here. DOH, pagod na pagod ho lahat ang mga tao. Pati Coast Guard na andito. Dahil sabi ko, mali naman ninyo, ayusin nyo lang, tulungan nyo na. Ang hirap-hirap po na ginagawa nila. That's why hindi ho ko umaalis dito for the last 3 months. Ang gusto ko lang sabihin sa inyo, ito ay ginagawa natin para mapabilis. Kayo lang sinabi ko nga, ang Vietnam, ang testing nila napakataas. Kaya ang kanilang incidence napakababa. Now, ang hinahabol namin dito, 2%. Ang sabi-sabi ng WHO, natumba nga ako halos, 13% of Metro Manila and 13% of the population. If we do 2% of Manila, that's only 257,000. If we do who's 3%, that's 1 point. At ngayon yung sinasabi niya, pag private, magpapad bayad ho kaming lahat para mabayaran, para hindi tayo magagahol sa pag nag-order tayo ng mga test kits. At by the way, yung China marunong na. Binabaan nila yung kanilang equipment kunyari, pero hindi ka papayagan bumili ng below 20,000 to 30,000 test kits. Napakamahal ho noon. Ang maabot ng $15 to $18. Kaya tinitigil ko muna yung order. Ngayon may dumating na naman equipment dito galing sa China. Hinay-hinay muna kami sa kanunay sapagkat kung dadami yan, mabuti dumami. Gusto ko dumami eh. Gusto ko lahat ng ospital. Pero ang problema sa ospital, nagkaka-COVID pa yung iba. Kaya ako, sa Red Cross lang kami nagpapatest para sigurado walang madadamay pa. So yun lang ho gusto kong paliwanag. Ano ho? I hope Ping understand. Okay?
Maraming salamat sa clarification kasi nung lumabas kahapon yung 45% ang na-conduct na test ng PhilHealth, ng Red Cross, ang dami nang tumawag sa akin particularly, na tuwan-tuwa sila, gusto magpuntahan sa Red Cross. Kasi ang impression dumating sa kanila, libre. Kaya mabuti na pag-usapan natin ito para maliwanagan ng mga kababayan natin na may mga protocols na dapat sundin. Maraming salamat, Cavalier Dick, Charlie, and Secretary.
I just want to make a suggestion sa mga kababayan natin. Gusto ko rin, libre lahat kayo. Pero malulugi ang bayan natin. Kawawa ang bayan natin. Kawawa yung mga Coast Guard, military, nagtetest rin sila. Gusto nga kumuha pa dito, Ping eh. Gusto pa kumuha ng fire department dito. Nagsaswab rin sila. Mga military gusto kumuha. Pero hindi namin Coast Guard. Ang Coast Guard, umaakit pa ng barko. Hirap na hirap. So, palakpakan natin yung mga tao natin. Hindi na lang ako kumagal. Sige na lang ho. Puno ng puno dito ng mga tao para matest. Pagpasensyaan nyo lang. Dahil kailangan bumawi tayo sa gastos para sa ganun matapos natin ang problema. Thank you, Ping Cavalier. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you rin sa PhilHealth. Thank you rin.
Sometime back there was a difference in the signal. Okay, tingnan nyo nga kung nasa taas pa ng tower si Senator Onasan, parang ginugulo yung signal eh.
Mr. President.
President Pro Tem, Senator Ralph Recto
Thank you.
is recognized.
Yeah, gusto ko lang idagdag na sa amin sa syudad ng Lipa, meron din kaming kasunduan sa Red Cross dahil mabilis yung galaw ng Red Cross. So gusto ko lang ilagay din sa record yan. Having said that, sasabihin ko muna sa lahat na maraming salamat. Thank you for all being in our meeting today. So everyone in government, thank you for your service. Alam ko 5 oras na tayo nandito, susubukan gawing maikli lang yung aking mga katanungan. 5 ahensya ang tatanungin ko ng mabilisan lang, yung DOLE, DOT, DOTR, and the BSP. Let me start by saying this, Mr. President. No? Unang-una, alam natin buhay ang pinag-uusapan natin dito sa kalusugan. No? Pangalawa, ramdam na rin ng maraming Pilipino ngayon ang nawawala ng hanap buhay. Okay? So having said that, gusto kong umpisan yung tanong ko sa Labor Department. Secretary, we know that there are roughly about 42.6 million employed in the country. No? Ang labor participation rate natin roughly 45 million. Kulang-kulang 2.5 million unemployed. Okay? Ang sinasabi ngayon ng NEDA, dahil ang GDP natin mababawasan, magko-contract ng roughly 2.5 to 3.5% this year, mawawalan ng 2.5 million na trabaho. Ano ang data o data ng DOLE tungkol dito? Ang inaasahan ba ninyo mawawalan ng trabaho ngayon sa taong ito ay roughly 2.5 million o mahigit?
Thank you po, Your Honor. Actually, our estimate is that we might lose about more than 4 to 5 million jobs, Your Honor.
Okay,
Right
so
now,
that's double, yes.
Right now, Your Honor,
Yes.
we already lost 2.6 million workers resulting from business establishment going into temporary closure.
Correct.
And
Yes.
another group of business establishment are resorting to flexible work arrangement, Your Honor.
Okay. So ang sinasabi nyo, ang tansya ninyo doble sa estimate, halimbawa ng NEDA. Okay? So mga 4.6 million. Okay? At posible, sa ganito mga panahon, normally yung mga unang estimate, lalo na pagbasama ang takbo ng ekonomiya, lumalala pa lalo yan. No? Hindi makakapagtaka na baka dumami pa kaysa sa 4.6 million yung mawawalan ng trabaho. Di ba? No?
Tama po yun, Your Honor.
Okay, now, doon sa 4.6 million na inaasahan ninyo, ano mga industriya yan? Halimbawa, yan ba ay nasa agrikultura, sa industriya, or in the service sector?
Service
Karamihan.
sector po. Karamihan po yan sa service sector, Your Honor.
Okay. What part of the service sector sa tingin ninyo ang mawawalan ng trabaho? Tourism is a critically impacted industry. So palagay ko, malaki sa tourism?
Malaki po, Your Honor, ang tourism and yung allied business, which is restaurant.
Correct.
And then transportation, Your Honor.
Yes. At hindi nakakapagtaka yan dahil nga meron tayong social distancing din. Di ba? At saka nandyan na rin. At yung patakaran ng gobyerno, halimbawa sa restaurant, 50% lang ang pwedeng pumasok. Di ba? Okay?
That's true, Your Honor.
Okay? Until there is a cure or a vaccine, di ba? Saka babalik sa normal yan. No? At nung nabanggit yung Secretary yung transportation sector, palagay ko, dahil halimbawa sa pagbukas natin, ang mangyayari dyan, hindi lahat ng jeepney papayagan lumabas. Kalahati lang, 50% siguro. Tama ba yun?
Eh, yun po ang hindi po namin alam, Your Honor. Nasa Department of the Transportation po yan.
Yes. Okay. Doon sa services, yung mga retail outlet, di ba mga 8.6 million lahat ng trabaho din dyan?
Tama
hindi
po yan.
ba? Hindi lang naman mga restaurant, pati retail outlet. Halimbawa, yung mga nagbebenta sa SM o yung mga nagbebenta ng mga damit, yung maliliit na retail staff, Jollibee. Halimbawa.
Kasama po yan, Your Honor. Kasama po yan, Your Honor.
At the very least, yung Jollibee, pagkain, essential. Pero apektado rin yan. Di ho ba?
That is true, Your Honor.
Okay? May mga estimate sa House of Representatives na posibleng 10 milyon pa ang mawalan ng trabaho. Total unemployment.
I hate to say it, Your Honor, but it's possible.
It's possible. In fact, nasa news ngayon, kagabi pa, kanina, ang reklamo ngayon, marami nawawala ng trabaho na. Kahit nagbukas na, may GCQ na, marami na ang nag-umpisang mawala ng trabaho. Is that correct?
Opo, Your Honor, the figure I mentioned earlier showed that there were more than 2,600,000, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. And you said 4.6. Kung meron tayong 2.4 na walang trabaho today, malamang nasa 7 million na yan. Okay? Now, having said that, hindi ho ba, yung may trabaho naman, bababa rin yung kinikita nila. Halimbawa, in the tourism industry, mababawasan yung tip. Halimbawa, kung waiter ka, dalawa kayo waiter sa isang establishment, nawala yung trabaho ng isa at buhay pa yung establishment. Natira isang waiter, nabawasan din yung nagpe-patronize ng establishment. Pati yung tip mababawasan din yung mga bonus ng maraming kumpanya. Ergo, yung kinikita, mababawasan.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Especially in the tourism industry, I suppose, no?
One of the hardest hit business, Your Honor, is the tourism business.
Okay. Now, sa industry naman, meron na ba kayong balita sa manufacturing sector? Dahil sa industry, we have 8 million jobs there. Ang construction, mahigit 4 million. Okay? Inaasahan ba natin ngayon na ang pribado mag-i-invest, magtatayo ng mga bagong condominium? O babagsak din kaya, bababa ang presyo ng real estate? At dahil dyan, hindi na masyadong ang pribado magtatayo ng mga paribagong condominium na residential o di kaya opisina. Work from home nga. Marami magbabawas ng gastos dahil halos lahat ng industriya tatamaan. And if you have 4 million in the construction industry, at kung bawasan ng gobyerno yung budget katulad na ginawa ngayon sa Department of Public Works and Highways, may 25% na ang nabawas dyan, hindi ho ba kaya na yung 4 million sa construction, malaki ang mababawasan na trabaho dyan? Meron na bang pag-aaral ang DOLE tungkol dyan?
Yes, Your Honor. As a matter of fact, that's one of our post-COVID recovery plan. And that is to generate employment by asking the Department of Public Works, including the Department of Trade, to implement all pending contracts so that the construction industry can start operating. And at the same time, we have talked to the leaders of the construction industry that when they start implementing these contracts, they should increase their workforce by 10 to 20%, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. So alam natin critical ang construction. Ang manufacturing, alam natin ngayon that there will be a global contraction. Hindi kaya tatamaan din yung mga exporter natin?
Very possible, Your Honor. Very possible.
Okay. And we have roughly, 3.6 million workers in the manufacturing industry.
3.8, Your Honor.
3.8. I can go on and on and on, Secretary, in all these services and in the industry as well, no? Na malaki ang problema natin sa taong ito na kung sakaling mas malaki pa ang tama ng GDP natin at hindi lang 2 to 3%, maging 7 to 10%, napakarami ang posibleng mawala ng trabaho. Wag sana. Okay? Now, let me go to the tourism and ask Berna or her representative.
Yes.
I know that she's doing a good job. But before I get to you, Secretary Bello, meron ba kayong hinihinging pondo na pang-ayuda doon sa mga posibleng mawala ng trabaho? First, I think, is to preserve the jobs. Even before talking about creating, How do we protect jobs, number one? And number two, dun sa mawawalan ng trabaho, hindi ba kaya't kailangan bigyan natin ng konting ayuda, konting relief?
Meron po kami, Your Honor, doon sa aming plano to expand yung aming TUPAD program. Ito
Yes.
yung panghanap buhay sa mga disadvantaged. We plan to request for additional funding in order to extend the implementation of this expanded TUPAD program, Your Honor.
Did you submit any proposals in the House of Representatives?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Magkano lahat-lahat ng hiningi niyong tulong sa House of Representatives?
Sa House of Representatives, Your Honor, 40 billion ang hiningi namin.
For a fiscal stimulus plan, no? Yung recovery ng labor sector naman, ano?
Opo, Your Honor.
Thank you, Secretary Bello. Let me move on to the tourism. In the tourism, well, partly we discussed this with Secretary Bello already, no? There are, you mentioned that 54%
Yes.
of revenues have dropped. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And until the end of the year, we all know that the outlook for the tourism sector will be very bad. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And kung patuloy yan, do you think it will be worse than 50% moving forward?
Oh, definitely.
Definitely. Okay.
Yes, definitely. Yes.
So
yes.
what? Possibly 75% off?
Like for example, this month of April, our revenues are zero because we have
Yes.
zero tourist arrivals.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. So possibly 75, 90%. How many establishments are there in the tourism industry?
Accredited, USEC Art, how many accredited?
SEC for tourism enterprises accredited by the department is close to 9,000 establishments, but these are coming from accommodation.
Yes.
tourist
Yung hindi accredited, sa tingin mo, who's still part of the tourism industry?
I know.
Mas marami pa yun.
Mas marami pa, yes.
Okay?
Mas
Now,
marami pa.
the tourism sector, as you mentioned earlier, Secretary, is roughly 12% of our economy. Is that correct?
12.7%. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
And in terms of jobs, that's what? Roughly 5 million jobs?
5.4 million jobs.
5.4
13% of
million
total
jobs.
employment. Yes.
Now, in the tourism sector, is it possible that we lose, half of those jobs? Is that a possibility? I'll put it this way.
Yes.
Meron ba bang tourism, is there any establishment in the tourism industry this year nakikita ng pera?
Right now, the hotels are open, but only for select, like for BPOs, health workers.
Again, huh? Yes.
Yes.
Do you think that any establishment will make money this year?
If we spur domestic tourism, more break even. It's of course different when you have foreign tourists.
Yes, correct. Okay. So chances are marami dyan malulugi or break even. Okay? And it's very possible if you have 5.4 million jobs there, kung 75% ang loss in revenue, to save the establishment, magbabawas ng tao yan. Okay? To keep the establishment alive, they will have to cut costs and to save some jobs.
Yes.
Okay? Now, don't you think the tourism sector needs some form of stimulus?
Yes, definitely. We need help. We've already
And how
asked
much do you,
House.
yes, how much did you submit in the House?
We submitted actually 70 billion.
70 billion. So
70
between
billion.
you and the DOLE alone, okay, wish list lahat to, no? Okay.
Yes.
110 billion na. Okay? So I'm just saying, I'm not saying that we should give everyone, huh? I'm just saying, part of the hearing is to find out the real score.
Thank you.
Okay? So let's take a look at that, no? In the transportation sector, we also know, before I get to the transportation, and my last will be with the BSP, no? Berna, we all know that Philippine Airlines also has a big problem.
Yes.
Okay? We know that they could probably be bankrupt. Okay? will that greatly affect the industry as well if they stop flying?
Of course, if any airline that closes will also always affect the industry.
And we all know that Cebu Pacific, okay naman ang finances niya ngayon, pero if this were for 3 years, malaki rin ang problema niyan. Ha? Siguro cargo na lang and the logistic requirement in our country. Importante rin yung airline industry, di ba? Not only for tourism, but logistics.
Yes.
Okay? So thank you for your response, Berna. Could you submit to us your request?
Oh, of course. Thank you, Senator. Yes, we
Thank
will
you very
submit it
much.
immediately. Thank you very much.
And then with the Department of, thank you, Berna. Thank you for your great service to the Tourism Department. And Secretary Tugade, we know that your constituency is the transportation sector. Okay? And we know that there are many jobs in the sector as well. Didn't in our meeting, I think 2 Mondays ago, your underlings were represented there. They told us that they needed a stimulus plan as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Magkano ulit ang kailangan ninyo sa tingin ninyo?
Ang total po, pag pinagsuma total po, yung maritime road sector, saka air sector, mga 95 billion po.
95 billion. Could you submit the details of that?
We will certainly do, sir, Mr. Senator.
Thank you. And how many jobs do you expect to lose in the transport sector?
Marami po. Kasi dun sa limited capacity lang po ng mga transport sector, yung mga driver, yung pahinante, I will give you the details and the breakdown, Mr. Senator.
Yes. So maraming talaga. In fact, sa totoo lang, I don't see any industry. With the exception of telecommunications, Netflix, and all of that, na medyo okay lang ang takbo. Okay? But most industries will get affected, including more so micro, small, medium enterprises. But I even expect the large industries to cut back yan dahil now they will go through teleconferencing and so on and so forth. So pati large posibleng mag-cut back sa mga empleyado yan. Okay? Now, let me move on like I promised to be brief. No? My next question will be with the BSP governor. You know, I've read everything that the BSP has done. And I salute the BSP for doing everything. You've used everything, almost everything in your arsenal to improve liquidity so that the banks continue to lend. In fact, including accounting of banks, that they can defer accounting, for example, of NPLs, CAs, moving forward. No? Alam natin na peligro ang sitwasyon. Okay? My question, BSP Governor, is simple. No? Isn't it, and we understand how important monetary policy is. Okay? And
Senator Recto, please, please
yes.
wind up. It's more than 10 minutes already.
Yes, I'm winding up now. And I understand that monetary policy is very important. Okay? And I salute you for everything that you've done as far as monetary policy. But isn't it that monetary policy, dahil pautang din yan at liquidity, may lag time yan? Hindi immediate?
That's true, Your Honor. Monetary policy, just like fiscal policy, works with a lag. Sometimes 3 quarters, sometimes 1 year, but it works with a lag. So that's why as early as January, you already acted very swiftly.
Correct.
In fact, as of April, we already cut interest rates by
yes. We all know that already, BSP. One last question. You've done everything in the arsenal already. Okay.
We can do
you
more.
have little bullets left. One was discussed. Yes, you can do more. An amendment to the BSP charter, which we just passed last year. For you to allow to lend more to the DOF is possible, right? Okay, now, having said that, ang fiscal policy wouldn't that be a bit faster also than the lag of the monetary policy?
They work more or less at the same rate, but fiscal policy may be much faster, Your Honor.
Much faster, no? Halimbawa, social amelioration, right?
Yeah.
If you give cash to 18 million people like we did, and I salute the Department of Finance for that, okay? That gives people money in people's pockets directly, okay?
Correct.
Including what the Finance Department did, yung assistance to workers, 50 billion sa SSS, DOLE, so on and so forth, okay? When people have money in their pockets, pwede silang bumili ng pagkain, pay essential industries like their electric bill, their water bill, pay yung utang sa bangko, so that at least in these industries, tuloy yung cash flow. They don't have to fire too many people dahil maganda, tumatakbo yung ekonomiya eh. That's how fiscal policy works, isn't it?
Partly, yes.
Partly. Yes,
But
okay.
because of Bayanihan Act, we actually defer the payment of some utilities.
Yes, I know, because it's in the Bayanihan Act. And there was no way for them to pay anyway, because there was a lockdown, right? But we cannot continue to do that, I suppose, no? Because it will affect the cash flow already of these industries, right?
Correct.
Okay, so, okay. Has the BSP worked with the House on a stimulus bill? I'm just
Yeah, in fact, we are endorsing the enactment of the Financial Institution Strategic Transfer, the FITS Act. And
yeah,
also
which is similar to the SPAB also.
That's a bill also.
Yeah, so both bills, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I've seen both bills, no? And one is similar to the SPAB law in 2001, no?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, and one last question before and then I'm done, no? If the economy contracts more than 2 to 3.4%, let's say between 5 to 10, wouldn't we need more money?
Right now, Your Honor, the government is already forecasting a deficit of 8.1%. I think that would be
Yes, I
enough.
understand.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you very much. I have more questions, but maybe the next round. Thank you very much, Mr. Governor.
We still have 9 senators to go, and it's already 7:11. So, Senator, thank you, Senator Recto. Next is Senator Subiri and Drilon, unless Senator Subiri and his daughter will give way to the fair hair boy of the majority leader.
That actually, the little boy, that's a little boy, Mr. President, my son who popped up yesterday, who refuses to have a haircut. Ayaw magpagupit ng buhok. But yes, I will definitely, I would like to give in to my minority floor leader, the most senior members of the Senate. Yes.
Thank you then, Senator Subiri. The minority leader, Senator Drilon, is recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll raise some questions to the PhilHealth. The president is still around, General Morales. Yes, and I'll take off from where Senator Lacson left. Senator Lacson pointed out that Red Cross charges or seeks reimbursement to the extent of about 3,500 per test, and probably another 500 where there is swabbing or 4,000. On the other hand, PhilHealth has a COVID package which will entitle the hospitals and the service providers with a reimbursement of 8,150 per test. You know, this bothers me, Mr. President, because if Red Cross can do the test at 3,500, how did PhilHealth arrive at a package of 8,150? And remember, Mr. President, that we are going to test 2 million Filipinos. There's an ocean of a difference between 3,005 or even 4,000 and 8,100. So to start with, can we have a breakdown of the cost of how PhilHealth came up with 8,150 as a package. How much was attributed to the cost of the test kits in the computation of PhilHealth?
Yes, Mr. President, Senator Drilon, thank you very much. Good evening. The costing estimate that was put, which has 8,150, and then down 100, was put together before the Red Cross came up with their own 3,500.
Can you just answer first my question? Because we're already late, General Morales. How much is attributed as the cost of the test kit when the package of 8,150 was formulated? I'll ask you the direct question. Did you attribute 2,700 as the cost of the test kit?
For PCR testing that is unbundled, ibig sabihin ho, yung cost ng testing is charged to the laboratory, it's 2,710. Dun sa 8,150, the test kit is 5,440, and this is all components covered by PhilHealth.
Which one?
Hello.
Just take it up one by one, General Morales. Otherwise, abutan tayo dito ng siyam-siyam. Just answer my question directly. Of the 8,150 package which PhilHealth would reimburse, the test kit component is 2,700. Is that correct?
That's correct po.
Now, all right, 8,700. Now, this yesterday, Congresswoman Garin said that the test kits can cost anywhere only from 800 to 900. And in fact, I have it on good authority, and I can prove to you that the SunSure test kits cost $15 per kit or 750 pesos. How did we happen to attribute 2,700 as the cost of the test kit?
The biggest item ho dito is the PCR testing, which is 5,440. All the other breakdown items are equal.
Please, good General Morales, I am asking a direct question. If Congresswoman Garin said that the test kits can be secured for 800 to 900 pesos, and I can prove to you, I have documents to show that the test kits of SunSure is only $15 per kit or 750 pesos. How did PhilHealth come up with 2,700 as the component of the 8,150 package per test? How do we justify this?
Iba-iba ho yung value ng PCR testing. Meron dong donated, so hindi na ho sinasabi yun. Meron dong bundled, at iba rin ho yung cost doon. Meron din ho na sinasabi na
I am talking about 8,150 as the package because, Mr. General Morales, when the hospitals and the other service providers will see your package of 8,150, I can assure you that they will charge 8,150. And don't tell me that you will go and investigate whether these are donated test kits, etc., etc. That's not being realistic. The hospital will present to you a bill of 8,150 because that is your package. So the first thing I'm asking you is, how do you justify as part of the package a test kit of 2,700 when in fact it can be acquired And for 750 pesos, Mr. General, Mr. Morales, as we are talking, I think there are plane loads of test kits coming from Sunshore in China, and that is being purchased by the private sector for only an equivalent of $15 or 750. Again, my question, how do you justify 2,700 as part of the 8,150 package?
This cost po were collected from data collected early in the pandemic when we did not have enough data. And this is the data we collected from the hospitals and the clinics that conducted this test. And based on the data that provided, we came up with 3 categories. One for all components covered by the package. The second, donated kits, which were excluded. And the final one, the PCR testing, which was unbundled. So this resulted in these case rates. However, these case rates are constantly being reviewed. And now that we have more data, and as you said, there are more test kits coming in that are actually cheaper, we will incorporate this into our case rate COVID testing.
So that you will now review this package of 8,150. Because, Mr. Morales, if you talk about 2 million tests being sought in order that we can have a reasonable chance of arresting the spread of COVID-19, you know, you have something like, by my counting is that probably you will be overspending or over-reimbursing to about 12 billion pesos for 2 million tests being done. And this cannot be justified, Mr. President. You know, what else other than the 2,700? You also attributed 509 pesos for screening or clinical assessment. Is that correct?
These are for the, this is paid to the professionals or the frontliners who do the swabbing.
No, that's part of the 8,150 package. One of the components is screening clinical assessment for 509 pesos. Is that correct? In other words, that's your input in arriving at 8,150. And you assume that's correct. Now, is a screening and clinical assessment actually done by the hospitals or service providers?
It's a necessary step in the collection of the specimen. I would like to.
Is it always done, or you know? Because my information is that this is not being done.
We will have to check the procedure includes.
Yes.
However,
yes. Please check that.
We still have not paid a single test except for those conducted by
All
the
right. Another item. Even you have not yet, there has been no actual instance when you reimburse the hospital or service provider 8,150 for a single test?
Wala po, except that conducted by the Red Cross at 3,500.
No, Mr. Morales, I have a receipt of a hospital, of a bill sent to PhilHealth where 8,150 was actually charged.
Wala pa ho kaming pinoprocess na COVID claims because we gave them 120 days within which to file a claim. So we have not yet received any of those claims.
Ganon, ha? So, You have not received any of those claims. I'll try to, I can show to you later that actually there was a billing from a hospital to you for 8,150 for one COVID test. You have also included as part of the 8,150 specimen transport for 451 pesos. In other words, part of the 8,150 is specimen transport of 451. Is that correct?
That's correct po.
Now, are you telling me that every test, that they transport the specimen every time? Isn't the specimen taken? Isn't the specimen taken in the site of the service provider, either a hospital or a clinic?
There are some clinics that do not have this cost. There are also clinics that have higher than this transport cost. And this is the average so for
Would
all.
you?
Opo. And this is an average transport cost of all testing being done, which includes transport and even those not including transport, because the breakdown of the costing has specimens transport as one of the elements.
So you're saying that every test that is conducted, the specimen is separately transported. Is that what you're telling us? I'm sorry?
Not every test, average for test. Because these figures are all averages.
Well, you average it on the higher side because I cannot, this is indeed something that we could not agree with. Now, you also have here staff time, PPE, and other supplies and overhead cost, 1,892.91. I could not understand how you arrived at this. This is way beyond what the overhead cost of private sector establishments. Okay, my calculation, Mr. Morales, is that for every test that you conduct, there is an overpayment at 8,150 of approximately 6,000 pesos per test. If we are going to test 2 billion people, we are talking about roughly 12 billion pesos, which are public funds which we could have saved. So on that premise, are you willing to review this package of 8,150, or will you insist that this is a reasonable package for COVID test?
These are constantly under review, and we're already preparing our second COVID testing rate, and even the COVID case rate itself is also being reviewed because we are getting more data now. We have about 2,800 cases with outcomes, and so we are using the data from those cases to refine further. And I'm happy to report that the trend is going lower.
Senator.
So, sir, just one more. Just one more. So if PhilHealth agreed with Philippine Red Cross that the cost per test is 3,500 and Red Cross agreed to this, it means that the cost is much lower than the 8,150 that you have attributed to the package. It doesn't require rocket science. Compare 8,150 with what Red Cross agreed at 3,500, and there immediately you can see the difference and the overcosting of PhilHealth, which is inimical to the government, because you could have paid less. If you are paying PRC, Philippine Red Cross, only 3,500, I could not understand how you could have fixed the COVID testing package at 8,150.
That's correct ko, Senator. Mataas ho yung estimate namin. As
That's
long as
correct,
that-
of course.
We are asking Red Cross for a breakdown.
What do we do now?
We are asking Red Cross, in fact, for a breakdown of the 3,500, so we can understand the cost elements of the package.
You don't have to ask Red Cross. Red Cross already signed an agreement with you for 3,500. Red Cross naman is not a charitable organization, and they have also costs to cover. That means when they do testing, they can live with 3,500. So how in heaven's name could you have a package of 8,150 when Red Cross itself says, I can live with 3,005?
We agree ho with that, but our case rate, we came together before we received the Red Cross posting, and we are constantly reviewing this.
Well,
We're getting more data.
Yeah. My goodness. So, Mr. Morales, can you submit to us how many COVID test cases have you already paid for, what, 8,150? Or at least pending payment? That's one. Number two, we are expecting that you will have a review of this package and reduce it to reasonable levels. And right off the bat, 3,500 for Red Cross, they can live with it. So the rest would be just overpriced insofar as I can see. In any case, sir, if Mr. President, if my time is up, I would already rest. Yeah, I have a few other matters, but I would like to ask that once more Secretary Duque be requested to come back.
All right, we will inform them. All right, we'll do that. And if there are other questions that you would like, or like Senator Revilla, who wishes a second round, we advised him to send the questions to the departments, and we'll make them answer, because we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 senators in line. And if we do a second round, we might end up around 9 o'clock, 9:30. The people here in the Senate have been here since 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning. You know?
Okay, Mr. President, I withdraw that request. I withdraw it, and then just, there will be other occasions so we can raise this to Secretary Duque. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Leader Senator Dillon. Yes, for the others, we have the Majority Leader, Senator Sabiri. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to be as brief as I can. I only have two questions. Two questions for two resource persons. One is with the BSP governor. I'm not sure if Governor Jokno is still there, as well as Secretary Sani Dominguez. Just two very quick questions per resource person. Good evening, Governor Jokno. It's good to see you again.
Good evening, Senator Mix.
Yes, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're looking healthy and well. And well, just really quick questions, Governor. You know, I used to be chairman of the Committee on Trade and Commerce, and so we were pushing a lot of MSMEs issues or advocacies for micro, small, and medium enterprises. one of the biggest industries that are suffering now are the MSMEs, so all the small and medium enterprises, whether they're in the tourism industry, transportation industry, restaurants, and such. And we all know the immediate needs for MSMEs. Right now, the problems include payroll costs, rent, loan obligations, utilities, mortgages. I think these are the last two that I mentioned, or the two of that I mentioned, which are loan or obligations and mortgages, are one of the most difficult for our MSMEs to survive at this point in time. So I want to specifically, Governor, on business loans. Because loan payments, I know many banks are doing this now, where they've suspended the collection of loans, monthly payments of loans, and including the suspension of interest payments for this monthly collection of loans for the duration of the lockdown. But we've extended the lockdown, and so some have complained that they've been sent notices already by the banks that they will resume collection of the loans and interest. But we all know, Governor Ben, that with the lack of economic activity, and many of these MSMEs are in the brink of actually collapsing, are in the brink of actually closing down, because they try to maintain their staff even with such small cash flow, and yet they're suffering tremendously. So it's a double whammy for the industry, or for the sector, Governor Ben, the MSMEs. Can the BSP, the Bangko Sentral of the Philippines, formulate some sort of plan for the banks? I know these are private sector banks. You can do this. I know the DFF is listening. They can do it for Land Bank, for DBP, but these are private banks. Is it possible, Governor Ben, that you can meet up with, or come up with a plan or formula where these banks can be inspired, to condone the interest throughout, of course, the interest payments throughout the lockdown, because really there's no income for these MSMEs. At the same time, maybe resume collection a month after economic activity starts, when we turn from MECQ to GCQ, so that way they have a month of economic activity to be able to register cash flow, to be able to pay these loans. These are complaints to me by several small businessmen. I'm in touch with them in the Kapatid program of Joey Concepcion and many of the other programs that we're members in. Their problem really is the loan payments of the banks. It's one of the biggest expenses that they're entailed now. Is it possible? And also, I'm also a business loans, because I'm a businessman aside from being a public servant. In my business loans, we pay quarterly, and some banks, apparently, they just front load the 3 months of non-payment at the end of the lockdown period. In other words, mabubulaga sila. Instead of paying 1 quarter of loans, you're paying 2 quarters of your loans immediately. So that definitely will be a double whammy and a nail on the coffin of these many of these businesses. Is it also possible, aside from the condonation of interest during the lockdown period, the 1 month leeway before actual payment of the monthly payments or mortgages, so that they have some cash flow before they pay their monthly obligations? And thirdly, is it possible that the 3 months, or the 1 quarter that was the lockdown, be put in the back end of the loan? Can it be put in the back end of the loan? In other words, babayaran pa rin yung loan, pero hindi immediately nabubulaga, you have to pay the 2 quarters immediately. Baka pwedeng i-backload yung loan na yun. This will be very, very helpful. These are tough times for the sector, and we really feel that, the sector includes cooperatives, the sector includes micro enterprises, even small and medium enterprises, tourism enterprises, small resorts. So many people are affected by this COVID-19 pandemic. Governor, can I get a brief reaction? Governor, your mic is, we can't hear you, Governor.
Can you hear me now? Hear me now?
Yes, Governor, we can. Thank you.
All right, you have my sympathy, Senator Meigs. I know the importance of the micro, small, medium enterprises. They account for 63% of total employment. And looking at the economy, you know, the biggest chunk of the economy is accounted for by this services sector. And so we have to really address that sector. And most of the MSMEs are in the services sector. 55% of the economy is accounted for by the services sector. So we have a lot of regulatory relief measures already in place. For example, BSP, the Monetary Board has approved a policy that new loans to MSMEs are included as part of the compliance of the banks with the reserve requirement. That's a major concession. We have actually temporarily reduced the credit risk weights of MSME loans from 75 to 50% and to 0% if they are guaranteed by the field guarantee. And we are also we reduced the minimum liquidity ratio of standalone three rural and cooperative banks from 20 to 16. That gave these little banks more liquidity, and they can assist the MSMEs. And there's a bill pending in Congress, the PESA bill, which provided for the extension of principal loan payments, and we are endorsing that, Your Honor.
Yes, that would be perfect. The extension of principal loan payments, I think that would be very, very helpful, Gov Ben. And you know, it also helps the banking industry because if there are bad debts, of course, it will affect the banks. I mean, if these people, I guess it will be a two-way street. I think the banks have to also understand that if they make it difficult for their clients, then you will have an increasing number of bad debts in the industry. So
although Your Honor, we have prepared the Philippine banking system well, and so that in this pandemic, our banking system is sound. The quality of the credit is high, but I don't know for how long this pandemic will last. So we are also endorsing another bill. This is authored principally by KUA. We're in the lower house, and this is meant to exactly address what you said, that the non-performing loans may be set aside to an asset management corporation. But right now, the non-performing loan of Philippine banks is only around 2.2%, quite low. So, but in general, that's the general picture. We don't know the micro level.
But that's probably pre-COVID-19. So maybe if you look at the numbers now, it may be a bit higher. But I definitely we will support those measures, Governor. I'll take a look at them as soon as we get back tomorrow. But you know, it takes a while for us to pass legislation. Maybe your friendly persuasion with the banks. You know, all the banks have your ear. Their ears, pala. You know, when you whisper to them, they will.
Yeah, we are helping them. We are working with them on this, both on the Financial Institutions Strategic Transfer Act and the PESA bill, which would strengthen the field guarantee and would also give money to Land Bank and DBP to take care of these SMSs.
Yes, thank you, Gov. I think the problem really, when it comes to DBP and the Land Bank of the Philippines, they've been very, very gracious when it comes to assisting MSMEs on their loan payments. It's just really mostly the private banks. So if there could be a dialogue between probably the private banks and the BSP on these particular issues, it would be very helpful, Governor Ben.
We'll do that, Senator Biggs.
Thank you, Gov. My next, just a question for Secretary Dominguez. Tito Sani, I'm sorry to bother you. I know you're probably eating dinner, but mine is a very simple question because as a majority leader of the Senate, I've been, a lot of congressmen have been pushing me to tackle already the stimulus package measures. Like, actually, I've been getting emails from the different authors about the House stimulus package, economic stimulus package. I just want to get your opinion, Secretary. I know this is going to go through the committees of Senator Angara as well as Senator Pia Cayetano. But I want to know the opinion of the DOF on this. I know for a fact that you don't want to pass any measures that have no funding without the funding approval from the Bureau of Treasury. So we want to make sure on record, what is your opinion on these stimulus packages so that we can be guided accordingly, Secretary?
Yes, as Governor Ben Jokno mentioned, there are several pending pieces of pending legislation that we would encourage the House and the Senate to pass. Of course, there's the stimulus package called PEZA. Then there is the FIST measure. And then there's the measure that will revive the idea of having the SPABs. And of course, we have the package 2 of the Senate, the package 2, which has already been passed by the House. So we would like to encourage consideration of these bills as soon as possible. We have some comments on the measures, and we can provide a written our written comments to you on those measures, Mr. Senator.
Thank you, Secretary. Actually, we are in agreement with many of those packages. After what you presented to us the other day, I'm in total agreement, especially the bringing down of income taxes from 30% to 25%. That will immediately attract new investments, both foreign and local investors. But mine really is specific on the stimulus package, because I was just called again today by some congressmen. I think there's over ₱1 trillion stimulus package that they have prepared and to push for this jump-starting the economy. And I told them, look, as I said, I'm only the MMDA of the Senate. You have to talk to the chairpersons, which is Pia and Sunny. But I'll be honest and quite frank with you, in our meeting with the cabinet secretaries, particularly with the finance managers, the very start of this Congress, this 18th Congress, I clearly remember the SOF, the secretary saying, if we don't have money for it, we will veto it. If you're going to lose money for us, we will veto it. So I just want to make sure, Secretary, that there are several stimulus packages right now pending. One in the Senate, I believe Senator Recto has one, and there's also stimulus package in the House of Representatives. This entails money because they're going to pour money.
Yes, of course.
So what's your comment?
By the way, Senator Zubiri, first of all, our proposal for the CREATE bill is the first ever proposal from the Philippine Department of Finance that is revenue eroding. So we realize the needs of the times, and we are willing to drop the interest rates. The tax rates from 30 to 25% in one big jump. That in itself is a big stimulus, because essentially that leaves in the pockets of the businessmen more money than they would otherwise have. And we estimate that the total value of that for the second half of this year alone is 42 billion pesos, and over 5 years will be a total of 625 billion pesos. Again, this is part of the stimulus package. In the US, for instance, they do a lot of stimulus packages by dropping interest rates. That is one of the best ways of putting money in the pockets of the businessmen, so that they will have more money to keep their employees, so that they have more money to make investments and improve their operations and perhaps expand it. So we are very well aware of the needs of the times, and obviously, we are willing to take revenue eroding measures. We also have a proposition that we should invest, put more capital in the banks, particularly Land Bank and DBP, as well as Philippine Guarantee, because the money we put there will have a multiplier effect of probably between 10 and 12 times. So if you put 70 billion in these organizations, you'll probably end up having effect of a stimulus package worth 800 billion. So we can reach those numbers that have been mentioned, probably not the whole amount, but certainly close to the proposals of both houses. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Yeah, that's all. Mr. President, I'd just like to congratulate the Department of Finance. I was wondering what medicine that they drank well, the medicine actually is COVID-19. That's the problem that we're having. It's not the medicine, it's the disease. It's the virus that's attacking us now. We congratulate them for this stimulus package. You have my support, Secretary, on the create measure.
Thank you.
Yeah,
No, but I just want to take this opportunity again to thank the entire Senate for their support for the various tax reform measures that were passed that have put us in a situation that we are able to comfortably, in the beginning, comfortably meet the requirements that COVID-19 have brought upon our country. So thank you very much for your
Thank you, Secretary.
support.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much to Secretary Ben and Secretary Dominguez.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Senator Nancy Bina is next. You have 10 minutes. Senator Nancy, may we ask the resource persons to try to shorten the responses so that we may be able to accommodate the 5 other senators, because the stenographers and the people here have been here since 8 o'clock and they've been working late. And most of our, well, on the other hand, of course, the senators are well at home. So just try to keep the responses short. Senator Nancy Bina, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll make mine very short. My first question is, na-mention ho na the target is 30,000 by the end of May, 30,000 per day. Tama po ba, Mr. Secretary Duque or somebody from IATF?
Yeah, good evening, Madam Senator. Yes, that was the registered target.
And will government pay for the 30,000 tests per day?
The government laboratories the government will pay certainly for the testings that will be conducted by the public or government laboratories and testing centers.
So, Secretary, out of the 13,000, more or less, ilan ho dun yung isushoulder ng government?
Actually, yung kung gobyerno, and you mean the budget from the DOH, malamang mga...
Pwede pasagot na lang ho. I'm just asking for a figure. Out of 30,000, will it be 20,000, 50,000, 10,000?
So 30,000, mga 50%.
So 15,000 per day will be covered by government?
Yes, because PhilHealth is paying for the other tests that will be done for the OFWs.
Yeah, but like at the moment, the government.
Yes, that
percent.
The percent approximately pay PhilHealth the OFWs
Ne-
continue
ne-
to come.
Hindi ba PhilHealth is technically part of government?
That's correct. Pero
So
kasi sinabi ko po,
the remaining, let's say, the remaining 15,000 tests per day will be paid by who? If it's not government.
excuse me, the uh, the budget from the DOH is used precisely to provide these tests to the public in general.
Yeah, wait,
Uh,
Secretary, simple lang naman ho yung tanong ko di ba? Ang target is 30,000 tests per day. You said government will pay half. So 15,000 tests yon per day. So who will shoulder the remaining 15,000 tests per day?
It's 50% of the entire cost of the test kits.
Yeah,
testing.
Di ba, balikan ko, ibang na-mention is 30,000 tests per day is the target, correct?
Correct.
And then, you said then, half of that, kasi may magbabayad mo na itong 30,000 tests na to every day, tama po ba? I mean, somebody has to pay for this 30,000 tests per day. Correct?
Yes. Actually, the whole thing is going to be paid by PhilHealth. I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the answer. My apologies, Madam Senator. But more or less half of the cost is going to be paid by DOH.
So yung 15,000 tests po will be shouldered by DOH.
Ay, hindi po yung 15,000, kundi 50% of the entire cost ng testing. Yung 50%, sasagutin niya more or less from the DOH
And then the remaining
budget. I cannot hear you, ma'am.
Yung remaining 50% po, who will pay for it?
Lahat na po yun, PhilHealth.
Yeah, so you mean to say, walang out-of-pocket expense?
Wala, kasi kung targeted, ito naman testing natin, these are expanded targeted testing. So PhilHealth po lahat yan, pero ang sinasabi ko lang, yung magagaling sa DOH, yung inputs of the test kits, extraction kits, yung mga...
So may budget po tayo for 30,000 tests per day.
Meron ho tayong budget for that.
Good for how long is your budget na 30,000 per day?
3 months. We have 16.8 billion, Madam Senator.
So may assurance tayo na yung 30,000 tests will be covered. Walang out-of-pocket expense.
Yes, Madam Senator.
Okay, thank you. And then, moving dun sa next question ko naman, ang nagiging policy ho kasi ngayon, di ba, you only test yung may exposure to a COVID patient or OFW. So may ganong criteria ho, di ba?
4 po yun na criteria.
But
tama po kayo.
But based ho sa mga news reports, meron ho din tayong tinatawag na positive but no exposure or wala sila dun sa 4 na criteria. So paano ho natin ma-capture itong mga spreaders sa tinatawag nating asymptomatic? Siguro I'll take the example of Senator Zubiri. Kasi di ba ho, ang nangyari sa amin sa Senate, kami ni Senator Sherwin, nag-capture to a positive patient. Tama po ba? That was the reason why we got tested. Samantalang, and then si Senator Zubiri ho, since nakasama namin siya ni Senator Sherwin. So parang nag-fall din siya dun sa category na may exposure siya to a potential positive patient. Kaya ho siya na-test. But otherwise, kung hindi ho kami nagkaroon ng resource person na positive, I don't think si Senator Zubiri will get tested at hindi rin niya malalaman na positive pala siya sa COVID-19 because yung symptoms naman niya is just an ordinary mild ho yung symptoms na nararamdaman niya. So paano ho natin makakapture itong silent spreaders in our society?
Sa totoo lang po, Madam Senator, mahirapan tayo. Kaya nga meron tayong criteria kung sino po yung mga itetest natin. Dahil unang-una, limited din yung ating testing capacity. Wala naman pong bansa na 1:1 testing ang ginagawa para sa lahat ng mamamayan.
So wala ho tayong strategy on how we can capture itong mga walang symptom?
Ang atin lang po magagawa dyan is surveillance sa local level, yung mga yung influenza-like illness at saka yung pong severe acute respiratory infection. Hahanapin po yan ng ating mga municipal health officers, city health officers, sa mga barangay, nakikipag-ugnayan po sila sa mga barangay health workers para tukuyin kung sino itong mga ito. At kapag natukoy na po sila, at meron sila sintomas, kasi kailangan may sintomas.
Paano di ba, Secretary, alam naman mo natin na merong mga positive na walang symptoms Kahit i-check nyo yung temperature nila, hindi mag-appear. But they're positive.
Ang takot kayo, baka sila makahawa. Tama po ba?
Yes po. Dahil di ba, parang sila nga yung tinatawag ngayon na silent spreaders. Itong mga asymptomatic positive for COVID-19.
Opo. Ang WHO, hanggang ngayon po, wala po silang ulat o ebidensyang nakakalap na magpapakita na nakakahawa ang mga asymptomatic. So WHO po yan.
So may study na ho na they cannot infect?
So far, yan po ang report ng WHO. Pwede ko po padalahan kayo ng kanilang report.
Sige po. Please do, Secretary. And then, pagdating naman ho din sa reporting, alam ho natin ngayon na yung mga LGUs, on their own, gumagawa na ho sila ng sarili nilang testing. Paano ho yung flow of information dun sa mga test na ginagawa ng LGU papunta din sa DOH? Naka-capture ho ba yan? Kasama ho ba yan din sa daily reporting na binibigay niya sa yung everyday na reporting ng mga cases?
Meron na po mga nag-umpisa na susumite ng kanila pong mga antibody. Yung mga tinutukoy natin, antibody testing. Yung mga resulta niyan ay inuumpisahan na pong isumite sa DOH database.
So hindi pa ho sila kasama sa bilang? Din sa
hindi po sila kasama. Hindi po sila kasama.
Hindi po sila kasama. So for example, yung sa Valenzuela ho, na ginagawa nilang local PCR test nila, hindi pa ho yun kasama sa reporting ng DOH?
Kung PCR yan, kasama na, automatiko.
So paano nga ho yung flow of information, flow of data from LGU-led testing na PCR to DOH?
Meron pong ang laboratory, meron po silang guidelines o protocol sa pagsumite ng kanila pong mga testing results sa ating pong Epidemiology Bureau at saka po sa Regional Epidemiology Surveillance Units.
So you rely on the testing centers. You don't require the LGU to submit sa DOH?
Hindi na ho, kasi nakatalaga naman po yung sistema.
So may ganun flow of information, may ganun protocol when it comes.
Tama po kayo. Tama po kayo.
Sige pa. Thank you, Secretary. Mr. President, that's it Gusto ko lang po mag-follow up, SP, nung mga, may ni-request po ako mga data and documents last week pa. Kung pwede po sana i-follow up na lang para there's no need for me to ask additional questions.
Yes, and what departments are this, Senator Binay?
I think it's for DOH and IATF.
All right, and make sure the Secretariat follows up.
Yes po. Yun lang po, and maraming
Thank you.
salamat.
Thank you, Senator Binay. Next is Senator De La Rosa. You have 10 minutes. By the way, Senator Villar, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pimentel, and Senator Villanueva are opting to not ask questions tonight, and they will be prioritized tomorrow because they were not given a chance to ask tonight. So we'll keep that in the list. Senator De La Rosa, your 10 minutes. Senator De La Rosa is not online. We call on Senator Angara. Senator Sani Angara, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. I won't need that much. I just have a few questions for Secretary Byrne or Yusek Art maybe regarding tourism.
Yes.
Yeah. I think tourism is one of the hardest hit, no? So are we going to allow like maybe flexi work schedules going forward? Is that one of the things in the pipeline?
Yes, Senator Angara. Yes, DOLE has already a labor advisory number 17, which it recently issued. We can give a copy to your office, which allows flexi time.
Sige. Just furnish us so we shorten the proceedings. I'll go to my next question. Oh, thank you. My question is like Aurora, for instance. I am sure like other provinces. I know hindi pa pala GCQ siya, but if a province is under GCQ, can the governor still say or the mayor say that I don't want the tourism establishments to open, or I'm not going to allow tourists into an area? What happens in that situation?
Yes, Mr. Senator, Mr. Chair, for the senators, for GCQ, non-essential travel is still not allowed. Hotels can only be open for the OFWs, BPOs, bank employees, health workers. Non-essential travel, such as tourism, will only be allowed during the modified GCQ. So for the GCQ, hindi pa pwede ang tourism.
What is the threshold of modified GCQ? GCQ to modified GCQ. When do you go? What will be required?
Normally, the IATF decides every 15 days, but malamang if the place is already a GCQ, in 2 weeks, if there are no transmission, it will already become a modified GCQ.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned in your presentation many hours ago, Sec, that there are some financing options or loan options. Could you give us specifics about that?
Right now, we are relying on the DBP and the Land Bank for lending to our tourism stakeholders, but we have a bill in Congress which we are asking for either low interest rate or zero interest loans. So we have requested at least 60 billion for our tourism stakeholders for either low or even zero interest loans.
What about using TIEZA incentives, that kind of structure?
With TIEZA, pwede more of tax holidays. We are already talking to the BOI regarding this. And we have with regard to, there's a TIEZA provision that if it's going to be for, could be for COVID, we could ask the DOF if this could also be for tax holidays for our, like for hotels or tourism estates.
Sige, please consider na lang kasi
Yes.
I think we
Yes,
need to
please.
use the full arsenal of all the weapons. No? Thank you,
Thank you,
Sec Berna, Sec Art.
Thank you.
That's all for tourism. Thank you very much. Now, just a few more questions, Mr. President. For Dole, I'd like to confirm yung flexi time work arrangements. How long is that? Is that for the rest of 2020? Is Sec Bebot Bello here, Mr. President?
I think Dole is offline already unless an undersecretary is here.
Anyway, sige, I'll just give my question to, I'll have my staff give it to, is there anyone from Dole, Mr. President? Would you know?
We are checking in the log. Wala na.
Wala na, okay. Yan ang mahirap sa pag nahuhuli.
Just send
Parang,
the
parang
question.
buffet lang, walang naiiwan, Mr. President. Pagka,
Ako na lang.
Mr. President, just one more question for DOH, for Secretary Duque. Secretary Duque, are you there?
Mr. Senator. Yes, good
Hi,
evening,
good
Mr.
evening,
Senator.
Secretary, and to the DOH family. Could you, I just want to shorten the proceedings, so I'll just ask you, many of my colleagues have commented that parang mabagal tayo sa, to increase our testing capacity. Could you give us, I want to approach it from a different angle. Could you give us what are the top 3 things which are slowing it down?
Thank you. The process of accreditation is number one. And in particular, in the certification or accreditation, it is the proficiency testing where a lot of them find it their Achilles heel. Doon kasi bumabagsak eh. So, hindi naman natin pwedeng hayaan lang o tulungan na maipasa dahil nagmamadali tayo kasi yun naman mga health workers natin ang tatamaan. Ayaw naman po natin na sila ay maging biktima ng COVID infection kung yung kanilang mga proficiency test ay hindi naman sila pumapasa. Kaya binibigyan namin sila ng training and we ask them to retake until finally they're able to retake and pass the examination. Number 2 is the very erratic supply chain of say extraction kits, which are very important in the conduct of the PCR test, and also other peripherals. The supply has been so irregular, and sometimes you have the machine, you have the capacity, but you cannot maximize simply because the peripherals, the reagents are not sufficient because the deliveries. In fact, even if we already have the capacity, Mr. Senator, to manufacture our own testing kits by the UP Health Tech, we had ordered from them, DOST, RITM. Yun po, nung Saturday last week, walang dumating. So we really don't know ano nangyayari, and we found out na yung mga imported inputs hindi rin dumarating from the global supply chain. So ang pangatlo naman po ay syempre ngayon nagpalawig tayo ng ating pong mga testing centers, yung human resource competency building will also take time. Hindi naman po pagka pinasok mo yung tao, alam na po niya kaagad gagawin niya. Bagkus napaka-komplikado po ng testing system ng PCR. So ito po ang ilan po, yung po reporting and encoding, yan po binanggit din ng PRC na hirap po sila dahil nga may kakulangan sa reporting and encoding and validation of test results. These are just some of them, but I have a long list, Mr. Senator.
Sige, Sec. Just like to note also, thank you for that. But Congress has been giving DOH the budget to hire new people for the last 2 or 3 years, no? So siguro hindi naman nagkulang dyan ng Kongreso, no? I don't know what. I don't know if the money has not been released to you, or I don't know. Anyway, because of the latest of the hour, I'll just let these other questions. Salamat, Mr. President. Thank you to all the secretaries for patiently answering our questions. Salamat ho.
Thank you, Senator Angara. And again, also thank you to our colleagues. I have just been informed that 7 of our colleagues mukhang naawa sa mga empleyado rito because some of them will only be using the shuttle. They will be home probably by 10 p.m. if we head now. So tomorrow we will be having the state of the food, energy, education sectors, Department of Agriculture, the DTI, Energy, Department of Education, Commission on Higher Education, and the TESDA. But also there is a request for the DBM to be here. All right, so we'd like to thank our all our resource persons and all our guests today and all the members of the Senate. Thank you very much. Majority Leader, anything else?
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to thank you, the Senate President, for patiently waiting there since this morning and shepherding all of us.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Because once I leave, it'll be
Thank you.
doing will be unconstitutional because the Constitution says someone has to be in the house. So it's okay. Okay na ako, yung kawawa.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat po.
Salamat. Thank you, SP. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's for us to start tomorrow at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. The announcement has already been given. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. We'll see you 3 p.m., sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, tanong po.
Yes, Senator De Veros.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question about tomorrow. May babalik po ba kahit isa sa tatlong economic managers, either Sec Dominguez or Sec Carl or Governor Jokno bukas, Mr. Chair?
Unfortunately, I have a speaking engagement with foreign investors tomorrow, ma'am, in the afternoon.
DBM will be here.
Usually last.
It's part of the economic team. The DBM will be here.
Thank you, Sec
Thank you.
Dominguez. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Then I'll ask my one each question sana for the three gentlemen, at least through Sec Abisado. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Good night. Thank you. We'll see tomorrow. The session is suspended until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of May 21, 2020.
Thank you, Mr. President.